you're not going to find it. So do not marry your stocks. Do not marry your trades. Have an open and flexible mind in trading. You can have conviction, but there's a difference between conviction and stubbornness. And the latter is going to get you into some trouble. That's your lesson of the day. Do not marry stocks. Do not marry positions. Just marry a great, fantastic partner, and your life will be great.
Yeah, thank you so much to Neil for that one. And what an ending there as well to end that lesson of the day. And I think, yeah, honestly, really, really relatable. Like I for a while struggled with trading Eli Lilly, which is just not an easy stock to trade in a good day. So I think, yeah, like getting unmarried to these stocks is sometimes divorcing yourself mentally from those stocks or those positions can be very hard, but very worthwhile. Yes. So thank you very much to that lesson for the day. Before we get to our lesson, how are you doing with Google?
It's coming along there. Kind of going back to what Neil said. I don't want to get too married to this position here, right? Yeah, if you're in an unhealthy relationship with the stock, you might want to look for that. You might want to call up your lawyer and look for those divorce papers to get started. And maybe I'm not at that point yet with Google, but I was at that point with a couple other names on the Intel. I was like, oh damn, I don't like the way she's treating me here. Intel's going sideways. I'm just gonna get rid of that one. But Google holding up as of right now. SMH kind of a bit of a curl here on the chips. You can see that NQ taking a little bit of a breather back to the upside as well. Let's take a quick look at Nvidia. Did Nvidia bounce off of that previous week low that we were watching? And as of right now, it's just a bit of maybe more of a consolidation. I wouldn't necessarily say that this is totally bounced off of that level, that unless and until we can kind of clear this 900, which happens to be this opening range low as well. I think that we're still kind of well poised for the downside here, even with the NQ and the ES catching a little bit of a bid here. Let's see how far we can get. People saying Obi was married to Amazon. Yes, I was, and then not as much anymore. I still see her every now and then, you know. So it wasn't a bad breakup, but when it's in play, I'm definitely down to have some fun. Let's just say that.
It was an amicable divorce, is what you're saying there with Amazon.
Yes.
There you go. That's awesome. That's what we always want, right? It was pretty good there. I appreciated that. I think I'm going to, you know what? Actually, no, I'm going to stay at this Microsoft. I was going to divorce Microsoft. Microsoft hasn't really given me a reason to leave. My thesis for re-entering this was this beautiful range. I initially got involved. We were holding that 424.20 area pretty well. Then we popped back up into that 424.60, but we couldn't hold it. And this was a level I was interested in earlier because that earlier pop. Now it's also in confluence with VWAP, which makes me even more interested in it as a level. I added at 40s. I'm cool staying in this trade, so we're gonna have to see how this goes. I want to take some profit at 424, 423.80, and then saving a piece for the dream back at that earlier very beautiful bounce area at that 423.20. So I'm gonna have to get all of my little profit takers set as we get ready for round 2 of the lesson. We are talking about trading at different times of day all week, and I think also that's pretty interesting with regards to what Neil just had as for the lesson of the day, if you want to connect to that, right? Sometimes a stock can look really good earlier in the morning. So Obi was just talking about having to divorce from Intel because Intel had some opportunities earlier in the day, but maybe not so much later, right? So I think, you know, it's a pretty apt lesson of the day for what we have to talk about this week and today, especially, which is going to be in trading in the morning. It looks like trying to key in a order. I accidentally pulled up the Google Chrome help key, but now now I just pulled down all my charts. I am not the most tech savvy human in the universe. That's okay. But for now, we are, I need to figure out how to do this where you like pull everything down and then you find it all again. That's cool. For now, we're going to talk about the lesson. And the lesson is trading the open. So, basically, one big thing with morning trading is when you're talking about morning trading or trading the open, you are referring to trading that occurs within the first hour of the trading day. It's going to be like 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. And one of the benefits of this strategy is that it allows traders to capitalize on the volatility present during that time of day, especially ahead of some of the slower action that you often find during the midday. And why the morning matters, there's a couple reasons. You have more volume in the morning, so the volume at market open does tend to be some of the strongest of the day, which can give traders lots of opportunities to get involved in liquid stocks. If an asset or an index has a lower volume off the open, it can suggest a lack of interest in the asset or market that day. Direction. Also really important here, the direction that a stock moves immediately off the open can give market participants a sense as to whether investors or traders are feeling bullish or bearish heading into the session. So it gives you a little bit of a vibe for the sentiment. And also levels really important here as well, because action off the open can give traders a sense of levels that could be important for the asset during the session. So early levels of support in resistance. Furthermore, the opening price of an asset is often used for indicators like pivots, which we know Sherry's been using a lot. So those pivots do look at those opening prices of the previous day, right? So always things to keep in mind. But as we just talked about, too earlier, sometimes these levels can change throughout the day. So what you have as your opening level can help give you guidance for the trade, but it's not always going to be relevant throughout the entire day. So I know Intel was one example of that too, for that short earlier. Are there any times that you find like volume being really particularly strong or weak heading into the morning can impact how you trade? Or
definitely. I think again, off the open, volume is huge, and you can get these directional moves. And again, going back to the example that we've been using here, a lot of the market there was quite strong off of the open. Google as well. Same thing with Intel. So we can use Intel because I did trade that one to the upside. So Intel quite aggressive. You can see the volume kind of coming in right off of the open. One of the highest volume bars as well. Some of that volume being the opening print, of course, and then you can see that how the volume kind of dies off after that morning session. So yeah, I think it plays on a part of just more participants off of the open. Maybe people have lunch or other kind of I guess things to do after the open. I know that on the West Coast, the schedule is such that the market actually opens around 6:30.
That's true.
6:30 a.m. and closes around 1 p.m. So it's like a lot of people. What I'm finding out now is that on the West End they'll trade the morning, the opening session, and then they'll go to work right after. So it's like you trade the opening session for a couple hours, and it's like by 8:30, work hasn't really started. You've traded 2 hours into the open, and a lot of the opening drives and even the reversions, you can see that a lot more often than not just happen in the first 15 minutes to an hour. So I think a lot of people are taking advantage of that, and then you see that volume kind of die down. So definitely a lot more volume in the morning session overall, I would say. Now, if something has a catalyst, something else is like doing like a move. Maybe, sure, it could be doing some sustained volume throughout the day, but from what I've seen is a lot of the volume comes in off the open and then going into the close as well. The opening print and the closing print doing a decent chunk of the daily volume as well. So I like the open for that kind of volatility. You can kind of see it here, strong off the open. I think I took like a pre-market or a previous day break here on the Intel. It doesn't really follow through, take the short back down, but a lot of opportunity as well. Yeah, so that volume and that momentum kind of dies off, and I'm like, all right, well, what's the probability of the move kind of continuing with that volume falling off as the way it does? And then you can see how aggressive the move off the open was. So that kind of comes in. But yeah, I think volume is definitely a good indicator, one of my top indicators to watch, regardless of the time, but one of the top indicators indeed, off the open.
Yeah, thank you so much for going over that too. And I think once again, not to continue to harp on this, but I think that Intel example is so cool because it's a good example of playing it two different directions. A, using the momentum in the morning, and then B, using that kind of later sell-off, right? So I think that's definitely a very cool example for sure. And I'm also curious, I know you also went to that trading summit last week. Was that something where they talked a little bit about, because I know you mentioned the East Coast, learning how people trade in the East Coast in the morning a little bit more. Was that something where you got a bit of a sense too in terms of how different people trade, in terms of times of the day or different indicators? Or
Yeah, I think it was a great opportunity to kind of network and talk to other traders and see how they kind of trade. And yeah, I got a bit of it from that, where it's like, okay, well, traders in different time zones might be trading differently. A lot of traders might just be trading the opening session if they work full time or even part time as well. So yeah, it was a different, definitely an interesting look. But yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, talking to different traders definitely brings in that perspective of like, okay, what are other people kind of doing, and how are they thinking about trading, and what's their perspective as well. I think I really like that part of going to some of those events.
Yeah, that's very cool, and thank you for the insight on that. And also some people here, including Easy Trader in the chat, agreeing with you with regards to that, or just saying, oh, they relate to that with regards to the East Coast trading. So yeah, that's pretty cool. You can have a job and you can do some trading in the morning there. So East Coast certainly, as long as you're willing to wake up early, it's a pretty nice opportunity. Also, worth noting, if you're going to take advantage of those morning trading opportunities, a couple more factors. So the volatility of early trading can bring greater excitement and opportunities for profit, but it also can bring about a little bit more risk. So trends and directions can be susceptible to change. You know, that Intel example, again, another really good one. So you want to make sure you are prepared to leave a trade early or switch directions if need be. That can be through taking profit or exiting with a loss, as long as you have everything set up, right? So make sure you figure out and set your profit taking and stop loss levels right when you enter the trade, so that you can take advantage of and fail to be swept up in the sudden price movements that are common during morning trading. You also want to make sure that you're aware of any economic releases, Fed speaks, or earnings calls, if applicable, that are scheduled during the first half hour or hour of the trading day. So some economic data, like certain PMI releases or consumer confidence numbers, are usually scheduled for about 9:45 or 10 a.m. So there's certainly things to keep an eye on. Today, we actually had two PMI releases. One was S&P Global PMI that came out 9:45, and then we had ISM coming out at 10. So those are certainly things to keep an eye on, and Sean was letting everybody know about those coming up too, because they are things that can impact how the market moves, and certainly always things to be privy of and be aware of. Also too, I think with regards to some of these earnings calls, I know we had CCL report, they usually report in the morning and then have their earnings call around 10. I know you traded CCL last week, I believe. Is that something that when you're in these names that have those midday or morning earning calls, is that something you have to be aware of, and there are certain ways that you like prepare your position, like changing stop losses or where you're gonna enter or exit with regards to that kind of info? Or
I think it's definitely one to be aware of. I think, what was it, last earnings season? If I remember correctly, it was also CCL, and I didn't know that they kind of have their the investors meeting in the opening session, and I was trading it off of the open, and I was like, okay, well, what's this sudden kind of volatility? It was pretty crazy. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, they might have their earnings a little later than other tickers in the market. So I think it's just something to consider, something to be wary of, that anybody can say something or anything during the meeting that can cause and bring in volatility. So if you're aware of that, you might consider putting your stop at a different place, maybe a little tighter, maybe a little wider. Really depends on. I think it's really subjective on as to like the situation and how you trade and what you might be trading. But I would, if it was me in that case, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm gonna trade this, which I don't think I necessarily would, seeing as there could be that kind of volatility. I would rather kind of react to whatever might be being said, or that initial earnings reaction as well. But I think it definitely does play a role in how you want to kind of stay nimble in the trade if you are trading while certain things like that are going on in the ticker.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thank you for going over that. And I think one thing too is this time CCL too, we still had that 10 a.m. earnings call, and it was something I was aware of when I was sitting at the big desk. So I think this is the first time that I've been at the big desk through one of the, I guess, more major earnings calls that's happened during the day. But honestly, like we didn't really have much of a move that I saw. Again, I wasn't trading it on that earnings call, right? So it's always something to be aware of, but not always something that's going to I guess, move the market. So thank you for your insight in that, as someone who's kind of traded that name during that time, because Carnival, certainly I'm going to take you for a bit of a roller coaster ride there. Kind of a weird analogy. Or I guess taking you for a cruise ride.
Yeah, taking you for
makes
a
more
cruise.
sense. But yeah, a little bit more apt there. But certainly you have to be aware of that earnings call. So interesting look there. Also, I'm out of the Microsoft short. I've said this multiple times. Patience is absolutely not my virtue, and I think I'm still trying to work on striking that perfect balance between watching for any movement or any bamboozlement and just plain flat out getting out too early. Not sure how I struck it this time. I was happy I stayed in this because initially I was going to get out before the lesson of the day, but I was like, Adara, we're hanging out really nicely below that VWAP area, below that 424.69. So just stay patient, stay nimble. I ended up staying in. I had a planned profit taker 424. We got it, another one at 423.80. Now, my last piece of the dream was initially saved for 423.30. It's like, if you look at this has been a nice little bottom for the stock a couple times, right? But the thing is, things can change. So I noticed we were picking up a little bit at that 423.80, and we picked up, I mean, not viciously, but we picked up well enough that I was a little concerned. We got all the way up to 424. We rejected. I got out at 423.90, so I ended up taking out 50 cents for the rest of that position. This is my strongest name of the day by a decent amount here on M to the S to the F to the T. So I was pretty happy with this, and honestly, this has just been, again, my points of entry not the best, and I've talked about this a lot. This is one of the things I think I struggle with the most, is getting in at the appropriate point of entry and then having the patience to see it through. I think getting back in this short, I should have been a little bit more patient and waiting to see what we did at 424.40 instead of getting involved at this 424.20. Now, in terms of the exit, we're continuing to drop lower. So it's like, Adara, you could have stayed in, but you know what? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I did what I did, and I'm going to hopefully learn from this opportunity. Happy I had the 3 big winners and ready to see what else the market has to give me. Also, AMD, I saw a couple interesting comments here in AMD in the chat. I think AMD, it's a really nice move here, move back to the upside. I think this is the area I believe that Obi was looking at earlier, that 181.50, 181.30 area where we had a little bit of a trough and then continued to curl to the upside. I was looking at this, but I should have been looking a lot harder because I like that 182.50 hold here around the 90 MA. And I mean, we've had 1, 2, I guess if we count this doji, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 5-minute candles to the upside. This is more than half an hour of Greensville for AMD. Shout out to Sharif. So I think this is a really nice look here. We did hold VWAP incredibly well, broke above it, no problem. Yeah, honestly, this is, I think we might be looking for 8 candles of the upside here. I think could be some dip opportunities, but I'm not seeing any right now. I'm just talking about 184. Right now, we're zooming towards 184.50. Areas I'll be watching are what we do here at 184.75, because that was that earlier little area of support. And I mean, look at that wick to the downside. Then that earlier pop of 185.27 will be another area, just because I like looking at previous areas of support and resistance to see what stocks do there. Also, Tesla getting a little 5-minute doji here that's pretty interesting. This is kind of in between the previous support and resistance levels I drew at that 172 and 172.40. I want to watch what we do here. I got back involved in this long, and I mean to say I left early is probably an understatement, but that's okay. I had to scalp out because I was, we lost a little bit in this trade earlier, so I wanted to get back involved. I saw that hold, but I ended up scalping it because I didn't want to get involved just because I lost out in the earlier trade. So it's all about balance, and I think it's also about, as Neil was saying earlier too, you don't want to get married to a stock, and if you want to get back involved in a name you lost on earlier or traded earlier in general, you have to think of your reasons why. So I think for me, I had the reasons why, but I was possibly a little bit too hung up on the fact that I did lose in it earlier, and that's why I gave myself a little bit less room to run. But you know what? Learning, going to store that lesson in my brain and wait for some more opportunities. Anyone see anything interesting moving here today? Let us know. I think there's definitely lots of opportunities on the horizon. In a Monday that initially looked a little bit ho-hum. How's your Google going?
It's going sideways. Nothing too crazy there, but something worth mentioning there. I saw some people mentioning it in the chat as well. DJT straight to the downside here. So a little bit of continuation off of last week's levels. Now I did have kind of Reddit and DJT on watch. Reddit a little bit more. Reddit wasn't really doing what I was looking for, so I moved away from it. But oh boy, does that DJT come in, and you can see here, take a quick look left at some of those prices that we've had over the past few days. So You had that really strong day when I think it was, when was this? This was last Monday, right? So Monday, you had that strength coming in, follow through next day, kind of coast sideways, consolidates, holds that 65 mark with a low of 56s, and coming in today, you just slam right into the 56, continuous selling, like back to back, no real relief here. You have one green candle on the 15-minute that pretty much is an inside bar for the previous candle right there. We've only made lower highs and lower lows here, accelerating to the downside. Now 50 breaking as well on DJT. So what a beautiful short here to the downside. Hasn't really shown you anything else really. No real signs of a bounce. Steady grind to the downside here on DJT. So have you guys been involved in the DJT short? I'm curious to know, as that name has been straight to the downside here. Let's take a quick look at Reddit as well. Reddit, yeah, wow. Okay, so kind of showing a similar set of weakness as well. Not as strong to the downside, not as hard of a flush to the downside as DJT, but definitely kind of rejecting that 50 mark here. So a little bit of a continuation off of last week's flush that we had. You can see Thursday, it was Wednesday, and then Thursday continuing to the downside after a strong push. Can't really get through 75s, and we're kind of pushing back below. I think 47 was the IPO price, and we're trading below that IPO price as of right now as well. So you can see on this little bit of a bounce that we had on Reddit, you can't even get past opening price. You make a lower high, 46.90s, just underneath that 47, and now we're pushing or attempting back at the low a day as of right now on Reddit. So are we going to make fresh lows? I think anybody and everybody who was long off of that 47 IPO price, as price was above those levels for quite some time over the past few weeks, they're a little underwater in and around some of these prices, as all the longs that could have possibly bought at any of these prices since the IPO open are pretty much mostly underwater there, except for maybe a little bit of this volume that happened. I know that this volume had some R-vol as well when we did drop below this 40. Oh, is this a 45 mark? Yeah, so in and around that 45 mark. So around these prices, I think Reddit was doing some R-vol there. So all-time low on this ticker as of right now is 44.20, only about a point and some change away from that on Reddit. Reddit to the downside, so is DJT. So some of these tickers that were nice and interesting over the past couple of weeks, catching a little bit of a breather here to the downside. Let's take a quick look at ARM. What's ARM up to? ARM with the sideways action there, so still holding that 122, 123, 124 area, just doing the sideways dance on ARM. So nothing too crazy happening with ARM. I know there was one more. Right, this A-Lab IPO that we also had kind of in that chip sector as well. Let's see what that one's been up to. So we've been selling off of this 95 test that we had last Tuesday, and kind of a stair step to the downside here. So today all we've done is bounce off of this 68, 67 mark here, maybe in step with this market bounce as well. So let's see what we got in store here. Market attempting for a little bit of a bounce. I see that chip, Intel specifically, when I say chip, is holding sideways right now. Let's take a quick look at SMH. SMH, a little bit of a bounce here. So VWAP potentially coming in. 229 is VWAP, trading at 228 halves as of right now on SMH. Google still pretty much sideways, so I'm holding on right now. Nothing too crazy here, but what is the next trade? That's kind of what I'm asking myself. I don't really have anything on board, but maybe that DJT reversion, if that can come in, as it is still kind of raging to the downside. Very, very strong, distinct behavior, very directional to the downside here on DJT. So I'm closely watching this one now. Have it up. So maybe a potential bounce, maybe a potential turn, but we'll have to change some of that behavior to the downside, because I don't know where it's going to stop.
Yeah, I think it's certainly. There's a lot of stuff in different ways that you can look at for sure. I mean, that DJT is certainly like a massive That was a massive move down, and someone was tagging Stock Trader. Thank you for saying this. This came out early today, which is why I didn't see it, because looks like this was published around 11:51. Looks like the reason for this, and I mean, I'm sure this came out earlier, but it's just when I saw it, or when I think a lot of these places started publishing this a little more widely. Apparently, Trump Media and Technology Group lost $58 million last year. So that would explain that move down, I think, for sure. They made $4.1 million for the full year, so not a great look there for DJT, which could explain that big sell-off. Pardon?
So that was a little catalyst-driven.
Oh yeah, I think so, right? Okay. In addition to potentially a little bit of sell-off from that move last week, it could be a bit of both. Yeah, I think this is an interesting move here for sure in a lot of these names, and I think it's a little bit harder to find direction for some things. I mean, clearly DJT's to the downside. There could be a reversion play, but now I'm looking at stuff at like AMD, and I'm like, AMD, what would you like to AM do? Please let me know. And I say this because we had this. I initially was going to try going long off this this bounce here if we get it at which should actually be kind of, I guess, a little bit of confluence here, convergence with the 90 MA and VWAP. But if we bounce here at this 183.50s, I don't mind this area because A, it'd be a bounce off previous support, and B, I think you could take it to 184.50, or not 184. Where did we take this earlier? 184.30, right? But then it's like, Dara, if you like that level, maybe you should have shorted it off of this rejection, because we had a couple chances for you to take that bite of the apple and take that short of the rejection. So a little bit harder to read for sure. We're gonna have to keep an eye and see how this happens. If we have this bounce, though, I do want to take it, because we had this bounce earlier a couple times, even just on a wick basis of that 183.70, and both times it comes right back up. So I think if we can hold this level, not just because it's VWAP, but also because it happens to come to confluence with earlier support, I like that look a lot. And then my stop would be that 183.11 area where we had a little bit of resistance earlier. And you know what, I actually am going to get involved in this because I think we're holding this up pretty well. So we're going to get involved 65s. I kind of a random arbitrary level, but I wanted something in between the 70s and the 60s. I don't think I'm going to get it. This is one of the biggest things. I'm just not decisive enough. I see a level I like, and I hem and I haw, and I don't get involved. As Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader, and I think definitely I was a little bit deficient with the entry. I don't want to chase. If we come back to that level, I still have my order waiting. I will still say I do to AMD. So let's see. Not getting married, but certainly interested in a summer fling with this stock as we head up into that 184.30 area. That would make me really happy. I think we'll have to see how this bounce goes, though. Also, Tesla was continuing here. This is another one I was considering potentially shorting if we failed that 172.40 area, especially with that where we had that doji. But Tesla continuing to curl to the upside. I think if we have this continued bounce off 172.40, I might get involved. But honestly, Tesla, I found it really difficult to play. I had the long, and I wasn't scalping enough with it, except for part of this position. Then I got back into the long, and I just ended up getting out too early. So I think my timing with Tesla has not been right. And as Neil says, you do not want to get married to these stocks and married to these movements. So I'm going to have to not do this. Yeah, Sam's saying to Adara, that is not the main reason DJT is dropping. It's normal for new companies to lose money in the first few years. It's simply just overvalued at $6+ billion. And that's a fair point too, right? And I mean, I think that's kind of what we were saying a little bit as well, especially with Obi looking at Reddit dropping as well, some of these new IPOs and new mergers. But yeah, I really appreciate you saying that there, Sam M. Don't want to butcher your last name there, but yeah, I think much appreciated with that insight, because I think part of it too is you do have that negative catalyst, but you also do have the fact that it is for sure a newer company, and it just had it just had its de-SPACing last week, so nice look there too. Some people talking about DJT in there, and it's certainly, I think, a riskier move, but there are, I'm sure, some opportunities to trade that one. And I will always remember that video that Sean was playing at one point of him trading that back in, I think, like 2021 with DWalk, and how that was a massive winner. So that one certainly does have a little bit of bamboozlement by nature, going back to its DWalk days. Also, I'm looking at Microsoft again. This is a name I was playing earlier. It turns out I was initially thinking I got out of this too early, but honestly, I'm pretty happy with where I ended up getting out of this here, because we didn't really get much lower than that 423.80. And this is a 5-minute chart. We are taking our sweet time with this level. We're just kind of chopping and churning and clip-clopping along here. The last 25 minutes, within about 10 pennies of that 423.75 area. So happy where I got it where I did. If we reject this again here at this 9 EMA, I might get involved in the short again, but I really want to see some real impetus for that. I do not want to get involved in a whim. Definitely missed my move up with AMD. We already popped 40 to 50 pennies on that, but that's okay. I still have the order set. I still like that level. If we get involved, we get involved. Nvidia too, I'm going to take one last look at, of course, on my 1 minute. I usually will chart on the 5 minute, but for Nvidia, as I said earlier, it is one of those names that I think the way that I trade, I will only really be looking at it off the 1 minute and then looking for, confluence to see direction on the 3 or the 5 if I need. But I like this little baby range of that 900, 899, 50 area up to the 901. You can get about $1 on that. So not a huge amount of movement, but Nvidia, I don't mind taking something like that in Nvidia because it's not really a name you want to be Nvidia for too long anyway. So I'd be cool getting in and out this name, 900 to 901, something I'm going to keep an eye on. Right now, though, just waiting to see what happens with AMD. How goes Google?
Yeah, it's again it's kind of chopping in its range there, so I'm keeping an eye on it there. But it's interesting. I could never do like a 1 minute on Nvidia. That's the way that ticker moves. It's just way too choppy for me. I like a little bit more. More information. I like to let those candles kind of come in. I like the 2 minute, the 3 minute, maybe the 5 minute, as I mentioned before as well. But I think for scalping 1 minute's definitely great there. But yeah, I've never really tried the 1 minute on Nvidia, just based off of the way it moves. But maybe that's something I should consider, kind of looking at Nvidia on the 1 minute, just for those quick little scalps though. I think something a little bit less volatile and that gives you the same kind of opportunities is that NVDL. And for me, I like that a little bit better. It's a less choppy, less kind of wicky there, and you have to be. I guess you can be less precise. Whereas Nvidia, if you do have a tight risk, you do want to be a little bit or as precise as possible there. So just watching this Google go sideways. DJT still on watch. Let's see if we can start printing some green 15s here. We've only been red to the downside pretty much since the open. So yeah, DWAC getting a little whacked there on the day off of that catalyst. And it's something about revenue you were saying that they lost a bunch of money over the last year or so. So yeah, that would potentially do it there. Let me just fix this wick real quick. Let me just get that out of the way. These charts, man. Okay, so. Yeah, Google just got a little sideways there on the Google, waiting for that DJT to show me anything interesting. MU top VOIP saying MU short time. I was looking at MU as well, kind of holding quite strong there, and you can see that it does look distinctly different. It does look distinctly different than the other chip names here as well. So it is holding some of its strength, looking a lot more similar to Google, but yeah, Micron looks nothing like Nvidia or AMD right now. Nvidia, look at that, gets crushed off of that drive, printing below that opening price as well on Nvidia. AMD kind of similar, distinctly different. Kind of pops, drops, doesn't really break its opening price, but holds this 182. Now we're pushing back in, but a little bit of a diddle in the middle. Intel has still got it up here. Intel kind of comes right back on, bounces off of its open, and then proceeds to just go sideways here. So maybe Micron is the one kind of lagging behind there, as if some of these chips and the market off this 18.5, we talk about how interesting every 100 points roughly is. So we're just coasting and hovering just below this 18.5 on the NQ. Maybe we're poised for a little bit of a pullback off of that whole number there as well. I have no idea. I'm just making guesses right now, but just just waiting for some of that action to potentially come in. But I like that short idea on Micron, but I would rather kind of be a little bit closer to some of these highs here, about a point away, as this is kind of the middle of the range here. So I think if I were to take something here, it'd have to be pretty tight, and I think the probability of getting chopped up in that tightness is quite high. So that's a little off the board for me. If we can kind of break and come down into that 125, maybe I'll take a quick look there, as bidders have been holding VWAP and that 125 quite aggressively since the open, with that relative strength we've been seeing on Micron. So let me know other names that you guys are looking at here. Top mentioning, have a look at Reddit. Let's take a quick look at Reddit. RDDT here. So yeah, Reddit, we talked about it being a little bit heavy as well, making a test at that day low, 45.15. So only about 10 to 13 pennies away from that low as of right now. Testing those lows. Sorry. So testing those lows. VWAP is heavy, so Reddit, let's see what Reddit does in and around some of these levels. We talk about that 47 being that IPO price, and we're holding below that right now. So does that IPO price turn into resistance, or is that going to be any interesting? Let's see if day lows at 45s come into play at all. Let's see if some of these tickers take a nice little pullback if the market decides to kind of have a little bit of a breather off this 18.5. As of right now, printing this 15-minute candle here is turning red. How much time is left on the 15-minute candle, you may ask? I have here about 11 minutes. So we just freshly started printing this candle right now. So still a little too early to tell. There goes some waves of red below the bid. You can see here on, I guess that's Google Tape and Softy Book. Let me just, I don't know why this book doesn't update right away with the tape. So
some of them they don't update.
Some of them, yeah, they don't update together, but I think my main ones off screen here do update. That's kind of what I'm really focused on, and I'll put these up for you guys to see alongside as well, the book and the tape alongside. So Google is what we're looking at here. We just saw a waves of red come in. Below the bid is what I have as a dark red, and then above the ask I have as a light green. So you can kind of, or it helps me gauge a little bit of short-term sentiment. Are people pushing, right, there's the red, there's the dark red. So are there orders pushing into the bid? Are there orders pushing into the ask? Is price kind of, is price transacting in the middle? Those are yellows, those are the midpoints, and then on the bid or on the ask is with the reds and the greens respectively as well. So a little bit of a color gradient, a little bit of read the rainbow, taste the rainbow happening here on the tape. So I do like, I'm a very visual person. I like to kind of view it as such. And people always ask me like, oh, are you looking at numbers? Are you looking at size on the tape? Yeah, a little bit of everything, but more of a little bit tasting the rainbow, if you want to call it, on how that price might be flowing in and around some of these prices here, how participants are interacting with some of these prices. Let's see what you guys got on watch. Ponzi Fonzie saying, welcome to my house. Chips need to dip, and MU is overdue saying top VoIP. Yes, maybe. Let's see. I mean, I like the short. Like, that's enticing if I look at this for a potential short. But like, if we're holding up like this, I know I'm short on Google on a very similar kind of pattern as well. But I guess I like the Google short a little bit more than the Micron, but with the chips kind of maybe catching a little bit of a base here. Look at Nvidia, kind of the chip leader. Let's take a quick look at SMH as well. So kind of a bit of a bounce here. 227 on SMH, and what was that low on Nvidia? 892. So did we even get to 891s? No, not really. So we didn't get to previous week's lows. We're bouncing just slightly above that. So we're holding previous week's low as of right now on that initial test this week. So going forward this week, I'm curious to know what we do with this price here at that 891. Are we going to break it? Are we going to hold it? As of right now, we're holding and reclaiming that 900. What was the opening price on Nvidia? Let's take a quick look at that. That first candle right there, opening price 902.97. So just a couple points away from that right now. Opening price on Nvidia. Let's see what we do in and around there. I am still short on the Google, but Google kind of just a chop and churn 154 halves, 150 halves as of right now, just kind of compressing almost as well. So is it going to pick a direction? Who knows? I have no idea, but I'm positioned. I got my risk on. I've accepted the risk. Let's see if this comes into fruition or not. But when it comes to reversion, some of these other tickers definitely were much, much nicer vehicles off of the open there. So Fauzia asking why Nvidia short. Yeah, I don't know. Nvidia short was looking good off of this morning session here. This nice little pop, and then drops, comes right back through VWAP, and then back through some of these previous days levels as well, pre-market levels as well. Again, I don't really have anything on it, but I was watching it for that pushback down. Had the Intel short alongside with it, kind of riding that chips with the dip momentum to the downside there as well. But as you can see, good reason to get out, kind of timed out, shot clocked out on the Intel short. I'm like, all right, well, if this is not going to continue in the next X amount of time, I do want to piece off of the full position and kind of let it do its thing. Maybe some other places could be potentially better for that sympathy move on the chips, right? We were talking about how some tickers may be better vehicles when it comes to liquidity and price action, and even just range or magnitude as well. But relative to Intel, some of the other names that did move around quite aggressively, again, Nvidia being one of them, AMD of course, and then SMH as well. I guess the Micron did do the drive off the open, right? It did kind of have that sympathy drive off the open, but it held. So 119 to 127. So definitely a lot to watch as we begin this week, coming off of a long weekend here. So let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. We'll take a quick look at them. I don't have too many plans. Trying to start off the week nice and steady, nice and slow. Had a couple ideas there. Some come to fruition, some don't. I missed some right off the bat. Some I did catch. But again, it's a work in progress. I do got to get better at capturing some of these opportunities and really honing in on what's working well for me. So wasn't quite able to really do that on Intel. Sure, we had a piece of the move, but when it does come back in, I do have to be much more aggressive. Maybe even back through this VWAP on the pop through that 45, fails to follow through 45. Maybe I can definitely be getting some more there for that flush back to the downside here on Intel. But I don't have too much else on the board here for me. Let me know what you guys are watching in the chat. So just the chips with the dip for me.
Yeah, chips with the dip. I think also earlier that person asking why Nvidia short might have been directed at me. I was trying to scalp that short, but honestly, like I said, just trying to minimize my risk by taking very, very small positions. And honestly, I have to say, you always have to look for things that you learn from each trade. And I think with these cases, I'm really proud of my risk management on both of these. I was able to mitigate my losses by just the second we kind of give yourself about $1 because Nvidia, you kind of have to. Both of these, I was able to extricate myself pretty cleanly. So no complaints here. We did lose on the trades, but there's always some more opportunities. And yeah, what happened here is I was trying to short this because we did reject that 900 pretty well. I liked it. Then I get involved and it kind of goes up to 901, so I got out. There we go. Tried to go long earlier as well, and it was actually holding up decently, but we couldn't. I was going to give it to like 90, I think like just shy of 901, but we weren't able to really get that opportunity, unfortunately. So it's okay. Keep going. I think there is something here in this range of 900 to 901, but it's one that I need to be watching the book a lot more for before I get involved. But yeah, I mean, if you look at this here, like this 900 area to 901, 901.50 has been giving you some opportunities. You have to be patient, which is just not really something I do very well, unfortunately. And I also think the other aspect of this is being aware of sometimes you have to leave the trade, even though there are still some opportunities. Nvidia can be bamboozling, as Obi was just saying there too. And maybe I need to switch over to my NVDL. That might be the solution. So there we go to NVDA. Also, though, I think it was Hope and Victory earlier asking about CCJ. So let's look at Cameco. This is a uranium name, I want to say. Let me look and see what Cameco does. So yeah, uranium. They are uranium. They're based in Saskatchewan, Canada. So nice. In the prairies. Have you ever been to Saskatchewan?
I don't think I've been to Saskatchewan. I forget where it was that I did go. I'll remember. I forget. There was a place in northwestern Canada that I might have gone to. I'll try to remember the place, but I think it might have been somewhere around Saskatchewan. But I will get back to you on that one. I'll take a look. Yeah. But nothing on my watch here. I see that people are still talking about CXAI. Louis Tortora, Google short I'm in. All right, well, I've been in this short for a little bit here. Still kind of sideways, not really doing too much here as of right now. So I'll stay a little bit more patient there. But good luck with that one. Mr. Long Shorts talking about Saskatchewan. Nice, yeah. So yeah, I'll try to remember what that place was. I remember going there for a little bit of a work trip back in the day. I think it might have been. It was one of the territories. I'll get back to you. Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I pulled up this CCJ, I think for Hope and Victory there, which is a company based in Saskatoon, which is how we hopped down that particular rabbit hole there. But yeah, no, I was curious. I've been like once to Saskatoon, or to Calgary in general there. But yeah, this is Saskatchewan. Not even. Wow, I'm thinking two different provinces. You can tell it's a Monday. But yeah, so yeah, Saskatchewan. Nice, and certainly also the home of CCJ here. CCJ, we actually did have a catalyst for as well. Goldman Sachs initiating coverage with a buy rating and a $55 price target. So given we're currently trading around 46, that is some nice upside there for CCJ with that price target from Goldman Sachs. Yeah, I mean, for this one right now, we're certainly seeing what we've seen with a lot of these names, big move up off the open and then just kind of chopping and churning. So right now, slightly higher lows and higher highs, but we haven't eclipsed this earlier high with this topping tail candle that we had at 9:55, so this is on the 5 minutes. So we had this wick up into highs of day, which were 46.83. Then we kind of sold off a little bit, ending up at this 46.30 to close the candle. We've not seen that height since. Right now, though, we're kind of approaching this 46.30. I think it'll be interesting to see what we do here. Right now at 46.23. So I'm going to erase these lines and look at the daily chart here for C to the J for Hope and Victory, which is a very great name and certainly one that gives a lot of good vibes heading into this week. Whew. Yeah, CCJ is a nice look. This is its fourth straight candle to the upside, actually. Let's zoom out. As Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out. Yeah, I think it does look like we're kind of in a nice little uptrend for this name, and we have been for quite some time as I pull back on this chart. Holy cow. This time last year, we were trading at 23, so now we're at 46. So basically doubling where we were trading this time last year. So nice look here. I think it'd be interesting to kind of see what we do here, breaking above this 47, 48 area that we had some peaks into earlier. Then, of course, the pseudo double top at 51, I think would be a really nice area to eclipse, just continuing to make these higher highs. We did make a couple slightly lower lows from where we were trading January 5th, but I think the uptrend is generally still present. We do still seem to have some upward momentum, but I think continuing to make these higher highs would be a nice look. Eddie R saying, Sharif went to see the Lions already. What international travels would you like to do in the future, which you've already been to? I haven't traveled much. I'm honestly not much of a traveler. I have really bad jet lag, so then I just get, I want to sleep a lot, which is kind of the theme of my life, unfortunately. But yeah, so I can't really travel much. I went to Italy once. That was cool, but the sleep really got me. Have you traveled much internationally?
Yeah, I've traveled quite a bit in the past. I went to school in the Caribbean for a little bit.
Oh, nice.
So I was traveling at least 3 to 4 times a year, just back and forth, maybe stopping at different islands on the way. Yeah, I like traveling. It's not too bad. But yeah, that jet lag, the first couple of days, if there's a stark difference, right? If there's a stark difference in the time zone. But I like to sleep on the plane.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah. Flying out to Vancouver this weekend. So that's what I'm basically going to be doing. I'm going to be sleeping on the plane. It's a 4.5 hour flight. So more than likely, I'm just going to be sleeping on the plane. And they have a shift in the time zone as well. We were just talking about the west side, kind of where the market opens at 6:30, close at 1. So that'll be interesting to kind of experience that bit of a schedule there as well. But yeah, no, I like to travel. Haven't really gone on vacation for I guess a few years now. No, I do have a bachelor party coming up this month, I think. Yeah, at the end of this month, one of my best friends, he's getting married later on this year. So we're going to Cuba for a little bit of a bachelor party for like a few days. I've never been to both. Either I think this would be my first bachelor party and first time to Cuba as well. So it should be interesting. But yeah, haven't traveled in a bit, but this past couple of months, been traveling a little bit more.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you just went to New York too.
I went to New York last week.
Just
yeah,
in New York, and you stayed in Jersey too, right?
Yeah, I stayed in Jersey with a friend. Yeah,
switching it up. Nice. Yeah, I mean, also it's 1:02, so we will do the lesson soon. But yeah, quickly too as well. I want to look back at Nvidia because I've been staring at this one all day, and also I did have, I believe, Boring Man saying that I'm just taking this one long after off some of these previous levels was a good trade all day. And I mean, yeah, I believe that's what it said earlier. I'm just trying to remember this. Here we go. Nvidia long should have been the trade with stops low last week's low. Worked like a deep dream trade. Yeah, congrats to you. That's what I should have been doing because we are a little bit down on this name. But honestly, you know, I think sometimes you have to try different things and kind of figure out what you want to do, right? So for me, I find with Nvidia, the longer I stay in Nvidia, the more antsy I get. So the more that I've been trying to do these scallops off the 1 minute, the better that's been for me today. Today it's not been the trade, but I mean, congrats to you, the Boring Man, and that's something I should really be looking into as well. So I'm going to take a look at this. I think in general, like incorporating previous levels into trading is something I want to look at more. I know, you know, Sharif talks about the pivots, which are really based on previous days levels. Kyle Burdett as well in the chat. Shout out to Big Kyle. Also, we'll mention previous levels too. So I think, yeah, these are really important levels to keep an eye on. Also, before we go to the lesson, there is a question here from Hansi Fonzie. Obi, what's the 1999 Corolla primer back quarter panel bulb back tires trade? Thank you. Prayer hands emoji. I know what none of that means.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither do I. But I think what you're talking about is what's that kind of everyday layup, kind of like a you know, like a B or like a tier 3 or however you want to tier your trades, kind of trade, something that might show up every day. You know, you see it rolling down the street more often than not. Sure, maybe you don't get that Lambo coming in on the street every day, and I don't see anything like that right now. Maybe some of those reversions off of the open might have been it, but. I think who was that? That was Ponzi Fonzie. Of course, it's Ponzi that asked that question. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm still looking at it. Let me know if you can find that trade as well. I'm in the short that I do want to be in, but again, it's a little sideways. Pretty much printing flat here as of right now. So I don't have too much else on watch. I did have a couple other names. As like earnings day twos, we talk about Walgreens. Walgreens, I did trade that last week. WBA, let's see what WBA has on watch. Kyle Bernadette with the super chat. All right, okay, I guess I'll read that on that bachelor party. Remember to love the roundy bottoms and smack the asks. Yes, definitely. I'm always going to be. If I like the bid, if I like the ask, I'm going to remove the liquidity. That's for sure. And not really post. That's what I'm learning, right? If you post, you might not get it. You know, you're just sitting there. You're like, maybe maybe it'll hit me, maybe it'll not. I'm just posted. But if you want it, you just got to remove the liquidity, go for it. And yeah, that's definitely some good advice there, Kyle. WBA, all right, back to WBA here. But WBA straight selling to the downside. Oh boy. So I was like, okay, well, yesterday or the last trading day, we had some strength. We reclaimed VWAP. We pretty much closed near the high of day there on Walgreens. But coming in today, quite the opposite, exactly the opposite. To say, as we've only been selling off quite aggressively, maybe not as aggressively, but a slow, methodical grind, but it is pretty aggressive if you go to a higher time frame there, straight to the downside, no real relief. You have one test of this 21 area. Was that a level the day before? Maybe a little bit of a level, but nothing too crazy. Happens to be VWAP today, and we've just been selling off since then. Now testing in and around some of those lows, right? Earnings reaction low was that 20 level. We're just at that 20 right now. So 2021 is that low, low specifically 2020, and then 2016 is what we're trading at right now on Walgreens Boots Alliance. But yeah, I did kind of have that on watch as a potential continuation play, but did that continue? Absolutely not. It kind of quadrunked to the downside. So let's just stay a little away from that one. Sure, the short was quite nice if I had that perspective going off into the open, but I had only planned for that continuation because I was like, okay, well, interesting that this is closing near high a day. Let's see if we can find if the bidders are real. Are we going to find them at VWAP on a little bit of a pullback, which we didn't, or we're going to continue back through some of those highs, and those highs were 22s, right? 22 is a day high from Thursday, and we never could even get close to that. We just fail that closing price and then flush back to the downside on Walgreens Boots Alliance there. So not really what I was looking for. So not really something I really dabbled in. So what is the next trade? I'm kind of just watching this Google. Where can I get more of this Google? If this Google kind of falls on its face here, I think it could be really interesting. Very, very strong, right? Just almost. I don't want to say unusual, but it is holding in the upper fifth of this strong drive that we had. So it is relatively strong there. If it goes one way or another, I think it could be definitely interesting there. But yeah, take a look. Distinctly different. We've done this for a couple of times, I guess. Just here you have that strength. It starts in the pre-market. You just coast sideways, pretty much into the close there. Not really seeing that kind of behavior that often. Okay, maybe some here. This one actually does a bit of a pullback. This one's quite the opposite. You flush and then you just coast sideways near the lows for pretty much the whole day. So today, are we going to get more of the same? Are we just going to coast sideways into the close? If that's the case, then I'll pretty much stay flat or be flat on this trade, or we kind of come in and maybe we break one of these ends of the range and a potential chance to either size more or flip and get just as much or even more to the upside here on the Google as the market kind of comes back down. 18.5 couldn't really get there, having a little bit of a pullback. Seems like Intel coming down as well, maybe looking for those fresh lows. So let's see what AMD is up to. AMD did make a lower high underneath this. What is this? 84 halves as well. So pretty much sideways there on AMD, so nothing too crazy. What are you guys trading? Are you guys actively in something right now? What's moving around? My eyes are very limited right now, so if you guys can kind of point me in the right direction, I'll be more than willing to take a look at some of those tickers to see if there's any opportunity that kind of matches my style or my playbook on the day today. But market's a little bit sideways off of that strong flush in the opening session right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice. I think there's a lot of opportunities in the market, but I'm the same way where I'm trying to struggle to find them. So shout out to Kyle Burdett, apparently going away for the rest of the week. So not going to be in the chat much. Enjoy your trip. Much appreciated, and thank you again for your super chat, which I think amused us all to have read out others. That was pretty funny. As Bears versus Bulls said there, the enunciation was very on point for that one. But yeah, Starbucks, Kyle Burdett pointing this one out to me. Starbucks, yeah, this interesting little range here. We have this pseudo double bottom at 91, right? Then we come back up into this 94 area, and look at that, kind of just disappeared. But we did have this kind of failed wick here into that 91.40 here, that we kind of eventually did get sold out there. So VWAP really struggling with. I do think there is something like a 40 penny range. So we're going to have to see if this continues or if we bounce off this 90 MA. But I do think there are some opportunities in Starbucks. I'm going to get to the lesson, but IK asking me about Lilly a couple times here. So let's look at my old pal, Eli Lilly. And you know, as Neil spoke about getting divorced from stocks, this was a very hard one for me to divorce. I weirdly fell really into trading this name because I think the thing with Lilly is when it works out well, you can do really well with it. When it doesn't, though, you can get smacked in the face. I think that was my issue, was I just had to kind of step aside. And I don't know if we amicably divorced like OB and Amazon. I think with Lilly, it was a bit more of a, a bit of a contemptuous situation where I just, had to say goodbye to Miss Lilly. But yeah, I mean, right now, about a 28 penny spread, which for Lilly is not horrifying. Sorry, I guess it's like 22 pennies. Not a bad look, though, for Lilly. I mean, I think right now, IK, we're certainly curling up. I think you mentioned earlier you're in a long, so congrats to you. We had this nice recovery here off that 74.50 area. And I mean, this is a nice look, actually, for volume as well. Lilly, 1.5 million shares of volume is not too shabby at all. Like I said, I like Lilly when she's above a milli. I shout out to Lil Wayne with a milli. But yeah, I mean, we're above a milli on Lilly, so I think nice look. I would like to see, though, what we do here at 764. That was an earlier area we popped into and then rejected. So I want to see us take 764 with the viciousness. We're about a couple dollars away from that. But nice look on Lilly. This nice 5-minute green candle there is beautiful. Congrats to you. Congrats to you, IK, for this long on Lilly. Also, yeah, right, one more too before we get to this lesson. AMD. Basically, where I ended up getting stopped out was ironically where the long actually looks like it's picking up. But if we continue to reject that 130.83.50 area, I might go short here. Basically, the whole concept with this was an earlier area that we saw some support. We were initially holding up here decently, and then we kind of fell, so I got out. As Neil said once, you're losing trades should be boring. This one was pretty boring, so pretty happy with that. But also happy to get to our last run-through of the lesson of the day. It looks like I closed my PowerPoint, so that's all cool. We'll pull that back up. And we'll be talking today about different times of day for trading this whole week. And today is talking about what it's like trading on the open. If anyone has any insight as well or any strategies they like to trade off the open, let us know in the chat. And yeah, we'll chime in, give some color here to the lesson as well. And so basically, introduction here is morning trading or trading the open is basically going to refer to trading that occurs within the first hour of the trading day, so about 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. One of the benefits of the strategies that allow us traders to capitalize on the volatility present during that time of day, especially ahead of the slower action that is often found during the midday. So there we go. Why the morning matters. Volume is usually going to be a little bit stronger at the open, which can give traders lots of opportunities to get involved in more liquid stocks. If an asset or index has lower volume off the open, it can suggest a lack of interest in the asset or market that day. So some of these days you can really tell off the open if it's like a holiday shortened week. So last week there was a little bit less volume, a little bit more flat. You can get a sense of that based on what happens off the open. Direction here. Also worth noting because the direction that a stock moves immediately off the open can give market participants a sense of whether investors or traders are feeling bullish or bearish heading into the session. So one example was that massive pop up on Google, although of course, as Obi was telling us through his short, you can play that different ways, right? But I think it does give you kind of a sense in general of how the market is feeling beyond what we got in the pre. Levels, also worth noting here as well. Action off the open can give traders a sense of levels that can be important for the asset during the session. So potentially early levels of support and resistance. And also the opening price of an asset is used for indicators like pivots. Shout out to Sharif on his Safari. But there are some other factors to consider as well. There is a lot of volatility in these early trading, which can give greater excitement and opportunities for profit, but it can also make things a little bit riskier because trends and directions can be susceptible to change. So make sure that you're prepared for leaving the trade quickly, whether it be through taking profit or exiting with a loss. Figure out and set up your profit taking and stop loss levels right when you enter the trade so that you can take advantage of and fail to be swept up in some of those sudden price movements that are common in morning trading. Be aware of any economic releases, Fed speaker earnings calls, if applicable, that are scheduled during the first half hour or hour of the trading day, because we had this today as well. Some economic data is actually released in the morning. When you first started trading, did you find like you had a particular preferred time of day to trade in or anything like that, or times of day that you still kind of will prefer a little bit more?
Yeah, I think I guess off of stats is just like when I take my stats for throughout the day, it seems like there's certain strategies that work much better in the morning session, certain strategies work better during the midday, and then certain strategies going into the close as well. So it's like really honing into like what works when and what part of the playbook is I guess deployable at what time. Definitely is something that I'm working on, something I'm trying to get better at as well. Micron breaking through that 125. We talk about that VWAP hold as of right now. So, or a little earlier, we talked about how it was holding up, and now a little bit change in behavior as VWAP is broken along with that 125, a little bit of a psychological level as well as an intraday level as well. So a little bit of confluence happening at that 125. But yeah, no, depending on the time of day, I do kind of like to trade a little differently. Like you mentioned, off the open, very volatile kind of price action, and that's what I like for those quick kind of like scalps. I might not be in there for very long, maybe a couple of minutes. Maybe it's just a tape scalp. As soon as I see something on the tape, I'll be gone from that trade. Sometimes that lasts a couple of minutes, sometimes even a few seconds there. But if it's like a midday to like later on, maybe something a little bit more calm, right? Maybe a level to level, maybe something's consolidating. The volume and aggression isn't as pronounced during the middle of the day. So I think different strategies or different kind of an approach has been better for me on depending on the time there. But I think something you pointed out that is quite important, and I've been kind of caught off guard by it a few times, is the economic number. So you have a market catalyst, something that will move the markets, and we've seen it time and time again, whether that's Chicago PMI, whether that's CPI a couple of years ago, FOMC, right? There are certain market catalysts and market events that do move tickers around. So based off of that, I think it's always important to stay aware of those things. So every morning now, as part of my process, I look at like the economic calendar. I look at whether or not is there going to be some action or something moving around 9:45 or 10 a.m. That's usually around the time when those numbers come out. 8:30 as well. Is there any economic number coming out? I don't want to be. Well, I was that guy, and I don't want to be that guy who's or girl who's just like I'm in a position, I'm in a trade, and all of a sudden, like an economic number or some news comes out, news that we knew that was going to happen, right? It was there. The date and time was already set out, and you knew that based off of historical price action, the markets can potentially move aggressively off of an economic number. It's a market catalyst. Do have to be wary of that, either just have the stop in or just not be in position, right? So there's been times in the past where I've been in position and I either get stopped out or maybe I don't have a stop in and it goes crazy and I'm just like, oh, what the hell just happened? I have no idea. Things are going crazy. Punch out, kind of panic, and you don't want to be in that position. You don't want to be that kind of trader. And again, I live and you learn. I kind of went through that a couple of times before I was like, well, I never want that to happen to me ever again. So what do I do to get a little bit better? Every day part of the morning process is looking at that, giving a quick look at that economic calendar. Like, is there going to be something at 9:45 or 10 a.m.? Is there? Do we have any Fed speakers kind of coming out? Is anyone important speaking? Is the reversion man speaking? Shout out to Powell. But yeah, no, we talk about getting married to the stock, and if things are going to move around, Powell is that guy the ticker tells you not to worry about, right? So you don't want to get too married to a ticker that moves around when Powell talks there. So
I really like that analogy.
So that's something to consider for sure, Darren.
Oh my God, the guy the ticker tells me. Yeah, that was a good one. I got knocked out by that. Obi's killing it. I mean, thank you again for Obi for coming on this whole week and killing it with some of these jokes and references today. This is, as you could tell, I really enjoyed that one. Also, NER jolts are at 10 a.m. That is correct. But yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, I totally see what you mean, right? Because it's like if you can be aware of an event, why not, apprise yourself with that information? Because there are obviously events or news, for example, Apple, when we found out about Apple and Darwin AI, that was something that no one was really prepared for that report to come out, right? So if you were in that trade and you did get caught unawares, it makes sense that you would because we weren't really prepared for that. But if it's something like an economic event and all you have to do is look into it, right? It kind of, I guess you owe it to yourself to be aware of that type of thing. So I think that's a really interesting point, and I appreciate you bringing it up. Also, NER saying, I guess when I was talking about events to be aware of, Meta events to beware. Producer, that's a reference to me having the Meta Connect debacle where Meta sold off aggressively, about $3. But actually, let's look at Meta because Meta has been kind of a little sleepy today, although not when Sean took the short. Shout out to Sean's massive short here on this name earlier today because, wow, this one had a massive move to the downside. Then we recovered a little bit here, 488 around those previous pre-market areas. This is on the 5-minute here too, just for some context. Then we come back up, bounce off the 90 EMA a little bit, hold it really well, and then dip below. The spread on this isn't actually that bad right now. It's about 9 pennies, which for Meta is actually great. But, Sean was saying earlier this one was a larger spread. I think Meta, like Nvidia, the more action it gets, the more interesting it gets, the spreadier it gets, which is something I would definitely be aware of. And that's why I had to kind of step aside from trading Meta. I will only trade Meta now if I am obsessed with the movement. In general, of course, you want to make sure you have rules for entering stocks. But for Meta, it's not even oh, I really like it. I have to be obsessed and I have to be in love and it has to be a range trade for me to get involved in this name because the spread is just a little bit too much for me if I'm being really honest, unless I am absolutely ready to commit to whatever's happening here. But yeah, right now, I mean, Meta actually, with this spread not being that bad, this actually could be a decent range here, 490 to 491. I want to stare at the book a little bit longer before I step in here. Let's see if we can taste the rainbow looking at the book and the tape. I really like that analogy, so I'm gonna have to see here, but I think there is some kind of opportunity here in Meta. Also, not getting too AM destroyed in AMD right now. As I did mention, we did get chopped up in this name earlier, but I did like too that we were kind of, look at this massive topping tail candle here. We tried to reclaim that area. AMD was like, and we continued to sell off. We're basically flat on this. My point of entry is not great. That is one thing I'm working on. I should have added at that 183.40 when we weren't able to hold that, but I didn't, so I cannot dwell on that. I do have a beak water set here to get out the whole position around 182.60s. So coming into that earlier area, we saw that chop and churn, as I mentioned earlier. I do like that 182.50 area, but I will never let stocks run until the exact area I like them, just because I don't really trust the stocks that much. I don't really trust myself that much, so I like to give myself about 10 pennies of room. So if we can get to 182.60, I'd be pleased as punch. That's the area I'm looking at. I don't have much else on the horizon. I do have my beautiful little Nvidia. Not that Nvidia is beautiful, but I do have my little Nvidia 1 minute on my side chart. A little bit of range, but nothing that I'm super committing to here. It looks like we're doing the same kind of thing we did this time that I got swept up in, where we do, and I mean, shout out to Frank Bosa for saying don't get stuck into buying or get swept up in buying these dips in Nvidia. And I totally agree because I think these dips in Nvidia are so short-lived. I think right now we could be doing what we did a little bit here earlier, where we have these couple pops in where we look like we're developing a range, then we kind of fall below the 90 EMA and we sell off. That could be what's happening here. If we reject that 896, this actually could be a short opportunity for me, but I really want to be patient with that. I'm shorting another chip name right now, so that would be a nice set of chips with I guess instead of the dip, it's the rip. I don't know if you're shorting them, but yeah, shout out to OB with the chips and the dip there. So let's take a look at this one here too. Also, day trading Sing, I really appreciate this one. I know you like IWM and introduced it to me. I have found more success with SOXL with the same strategy. You may want to study it for yourself. So yeah, that's the SOXL. Let's look at this. Is this on the AM? Let's take a look here. This is semi. I know it's like a levered version of the semiconductor. Yeah, so it's 3 times bull shares for the semiconductors. Yeah, this is interesting. This is the one I want to study a little bit more too, because with these ETFs, like I said, I find that I have to, divorce my mind from the chart and look at it more as a book perspective and from the book and using the chart more as levels. But I mean, on the day right now, intraday, I like what we're doing with this 47.80. This is certainly an area of support earlier, so we'll have to see if it flips to resistance. Also was a bit interesting in the pre. So if I look at, basically what I'm doing here is I'm looking at the book for interesting levels, the chart for interesting levels. Then if we come to play in the book, I'll get involved. So thank you very much, Day Trading Sing, for bringing this one up. Right now, AMD just kind of chopping and churning. That's the only thing I'm in. How are you doing with Google?
Google is just, like I said before, kind of just sideways, not really doing anything too crazy there. Market is pushing towards the downside, maybe pushing for those fresh lows there. But I'm watching Micron here. Micron aggressive to the downside. We kind of mentioned it earlier. It was looking a little similar to the Google in terms of how it was setting up, but it's finally kind of cracking there. So let me just pull it up so you guys can see. Kind of looked at this. We were like, okay, well, it's respecting VWAP. Let's see if it kind of respects VWAP there. It doesn't really do it. 125 is broken right now. We're trading below 125, 124.40s as of right now. So we're printing below this shelf that we kind of made in the morning session. So taking a look at the 3-minute, you can see it a little bit clearer. That 125, a little bit of a wick hold over and over again. That 125 pushes right back up towards high day. Can't really make it. Distinct change in behavior where you've not only broken trend, you've gone sideways for a while. So you get people kind of timing out of their trades, going either way, and then it seems to have picked a direction relative to that 125, the lower end of that range there on Micron. Let's see how far we kind of pull back here. So just looking at the drive that we had, maybe we had a little bit of consolidation here underneath that 123, and then some more in and around this 124 just underneath it. So we're coming right into that 124 as of right now. Let's see what Micron will have in store. Maybe a little bit of a bounce, maybe some reversion, but I have no idea. I'm patiently waiting to see if there's anything interesting on the tape. I was looking at this price here at that 125 for a potential bounce, because I was like, all right, well, every time we've been here, we kind of wick back through that 125 and hold that 125, and I was like, maybe more of the same to get involved in and around here, but it doesn't do that. We do break that 125 and continue to the downside here. So I'll stay a little bit more patient just to see what that action might bring, but the market is kind of heavy to the downside. Maybe Nvidia is a good place to quickly take a look and see if it's also doing a bit of a bounce, and maybe that will keep us informed for a potential Micron bounce as well. Nvidia just a little bit sideways underneath that 900. So we've been kind of doing this for a little bit. Let's take a look at the 15-minute. So yeah, so 315s into that 9, and then a little bit of a pullback, making a higher low as of right now. VWAP's at 907 on the 15-minute chart I have. So let's see if Nvidia kind of bounces. If Nvidia bounces, let's see if Micron kind of follows in step. If it can get back through that 125, and if VWAP holds, I think I might look at it for a potential long. But as of right now, we did break that shelf as Micron was holding a decent chunk of its action. So this morning action, we held a decent chunk of it. Now we're trading back below. So do we take that 30% pullback? Do we take a 50% pullback? Or like we've seen on some of these other names, I know that somebody in the chat was saying, oh, Amazon short really working out. Oh boy, is it that Amazon short quite nice if you had some of these prices from 183s in the morning session. So we talk about a reversion, and oh boy, was this a reversion back down. So we were making a little bit of a shelf here on top of this 180. We attempted to push through 180. You can see this a little bit of a maybe a head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. Price holds this 180 and some change. You violate that price, you pop back in and you start to hold it again. So let's see whether or not this hold is of any significance. And let's see if we can kind of come back into that VWAP. But yes, shorts off of this morning kind of drive working very, very nice, as it's about 3 points in the money here off of the highs down into that 180 there on Amazon. So I'm just going to stay patient here. Google kind of a little bit of a curl, but pretty much sideways there. You can see that we're well within this opening, not really opening range, but when we did slow down, this range of consolidation that it's been doing in the upper fifth of its action there on the day on Google. Oh boy, AMD saying solo crystal. All right, let's take a quick look at AMD as well. AMD sideways, it would seem, in and around VWAP. So that 180, I think that 183, 184 was interesting last week, right? Yeah, I think it might have been a week high, if I do remember correctly. So yeah, right there. So you got Monday, Tuesday. So yeah, week highs in and around that 83 and some change on AMD from the previous week. Coming in, we're pretty much orbiting that those prices right now with a core being in and around that 84, 83 halves on AMD. So decent look there. I don't really have anything on it right now. Not really watching it too much for too much of the moves, but chips definitely on watch. AMD doing a little sideways, so maybe not the best for me. But I was watching Intel and Nvidia off of the open. So I don't know how many of you kind of traded that. MU gave it up on the 5. Yeah, so MU kind of pulling back, right? We're holding up on the 5. You mean on the 5 EMA or the 5 minute? Well, either or. I think both are a little broken right now, as Micron looking like it's poised to test some fresh lows, not lows on the day, but relative to this kind of consolidation, this chop that we've been having over the past hour or so. We are testing some fresh lows. So let's see if we can come back into some of those places where we saw consolidation on the way up. Where might that be, you ask? We kind of pointed out in and around that 124 and that 123, little bit of a chop there on the way up. So let's see whether or not we can kind of come back into some of those levels with Micron breaking trend, going sideways and pulling back for a little bit of relief after a really strong drive to the upside today.
Yeah, no, I mean, and here, Lucas Jackson clarifying the 5 minute chart. Yeah, but I mean, I think as you said too, it really was kind of
on both, yeah.
Giving up both, which is always interesting when there's kind of like accidental, more implications there. I like this Nvidia, this failure on NVDA. It's the 899 area, but I don't know if I want to take this on NVDA. So I might take this NVDL. NVDL has, from what I've seen, the best volume of these NVIDIA derivatives. This one right now about 9.2 billion. I know NVDX, sometimes I like those names that give you a little bit more movement just because I usually take smaller shares. So NVDL is not always going to give me enough because I do take smaller position sizes. But right now NVDX, I mean, it's a sad chart. We're not even at 1 million in volume. So if I want a derivative, NVDL is going to have to be what I choose. That's okay. I think we're continuing to kind of fail this 899 area. I might be a little bit late on my entry in this, but I do like this continued move to the downside here. NVDL, sorry, if we break decisively above this 41.20, I'll be up. We're going to be trying to get involved like 41.15. We're going to keep this very tight, take a few more shares because you're going to be getting a little bit less movement. This is about a $40 name. So I think it's just important for me to practice trading different kind of things. Why I like this level, we already got filled. Why I like this level is because I like this kind of bottom earlier that we had around that 41.20 area, which is again, more or less that 899.50 on NVDA. So if NVIDIA decisively kind of breaks out of that range and into the 900s, I'm gonna have to leave NVDL. Profit taking areas I like, I'm gonna set some for that 41.08, I think. And then just because it's kind of around that 41.05, but I don't want to take exactly 41.05. And then we're going to kind of see where we go from there. I think other areas I like are for sure going to be that just shy of 41, so like 40.97, and then saving a piece for La Dream at 40.80, 40.83, that whole area. So that's what I'll be eyeing. But yeah, I have to admit I did take some L's on AMD. as was mentioned there. Yeah, that's, you know what, honestly, I'm happy with this because I got it where I wanted to leave. We got into that earlier support area and then broke above here around that 183.80s. So I dipped, I added, because initially we were rejecting that VWAP beautifully, so I did add a little bit here. But then this beautiful rejection became a nightmare. So I had to make my exent, and that's okay. You gotta roll with what the charts give you. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. And in this case, we did run, but we ran within reason. So that's what matters. Happy I got it where I did, and just about learning from everything. Yeah, thank you so much, Calperded, as well, mentioning some, lower risk names that are good opportunities here, especially as, like I said, I am trying to go live very soon once I set some time aside to do the compliance test. But I mean, yeah, like look at this Starbucks is a really nice move here, that short of 91.40, which I really should have taken. I just didn't have my eye on. But yeah, we'll have to see if we bounce back at 91.05. I might take the long here. I do think, ranges exist for a reason. There is a range there. Speaking of ranges, Meta, are you going to keep doing this? Because I might actually, I just typed Nvidia. Someone has Nvidia on the brain. This Meta is kind of continuing to range here at this 490. Now, the thing is, too, is we're getting kind of slightly lower highs, which concerns me. I don't know if we'll get this 491 again. Looks like that 490.60, 490.70 is kind of our new top. But I mean, I can play with that. If that's all you're going to give me, Meta, I can play with that. So we're going to actually set something here for just above 490s, and we're going to have it with really small size, and we're going to see what we get, because I'm trying to take more opportunities of areas I like. Nvidia getting into a dicey area, so NVDL might not be an NVDW for me. I think we might be taking an NVDL on this Nvidia long ETF, so that might actually be, or not ETF, I guess, vehicle. So I think that might be my time to leave. We're still below this 41.20 area that I like, so, or not that I like, but that was kind of my stop level. So if we stay below here, I'm cool. But Nvidia is a really volatile name, and honestly, I feel like, at least in my experience, and maybe that's just because I am a little bit more skittish as a trader, which I am trying to work on, I found NVDL to even be a little fast moving. So as long as we stay below here, I will be staying in the trade. You have entered the Micron long.
I have entered a little bit of Micron there, but might have been a little early there as well. But I am watching this. Price is really starting to compress here on the Google. So I think that just maybe not too long before we potentially pick a bit of a direction here. But I don't know. We could just go sideways for the rest of the day. I kind of pointed out how Google has done that over and over again a little bit over time. So yeah, Micron coming back to the downside here. So I will kind of stop out of this one if it kind of flushes a little bit too much. I will get out of the way, as we did break that trend to the down to the upside, and we're flushing back in potentially. I was looking for maybe a little bit of a base, and there it goes right there. So I do get stopped out right there of the Micron on that flush to the downside. So kind of as soon as it breaks that 30, I'm like, all right, well, I do want to piece out of that one right there. I'll give it some more time, maybe some more. Need some more time to maybe kind of consolidate, because I don't want to be fighting the trend if the trend is aggressive to the downside here. So a little bit of a quick paper cut, just testing that out. But yeah, it seems like it is a little heavier to the downside there. This consolidation not really holding up and slamming right back to the downside. So now that we've consolidated and we're getting a little weak underneath this VWAP, which happens to be underneath that 125 as well, I definitely don't want to be long. And yeah, I guess I was willing to pay a little bit for confirmation of that information right there below VWAP. So maybe if we kind of push and we get a little bit of strength, I'll be looking to short some pops there on Micron, as this was apparently the pop that I should have shorted, but it didn't really pop as much as I was looking for there. But coming into the downside, there comes Google as well. You can see the flushes of red to the downside. Oh boy, are we teleporting? Is something happening right now?
Oh yeah,
because that was a little. Somebody's like, all right, we're gonna sell a little bit of everything right now, a basket. But yeah, let's see if Apple caught a bit of a sell there as well. Apple, not really. Apple doing its own thing. Let's check Softy. Softy, fresh lows, so Softy catching a bit of a sell. Google, we're watching that. Goog looking the same. Amazon near its lows as well. So, oh boy, does that short from those 183s look pretty good on top of that 180. So that's been working out quite well. Let's take a quick look at Tesla. Tesla rejecting VWAP. Okay, so it's interesting. Sometimes VWAP respects quite well, sometimes it doesn't. Today seems like one of those days that VWAP is holding its own on Tesla there. So we'll stay a little bit more patient to see if this comes in to any of these previous levels. I like that 173 as well. If we can get above that, maybe potentially something there on Tesla. As well. Greg Moore saying Tesla short. Yeah, off of the VWAP, I think that Tesla short looks great because, like, look, just more of the same. Off of the open, you can't really get past VWAP. VWAP has some selling. The selling accelerates, breaks the low, and then you kind of get this aggressive sell all the way into 170s, catch a bit of a bid back into 173, which happens to be a little bit of a level as well. And then confluences with VWAP and VWAP acting as a bit of a resistance as of right now on Tesla. So let's see what we do with that 173 on Tesla. But good luck on that short, Greg Moore. Seems like off of those 173s and off of that morning push, the short has definitely paid a lot of the participants, especially on Tesla there. Micron still chopping around sideways. So like I said, I'll stay a little patient. Don't want to pay too much for the information. I think I've paid enough on that initial test. I'll be a little patient to kind of let it show me if it's going to do what I'm looking for. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. Just move on to the next trade there. But let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. That short on Micron, oh boy, was that nice. The little flat break of that 125, but it doesn't get too far there, right? It goes about 124 and some change. So if you're trading this name, I think, I would be looking for something a little bit more than a 1 point if we're failing off that 127. Maybe a revisit of this 122s, 123s. But yeah, let's see what Micron has in store for us. If we're going to hold in and around this level, reclaim VWAP, reclaim 125, I think potential long might be in store. But if not, I have no idea then. Those are my if-thens for that specific scenario if it happens to set up like that. What do you got going on?
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely that that Google flash was really nice. I couldn't see anything on that for Google. But yeah, also shout out to the king of DraftKings over there. His name is Sean. He is short 45, 49 on DraftKings. So nice look there on this one. Yeah, and I mean, if anyone is not aware, that is the short right now. And honestly, that's a really nice entry too, because that was kind of the top area of this earlier range. Then we followed the viciousness on DraftKings. That's how a lot of these names in the queues kind of shaped up too, right? So Nvidia, we kind of had this consolidation, then we sold off. There were quite a few names that kind of had that look and kind of came to fruition in that way there. Nvidia, one of them as well. Yeah, this Tesla short, I was also kind of tempted to get involved in. And I say that because this is an area I drew it earlier. Look at how we're rejecting this earlier area. This was an area we struggled with in the morning. So you know what? I'm going to stop yapping about it. I'm going to take this. I'm not going to take a huge position. We're going to take this short as we kind of reject this level. Also happens to be rejection of the 9 EMA. And I do like, I like that level in general. B, I like the confluence we have there. I'm going to be watching to see what we do. I want to take some profit at this 171.60, but also that was a small position to begin with, and we didn't get everything filled here. So if I don't get everything filled here, I will not really have any room to run and to deposit some shares as we go. Also, Meta, I should be getting filled around here. This is, I think, where I had my profit taker set. I was really happy with this trade. Honestly, I got kind of involved at the base here of this range, trying to take out about 50 pennies with a smaller position size. There we go. We are filled. I'm happy. I did have a couple L's here. As I was saying earlier, it was not my best trading day. I find for whatever reason on Mondays, I always struggle a little bit. And I think, maybe it's like it's the first day of the week and my brain needs a reset. I don't know, maybe I'm just sleeping too much in the weekend and it's wiping me out in terms of my trading brain. But you know what? That's all right. And I always do find that I need that Monday to kind of remember, hey, this is your strategy. This is how you like to trade. And then kind of get back into it and get the feel for it again, right? So honestly, we had a couple winners here. Very positive on Microsoft, very much positive on Meta as well. So please just punch with that. Try to focus on the positive here. Not like honestly that kind of ended up being a pun, which it wasn't supposed to be. But just trying to focus on on the upside, both in the account and also in terms of what I'm learning. As Sharif said, you either lose or you learn. And in this, you win or you learn. And you lose while you learn or learn while you lose. So that also works. But yeah, I think in this case, we did a lot of learning today. I'll put it that way. But learning also matters. So I can't be too pressed about that. Tesla, if we break above this earlier area of that 172.34, which was a pretty interesting area for earlier. Look where we had this doji. Break above there, I'm outie. We're going to have to cut off this trade because Tesla, you have to keep it on a very tight leash. You have to make sure you have that you can't let it full self-drive, okay? Because Tesla will if you do. You have to make sure you have your foot on the brake pedal at all times in case of a crash. Also, Meta, I might have gotten out of this a little too early, but I mean, this range kind of still coming to fruition here. I should have maybe taken this short, but I think because we're up on the day, I'd rather take this range basically at the bottom. So if you come back into that 490 and hold, I'll take this again, maybe with a few more shares now that I feel a little bit more confident in how this range is holding up. Right now, basically flat on Tesla, no complaints, no stressla in Tesla, which is, I think, always, honestly, that's kind of the best when you could say that. Yeah, what else are you kind of looking at? We have 15 minutes left. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's time is definitely flying there. I'm watching that Micron kind of coming right back in. So it did make some fresh lows there. So we were selling to the downside, and the first area, potentially the first consolidation that we had, or the second consolidation that we had on the way up, just a little bit, quick little pullback, was in and around this 124 to 123 halves. So I'm watching that here on Micron as that 124 comes right in. So let me pull up the tape for you guys. MU. Okay, so that's 124. Let's see if there's any size at the level, anything crazy going on there for a potential look on Micron. But we kind of talk about that trend continuing, and that trend is definitely continuing to the downside here. Do I want to punch short? I guess I was a little tempted. I was just like, I can take this quick consolidation breakdown there, but I'll be a little bit more patient. I think there may be better opportunities for the short on a little bit of a pop. I don't necessarily want to be chasing the move down at like 2 o'clock, right? Wow, it's almost 2 o'clock. You're right. Time is definitely flying. But with the craziness that we've had off of the open, pretty much sideways for most of the day here, with only about 2 hours left. Seems like Google is probably going to do, or maybe likely going to do that dance where it just kind of goes sideways for majority of the day there. But Micron, I'm looking for a potential bounce. Maybe it'll be there. I tried that one, the long once on this little pull, but wasn't necessarily there. I'll be a little bit more patient. I'll wait for the turn to actually come in. If it'll come in, maybe we consolidate a little bit higher. Maybe we take a couple of shots at VWAP or some of these previous levels here at that 124.90s, 125s-ish level on Micron. So that's kind of all I really have on watch. Going into the close, I guess I did have Reddit and XOM kind of on watch today as well. XOM, let's see what oil has done today. So let's take this VWAP out of the way. So you see that nice little strength going into the end of the previous week there on XOM. So that's kind of what I was looking for a potential continuation. You dip quite aggressively off of the open, but then eventually you do reclaim those closing prices from the end of last week, and we've been trending up for about half a point since then, 16 and some change, all the way to 17s on XOM. So XOM quite strong on the day after the little dip off that 115, 117s coming into play there, and then the other one obviously was Reddit, RDDT. I was looking for a continuation, but I did also mention that 47 price was the opening price. So I was like, if the bid holds 47s or 46s, look for that reclaim back or look for a push back towards some of those highs. But as you can see, it's clearly the opposite. So the opposite of what I was looking for is happening. 147 doesn't hold. 147 actually acts as a resistance. So you have a key level acting as a bit of resistance here. 47, the IPO opening price. Now you got to remember that Reddit IPO has been long awaited. Right? Been waiting for this one for quite some time, so a lot of people definitely interested in the name, and just that amount of information is enough for me to be interested in what we do with that opening IPO price at that 47. So as of today, right now, we are trading below that on top of that 45. Now, if I remember correctly, 45 had a pretty strong bidder on Reddit. Let's see if Buddy is back at that 45. So let's take a quick look at Reddit and pull up the tape. It does trade on the NYSE. Oh boy. Let's see. No real size at that 45. Yeah, it's a little interesting. But yeah, let's take a quick look. Nothing really there at that 45 as of right now, but maybe something will show up the closer we get. But I'll be watching that 45 just to see what Reddit will do with that 45. So if we continue to hold that 45, maybe potentially a trade there. But as of right now, we're trading below the IPO opening price. We faded off of 75. We failed to follow through 75. We broke back below 50, and now we're holding 45s on a chart that is building into the lows. So I think that's definitely an interesting look. I don't have shares borrowed just yet, but maybe I should get on that if that shelf is looking like it's going to break. But like I said, I'll stay a little patient. I'll give it some more time, some more room. But that 47, oh boy, was that a place to be involved just underneath VWAP as well. So you had that confluence a little bit later on in the day, and we talk about how the moves can be less aggressive. Look at that first time it breaks through that 47, very aggressive to the downside, holds at 45, and then on the rebid, can't even get to that 47, and the selling comes in a little bit more methodically off of that 47 back into that 45 on Reddit. So yeah, definitely lots of opportunity on the day, depending on where and how you're looking at some of these names and how your trade plan is poised relative to some of the action that we've been getting here. But yeah, let me know in the chat where you guys have been trading. We're pretty much coming to a close here for the midday session here. So hopefully you guys got a little bit of information, some value off the tidbit on trading the open, as Adara pretty much carried the lesson. I didn't necessarily have the lesson, but going forward this week, I'll definitely have the lesson beforehand and kind of be more prepared to talk about certain things. But got a little lucky. What the lesson is on was reflected in some of the trades that we took right off of the open with the Intel and the Google opening drive, that volatility, that volume coming in, that distinct direction off of the open. Doesn't necessarily happen very often, but seems like today was the day on some of these names to start off the week on a very strong, hard push to the upside on a lot of these chip names, as well as Google and tech names as well. So catching a bit of a pullback quite decently, maybe a bit of a pullback. Oh boy, we're back below opening prices for a lot of these tickers there. I hear Sean talking about Meta. Are you still short on that Meta, Sean?
We're still short 497.
Wow, 497. Wow.
35.
497, 35.
Change.
497, 35. So you basically clipped the highs by 2 pennies.
It was by 6.
Damn, by 6 pennies. All right. Yeah, just a couple pennies here and there, but solid snipe there by Sean off those Meta highs, and still holding about 7 points in the money. Oh boy, is that wild!
That's so wild. Sniper, yes, sniping there for that trade. Random shout out to Dora, the Explorer. Yeah, I mean, I think one too that I want to take a look at. This is, of course, not my name, especially at this desk today, but Andre Bourgeois asking for my thoughts on Amazon. So there are some levels I do want to kind of talk about here, and one of them is going to be, and I actually should have shorted this when I noticed it, but I didn't, because I find Amazon, for whatever reason, it does not matter how nice a level looks. This could be paranoia, but also when a thing happens enough time, it starts to feel real. But anyways, no matter how good a setup on Amazon looks, whenever I get involved, Amazon is like, nah, and goes the opposite direction. That being said, This short I really should have taken because that was a cool 30 penny short here off that 180.30 area. Why I like that area is because look at that previous area of support that became resistance here at 180.30. Then the base of the area I was looking at was that 180.05 because that was an earlier area we had a bit of a pop. I mean, if you look at the wicks on Amazon, Amazon's really behaving very well there. Like swinging from vine to vine here, that 180.30, 180.05 area gives you about 25 penny range. I think it's a nice look. Also, that 180.95 area earlier, massive area of resistance. We try to have the topping tail candle into VWAP. Amazon's like, the sell-off continues. So I think there are some clear areas. The other area I drew, and this would, I think Amazon would have to be climbing pretty hard to get back up in this level, to get back into this Amazon. But we had that pre-market low of I guess not pre-market low, but pre-market base of that 180-130 area. That was a nice area earlier. If Amazon can get back in there, I think that could be a nice look. But right now, I think there is certainly something pretty fascinating about that 180.05 into 180.30. The other, to me, I think the range of the day that I only took the once, I'm a little upset at myself for, this meta range. Yeah, I was very happy. I feel like, I was very happy my order was met in Meta because we did have that range for a while here, 490 into that 490.50. I think you even could have probably taken it 490.70s into that 491, but I was just Meta because of the spread being what it is. You do have that spread to worry about there in Meta. I did want to be cognizant of that, and that's why I was a little bit more cautious. Happy I took my 50 pennies. Please just punch on that. This is a name, though, I should have been a little bit more aggressive on. But honestly, again, shout out to Sean for taking pretty much, literally top wick here, 497.35 to the downside into that. The lowest we got here was 488. So, yeah, congrats there to Sean. Killer Katina, as Sharif calls him. Sometimes, so nice look there. You're welcome, Andre. Hopefully that read helps. That was kind of, I think Amazon, there are certainly some opportunities to play there. For sure. AMD kind of coming back. Obi said it best here. I think that AMD has been kind of stagnant around VWAP. There were some opportunities there. I was just not the person to play them correctly. I think there is sort of this top here of 184.30 coming back into that VWAP. And then if you want to give it even more room, coming into 183. I think to me, there are some opportunities there, but I think you have to be a lot faster, a lot scalpier, and definitely a better trader than I am. I'm definitely still learning. Also, just because I just elbowed Trenda, take out the trading turtle. Here she is. Shout out to her. Some people mentioning the turtle in the chat there as well. But yeah, so this was not a trending ticker, that is for sure. But I think there were probably some scalp opportunities there. Anything else you're looking at? I can't believe we're 3 minutes left.
What's her name?
Trendatica, the trading turtle. She was named by Ramin.
Trendatica.
The trading turtle.
The trading turtle. Okay, so when she's around, you're telling me that there's a higher probability of trends happening?
Well, she's always kind of around. So I think she's just like, I guess how they have the bears and the bulls for bearishness and bullishness.
Yeah.
I think she's just like trending tickers in general.
Okay, all right. So we gotta. What would you say her name was? Trendla?
I think it's Trendatica, the trading turtle.
Okay, all right. A little bit of a tongue twister there. I can't even say tongue twist, but So let's trend a little bit more to the downside here for these shorts. Let's see. See, Google's kind of just trading sideways right there. So I am probably going to kind of time out of this ticker soon enough. If it doesn't really go anywhere, we talk about how it's done this a few times in the past couple of weeks, where it just very strong what's happening? Reddit to the downside. 45 just broke through that 45 quite aggressively. 30 pennies to the downside. If you guys were watching, that happened right now, and maybe a little bit of a flush. That 45 might be a little interesting. We talk about that level. There was a level at that 45 initially, so off of the IPO, and now we're trading below it. So first, fresh lows on Reddit, it would seem. Let's take a quick look at what those pre-market lows were a few days ago. Are we trading below those? I think it was 44.20. Might have been. Okay, so 44.20. So 44.20s. So fresh lows on the day, but not fresh all-time lows just yet on Reddit, as Reddit all-time lows is in and around that 44.20. That happened to be a few days ago. If you look at the pre-market session, it did have some R-vol when we were trading in and around some of those prices there. I'll pull up the chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about. So 44.20s was the lower in and around here. Day one IPO, some 5,000 lots, as I remember, at that 45 on the initial day. Size kind of shows up the second day and holds a little bit higher. And today we are trading well below that price. And take a look at that quadrunk to the downside happening right now on Reddit. Let's see, I got to borrow some shares because if this pops and drops and makes a little continuation on this trend, I do want to be involved now that we've traded back below that IPO price of 47, and now we're trading back below where we saw that 5,000 lots on that initial day at that 45. So maybe that support could have turned into resistance, but that's all we got for you guys here with the midday show.
Yeah, it is 2 p.m. as for LATZ said in the chat, don't fight the turtle, don't fight the trend, and definitely don't fight going over to the big desk right now. We'll see you tomorrow, same bad time, same bad channel.
See you guys.
Hey guys, yeah, happy Monday, Easter Monday afternoon. 2 o'clock, a couple hours left here as we get going into, back to, let's be honest, kind of a negative day here as far as the overall market is concerned. I was just noting a couple of things. We had that inflation data out this morning. I'll touch on it a little bit further coming up here in a couple of minutes, but PMI at 9:45, also at 10 o'clock come out on the wrong side of things. So big move right now happening in long-term yields, more long-term than the short-term yields. So 30-year and the 10-year specifically, big moves up today, right back to the top end of the range. That's the US dollar as well on a daily chart. Big move up here back above 105 briefly for the DXY this afternoon. So worth noting. Anyways, OUST 20% for a little one. There was a Craig Hallam positive note this morning on this. It's an electronic equipment maker. Positive note, $10 price target, goes all the way to $960. It's topped out here a couple of times at $960 for OUST, one of the bigger movers of the day. Market, meanwhile, as we said, kind of flat, a little bit negative. We gap higher this morning and then fade that all afternoon. But yeah, it's Google, it's Microsoft, it's Meta. Some of the chip names as well, AVG, Broadcom, AMD, and Qualcomm. Micron actually leading down here, 5% for Micron. I'll show you why here in a second. But as you can see, everything else, lots of red on this board today, including banks. Banks very weak across the board. Some of the healthcare, pharmaceutical names specifically, downside, Eli Lilly, 2.5%. Home Depot up here, ugly today as well, 3.3%. To the downside for HD. Costco following suit, TJX as well, 1.6%. Tesla, full 2% downside, coming off what looked to be, anyways, a positive start to the week for Tesla, if you're with us in the pre-market this morning. Bank of America going to buy, or maintaining their buy on Micron, but raising their price target this morning. Very positive note from B of A. So we get this initial blast off all the way up to 126, 127. It's coming off pretty heavily right now for Micron, but huge day for MU. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, that inflation data kind of stealing the headline out of nowhere this morning. So positive inflation data here is what I'm talking about. S&P Global Manufacturing, the PMI final at 9:45, there was 51.9 versus 52.5% expected. ISM Manufacturing PMI 50.3 versus 48.3. And I mentioned in the pre-market, the one at 10 o'clock, the ISM one's the one that the market pays more attention to typically. And sure enough, that's why we got that, or it appears anyways, that's why we got that big move up in some of the yields in the dollar throughout the day here. We're basically back to session highs for both. Let's get into a bit of a review. If you're with us in the pre-market, we teed up Tesla this morning. There was a few kind of minor notes. One was regarding a price cut, once again, for the Model Y in the US. It was $1,000. There's been a whole bunch of commentary I've noticed today about Elon and a sliding reputation, negative reputation for Elon hurting the stock. So it's been pretty negative, guys. Right out of the gate, as soon as the market opened, this thing was under pressure.
Yeah, under pressure.
Doom, 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 doom.
That's a good song, man. That should be like the theme song when it comes back to us, you know.
So I can admit this, because some people don't like to admit embarrassing things, but we were in, and maybe you remember this when we were in grade 9 at our high school.
with admitting embarrassing things.
But they used to play music sometimes before like the bell.
Yeah, to get you to go.
To get you to go. Yeah. And there was one day, I'm not making this up, in grade 9, it was probably like the first couple of weeks of school, And they started playing like doon 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 doon, and I turned to somebody. I
was Vanilla
forget
Ice.
who it was. I was like, "Yo, Vanilla Ice," because it's a couple of years after Ice Ice Baby.
Yeah.
And like
The
every
greatest rap song of all time.
well, at the time was pretty hot.
By the
and then
greatest rap artist ever.
everyone started punking me. They're like, "What are you talking about, Neil? Yo, man, that's a legend song." They're like, "Under Pressure." I'm like, "What the hell is Under Pressure?"
Word to your
Because I had no clue whatsoever. I was that guy. Like I didn't know. Like I knew some classic,
Right.
Like some classic rock, but like I had no clue for that song.
Oh, that's why they're playing that Under Pressure, because you're under pressure to get to your
Get to your class.
Yeah,
But I was
yeah,
just
yeah.
like, yo, we're repping, this school reps Vanilla Ice in the morning.
Guys, look, stop. Collaborate and listen.
Ice is back.
Tesla's
Brand.
back.
No,
With
it's
a
not.
brand new model, but I mean, they're not really, and that's the problem. I mean,
They're
I
under
think if they
pressure.
they are very much under pressure. But and it's kind of funny that Brendan said, like, if you took advantage of this early, and I remember sweating this one out. I was like, oh God, it's 9:31:30. I wrote down patience here on the sticky note, and I'm already in. Well, I mean, when we were down, we started to make that move. We started to break the pre-market levels there, so we just went short. And I was actually talking to Randy, who was sitting here for a while with me here this afternoon. And it was just like I said, as soon as we broke this pre-market and then we went, at that point, I took a small amount of shares that first time because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. But then when it came back up, like the fact that it broke and went down so good, we tested it again, and boom. And there's our last out there on the take of the 50 period. We almost got the bottom, a good baseline right there. Tesla for the win today, man. I know Neil had this as well. 175, 176, cover right there at 171. It was only probably about 15 to 20% of this reload, but we had done it so much that it turned out to be a really good one for us. It's going to be my number one name today, and I don't know if I'll be able to find something that beats it, but it's Tesla right now, and it was a good trade to be short.
Well, it couldn't, okay, there's a couple of things you probably reasonably could have been short that would have been better than Tesla, I suppose, because if you pull up a chart of like DTJ, sorry. If you pull up a chart of that, you pull up a chart of Reddit, you could probably make an argument that you would be better off of shorting those. But I think it's a bit loose because the liquidity was certainly better on Tesla. For this afternoon, because like Sean already went over this 176. Like, what are you going to do? We're not getting that price. Like, if we get a chance to short 176 this afternoon on Tesla, I'm eating a spoon of Vegemite. Like, trust me, if we get back up, can we come to the chart, Ram?
176? That's very possible.
Come to the chart, Ram. I'm just saying.
No, I feel like you're just back from vacation. You've had some ibuprofen here. Are you sure you want to?
Okay, so actually that's an important, Kevin. I did have to take a couple of extra strength because I had this thing, my back and my glutes acting up. I was sitting on the ground at the terminal and we had a delayed flight. My daughter was sleeping on me.
To come back.
I'm not making this up. Like I was in I take it a 7.5 out of 10 in terms of like sciatic pain today. But I'm straight up. If we see that 176, there's just no way. I'll eat a spoon of Vegemite because you're not getting back up to that price. If anything, you list lower high off 173. It's an important close. That's where I jumped out of the trade. If it gets back up there again, I just want to show the importance of this 173 area on the 15-minute. It's been a good consolidation spot. You had multiple closes at that price last week. So if it does hold, I think that's where you want to jump back in. It's also VWAP as well, but I wanted to show you the higher time frame. So if it pops over VWAP, I think shorting the low 173s into 173.5 is going to be a play here in Tesla. Great bounce for it. The market's decent bounce, I'd say, but off the bottoms, $3, that's nice. I just think it's still a short unless it gets above 173.5, and even then, I don't think we see 176.
All right, let's go on to Microsoft here. The market trying to make a little bit of a bounce here, back to positive anyways for the Qs. Part of that, I just noticed Microsoft was back above 42.50 once again. Nice little bounce or recovery. A couple of things this morning. We were discussing this OpenAI note, not this specific OpenAI note, but they're teaming up to make something called Stargate, some data center work between Microsoft and OpenAI. And yeah, apparently starting today, I have a paid account, but if you don't, you can use ChatGPT without even signing in using Google or anything. You can just start using it. So it's more along the lines of, according to this anyways, maybe not in Canada, I just realized, but we'll check. Not that it matters, but it's more along the lines of Google was the point. You can just pull it up and start using it right away. Jefferies, meanwhile, with a positive note this morning on Microsoft as well, maintaining a buy, raising their price target to 550, still holding the pre-market low here, looking a little bit better than the rest, guys, for MSFT.
Yeah. All right.
trade Softy?
We actually didn't even trade. I don't think we really traded Microsoft today, but let's have a quick look at it right here. I mean, I think this is one of the names that, you know, you're probably going to want to buy on some dips, but that dip, you know, is sort of happening right now on the minute chart as the market continues to go up. Microsoft's coming down. I mean, remember that we didn't get a chance to talk about this too much on the podcast because Canal was just gone. And thank you so much for Canal coming through. We had a great time. But I wanted to talk about some of the market leadership here where we were told that the market can't go up if we lose some of these names, right? Microsoft right here has been holding on pretty good as Apple is down 10% this year. Meanwhile, the NASDAQ is up 10% this year. So I was actually wondering if some of that change, and it's not, today Microsoft's up, so some of this has changed today alone, but it's like Microsoft also just is coming through 5 straight down days. So I you know, we already looked at the NASDAQ trying to hold up. So I think if Microsoft can hold up, then the market will probably be okay heading into earnings. In a month, all these names will come through again. I mean, can you believe that's already earnings season again? So, you know, 420, the same level that we talked about earlier, I still think that's a buy right there. And it's you know, coming in a little bit. There's that 420 bottom. I'd say you just wait for it. Again, like I have 2 shorts on right now. All my money has been made short. I'm not changing my opinion. We were short this market. I mean, we just got stopped out. Now this screen is black. Oh my God.
That happened twice this morning.
We just got stopped out on Meta. We'll talk about this because it's another big cap name. We had the high of the day on Meta. We just got stopped out now out of our last, this was a good one. Like we have like 20% left at VWAP, which was kind of always going to be the plan. We did leave it here. We should have got out a little bit lower, but some of these names continue to move. And we're starting to lose, like we're all up today. I just really worry, like if the NASDAQ is down and these names start to lose, could be a little bit of a, you know, a downside push here coming. So that's why I'm really biased to the short. We got a good trade on DraftKings right now, but.
Microsoft breaks 422. Why wouldn't we see 420? I mean, I don't know. The NASDAQ is flat right now to slightly down after being green. Like it was 0.5% to, I think at one point, we were close to, whatever we were, it doesn't matter. Like, look at the pullback. Like, you're bouncing off the highs and putting in higher lows on the NASDAQ, and a stock like Softy is brushing off these bottoms at 422. If it breaks the low, it's a relatively weak stock. If it goes relatively weak, I'm talking in terms of the actual days of trade. I understand it's up 0.4 into a market that's down, but if you look at it for most of the day, it's sitting at the lows while the market is bouncing off of them. So I think you're in some trouble, but if we don't trade 420, I don't want the long in that stock. I'm in Apple to the short side, and it's more like the level that we like. It came down here, tested the 170. Once it did that, sort of shorted it back and never got to VWAP. I think now you're getting closer into VWAP, but I shorted the curls going into this 170 area several times. It hasn't really been giving you the big follow through to the 169.5, and I don't know after this series of higher lows if it's worth another reload. I'd say it's not, but I'm sort of sitting in this one, the 5th time short here on Apple, and this is down 1%. So I think you do have that concern that if some of these bigger names don't bounce, well, the chips were strong and holding things up early, and even they're not as strong right now. So what's going to give the reason for this NASDAQ to hold flat, other than just maybe it's a sideways market? But I think your risk would be that we retest some of those lows. I'm only sitting in shorts myself as well. So Softy, if at 422 breaks, I suppose we could be looking at a 420 long at some point, maybe today.
All right, BTC back downside as we were talking in the pre-market. We did, however, get a bit of a move higher initially on some of the equities related after initial flush. Mara, I mean, even Riot kind of looked the same out of the gate. You get the initial flush and then the move back higher before the sell-off continued. But yeah, most of these, including Coinbase, following suit with BTC today, guys, all downside.
Yeah.
Hindsight's always 2020, but like I didn't look at Coinbase until way too late because I was convinced I was going to trade IBIT, and I liked IBIT at 41, and then IBIT couldn't break 40 even. So you miss out on something like this, and I've kind of marked off 260 here. Whether or not we get any chance to trade off of that today is unlikely, but I can have that level for tomorrow. I look at the bottom on, this will be Wednesday, 255. So that low, I think, is reasonable. So you're $5 away from that. Is that something we could see? Because I don't know if we get all the way up to 260 for a fade. But could we have a bounce that lets you fade 255? That's possible today for Coinbase. I was wrapped up in the old IBIT trade off the key massive price level, which obviously was, when I sat down, was looking like 41. So there was no trade off the 41 level. 40, I said I would take the 40 level, and then by the time I decided I wanted to short off 40, you were too far away. So I had to sit out Bitcoin today, which is fine. And we talked about this in the lesson of the day. It's one thing to get married to stocks, but if you just stare at IBIT and don't find any other things to trade, then you're going to get yourself hurt. But I liked it. I thought we'd get a chance to trade this, miss some other opportunities out there. But you move away from it when it doesn't give you the setup you want. And I'm not really seeing anything other than maybe that 40 level, 39.5 or some scalp, something like that. The trend is already in. I'd rather look at Coinbase, which I think has a better chance to give me some kind of movement this afternoon. On a big pop, I think I'd try to short 65s if we could, or 55 if we could. Just a matter of waiting for it, not thinking long.
Yeah, 68.5 there. Yeah, that's pretty low. We talked about whether or not it would hold that 69 level earlier, and now you're all the way down. UCOM. Okay, just want to look at some of the different coins here quickly, because sometimes that's what we want to do. Cardano, I mean, it's been kind of bad now here, as you're now going to be down for the week, the last 7 days, it's a rolling 7 days. Dogecoin's the only one that's been up there. They're all starting to pull back a little bit here, including even the last 24 hours is pretty much when all the damage has been done. So some of these coins continue to go down. Solana's still holding though at 188, which is nice. Cardano down to 61. Ethereum 34, this to me would be one of the more interesting names, of course, as we continue to watch out for, listings and whatnot or filings for Ethereum ETFs. So that'll be something that we're looking at. I'm still trying to watch out, trying to find out maybe changing my SMH. What's next? Palantir. Okay. I might change this. So we're short SMH right now off the top. We may just, we've held the 50 period there. My stop on this right now is 228.50. So that's all the way up here, but we've since made a bottom and double touched it down there. Yeah, all right, let's go the 228 break, but let's not give up 50 more cents on this name if we have to. All right, back over the desk and we'll talk a little bit about Palantir.
Yeah, there was a few analysts this morning discussing Palantir. Really no significant news. We had that contract that was announced back on Friday. It was decently active in the pre-market. I was just looking into this. TPST absolutely screaming right now to 550, but I don't see anything. Heavy volume on this as well. It is about 30 million shares, it looks like, 33 million shares, so relatively small float on TPST going crazy today. PLTR on the other hand, was higher along with the overall market and the pre-market, but didn't take long for this thing to come under pressure as well. Kind of back and forth, guys, here for PLTR today.
Those letters.
Yeah, this morning on the mix, this was a short to me. And it has a lot to do with what happened on Friday and the levels. It was at, there's Randy. Gave you the red mug today, which is definitely fitting. Randy and his, I'm telling you, man, Randy is the XOM whisperer. We'll talk about the next time energy comes up.
He's not even whispering about it, man.
No, he's not. He's yelling about it every single time. You can't whisper when you're banking on it. You got to be loud. And we'll get to some energy. I feel like today didn't have much. What the heck? That was pretty cool.
I mean, my hands are right here, man. I wasn't hitting anything.
No, I don't even have that on my board. You don't have. I don't think you have that on your board. Why don't we have some of those?
Happy
cool
Easter
sound
Monday,
effects?
maybe.
I want some of those sound effects.
Sometimes I feel like we've got an extra power behind us.
Well, the other thing we need to do is,
you know what I'm saying?
No, the other thing we need to do sometimes around here is like take suggestions from you guys. Like, hey, well, we have a lot of really fun graphics. We hit them all the time, but you see the same ones every single day. I'm waiting for you guys to tell us, how come you don't have a button for this? How come you don't have a button for that? And then we can because Fabian doesn't have anything to do. I don't know if you guys watch the show every single day. I mean, Ramin is hard at work. I mean, constantly. But Fabian's around here just sort of taking pictures.
Oh my God, there's like 12 Fabians.
Like, he's just having fun. Like, he needs more things to do. So if you have suggestions, and let us know.
I thought he needed less things to do. I think these guys are.
No, I'm joking. These guys are always working. But it would be cool if you guys have some suggestions, like music we could play, as long as it's not copyright, graphics we could have. Palantir was a short. I'm not shorting it now because it actually, in some ways, feels a little bit strong over VWAP. So it was the fade off of, Friday. Thursday's levels. So when it couldn't hold and break above Thursday's close, which was exactly 23 bucks, we shorted a breakdown. We shorted the pop into 23. I tried a VWAP retrace. That looked okay for a hot second and got 10 cents out of that. But now it's holding above VWAP. So suddenly you have a stock which was weak all morning, broke VWAP, and then held VWAP now twice. So unless it cracks back under VWAP, I think I stay away from Palantir on the sell side. And I was thinking a 23 breakout this afternoon, but the market would have to show me something. But you know what? I like a 23 break on Palantir. But if in order for it to get there, I feel like the market's going to have to do some work as well. But that looks pretty good. If it tries to go green today, I think there's room for it to go 40 cents. So why not? It's at 22.77. Maybe a VWAP plays in there. This would be something I'd be willing to go long. But it has to give me that 23 break.
Yeah, Neil was talking about Palantir. I'm going to talk about something that's very similar in the same kind of a bucket as a new technology. I mean, not even that new, but a high growth name. Let's talk about DraftKings. I brought this to everybody in the Midday show. If you guys are watching the Midday show, I was putting in there, I said new position, DraftKings. We also have more Trader TV Live. Go find that. You can find me and Neil's positions updated throughout the whole day. This trade had 6 cents worth of risk, and I explained it on the chat. I even had Randy sitting here and I was telling him about this trade. So our stop here was at 60. We're short now DraftKings at 49. Sorry, 11 cents worth of risk. We just touched down there 80 cents. That's down to VWAP. We got a good piece out there for 50. We're going to get out of half if it takes the 50 period right there. So there goes DraftKings to the downside. And you're seeing other names. Probably, and I haven't looked at this. Roku's maybe a little bit different, but you're going to get high-flying names that'll probably come out a little bit. Look at Roku. See? I didn't even look at this yet. I'll give you another name. Probably Roblox down as well. What?
Roku. We joke about how we never see a Roku. The Airbnb that I was at.
Yeah.
There was a Roku TV in every room in our Airbnb in Florida. Yeah. I'm talking first of all, I don't even understand why you need to have I think it was 6 different TVs. It was a bungalow. It was a 3-bedroom bungalow. And there were 6 TVs.
3-bedroom bungalow, 6 TVs. Well, you got to have one in the bathroom.
No, they had they turned the garage into a rec room, and then there was...
there you go.
Yeah, there was one in a
maybe something in the basement.
Yeah, no. Then there was a patio in the back, and they threw one in the outdoor patio. It's like an indoor-outdoor patio kind of thing. And they got a TV out there as well. We're not using the TV. We're not watching. Okay, fine.
No, but if you're down there for a party or something,
I could get it.
March Madness.
But all Rokus, and I'm like, this is jokes. I don't usually see those. But I wanted to say one thing about DraftKings because it was ancillary to DraftKings. Is that a word?
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be appropriate. It's a word.
We were talking about stocks this morning that are depressed and trying to consolidate for moves up. Now, DraftKings obviously has had a bit of a move, but I was looking at Penn, which is obviously crap on the daily chart here. But look at the nice little higher lows. It's trying to break this consolidation. The previous resistance support level at 1830 is trying to hold it. If this thing breaks and closes above the 50 period, that'd be the $20 level. This is worth watching. And the good news is, there'll need to be some strength in DraftKings to carry you there anyway. Not that DraftKings, I know it was a short today for you. But obviously, if it's a load, a much different looking chart. It gets actually in an upward trend. But Penn is something, if we're getting more breadth to some of these moves, if you're looking for stocks, and we were talking about this with Neo, don't pick bottoms. Try to get involved when these consolidating stocks show you the signs of a breakout. It's getting very close. And so this is one that's going to jump onto my watch. If it closes above 20 any given week, I think I would start looking for longs in a stock like Penn, which it's been a dog. No questions asked.
All right, let's wrap it up here with Chinese EV deliveries. All 3 out. It was actually late yesterday with numbers that were pretty good right across the board. Pretty good day at the end of it all, or so far. Still some time left, but 3.5% here for NIO held the gap on the retest, trying to head back to the upside right now. I bring that up just because it's done the most volume so far today. 14.3% on the year-over-year number was actually, I think, the worst of all 3. 99%, meanwhile, on the month-over-month for Li Auto. 39.2 year-over-year to the upside. 80,000 vehicles. For Li Auto, Neo was 11,000 vehicles. XPeng down here, that was the 99%. Month over month, 29% increase year over year. up to 8,000 for XPeng. So once again, it was actually LI guys delivering the most here by far, up the most in the pre-market as a result. But yeah, got faded pretty hard.
So we didn't really do an April Fool's prank, but I feel like the EV delivery numbers for the Chinese ADRs, like your NIO and XPeng, that's your April Fool's joke, was thinking that that was going to be a great trade, or even give you a great trading opportunity, because they flat out didn't. And it's not to say that you can't make money off a chart that looks like this, because you can. Actually, in complete hindsight, like, why not just be fading like this top from Thursday? Like, look at that level. Like, it's 478. Look at the support. There's resistance. On second look, just say this isn't going anywhere and fade that top. But that's right at the open. If you weren't looking for that trade right at 9:30, you're not getting it. So this was a nothing burger. And this was the entire reason I just gave that rant about letting things consolidate and showing you signs of a break, because of a question someone asked this morning about, is NIO going to squeeze? I'm like, well, squeezes happen when shorts get scared. And that happens when trends reverse. Like if it closes above 5 or it gets 550, the 50 period, then things like PAN and NIO can really start to get going. And there's nothing wrong with waiting for that to look for longs. I'm not looking for any longs in that bad boy. We're going to pivot to, I guess we'll pivot to some chips in a quick second here, because I wanted to mention I'm in Micron right now for a reversal. I know that's been a long, but as the market's coming back up, I'm actually going to cancel an offer here on Intel for a reload. I had long over 45 on Intel. It then showed the short underneath last week's top, 44.50. It just bounced off 44.20. And I probably reload this at the 50s. I just want to see a nice little curl in there before I go ahead and do so. And Micron, I was long and now short. I've tightened my stop on Micron. If it gets above like 124 change, I'm just going to jump out of it. But I'm holding it for a move down to 123. This was a strong stock pulling a bit of a reversal. It was the strongest chip name, but now back underneath 25, it's been a bit trend down. Not a green candle since 12 o'clock on the 15-minute here for Micron. So a couple of hours of weakness for that one, which it was carrying the day for a lot of the chips this morning, but a bit different this afternoon.
Yeah. I was going to pivot when I thought you said you were pivoting. I was going to pivot over to Rivian just real quick because, you know, one doesn't look like the other here. And, you know, like Rivian seems to maybe, am I allowed to say that? It's holding the bottom. Like all these other names are kind of starting to trend down. Obviously, this does not look like a great situation down here. But, I mean, this 1050 continues to be something, at least for Rivian. So if there's anything happening anywhere, maybe this name is something that we can look to get going with. It did have a nice like triple bottom, but that would have been pretty hard. I mean, again, you could use more shares and just take like a 5 or 10 cent stop on a name like this, because that's really, you know, what the ranges are every 10 minutes or so. Watch out for this kind of a move. So maybe like, it's already up 1%, but this could be like a DraftKings play again, where you come into the pre-market levels again. So you spend the whole day underneath, and then we rally right up to the top now, only to fade the rest of the day. Let me check it on Tesla here, because if Tesla's actually still pretty weak,
it's getting right to 73.
It's getting right back up to a VWAP there. It's past it now, but
73 is been
yeah, that's a good little level there. I was going to say, if Tesla was still pretty weak, then I'd have a little more faith in that Rivian short up here. But this isn't horrible. I might just take this against 10 or something. Give yourself, again, 5 cents worth of risk, something like that. And 11. Then I feel like all you need to do, like if you just get back to here, which is 11 flat, then you'll be fine. But you are up in the market on the stock while the market's flat. So that's never really a great
of Tesla
sign. I might have to look at Alibaba in a minute. Yep.
Speaking of, actually, yeah, what? The Chinese ADRs were on the watch list, but yeah, I know they weren't in the rundown there, so we do need to talk about those specifically. But Tesla is at that 173 level as we were speaking. I just tried to get some on the way back down at 90. I don't know why I'm at 99s. I'll just move it to like 94 and see if we can't get filled there. But there's the first peak at VWAP. It kind of goes the over-under, dipsy-do. Let's see if I can't get the same trade. And the futures are cooperating in that you're showing lower highs, you're still showing trend down. So anything at a key level I want to try to trade off it. So it's not necessarily VWAP. It's more this 173 area. There was 1 wick above to 30, so I can give it to just above there. So a bit of a reload on that one. Hugo saying Neil is on vacation. Neil was up 3.5%. I'm still on vacation. I'm not saying Neil isn't up. All I'm simply saying is on a delivery day where you're looking for, I think people were looking for a squeeze or a bigger move. 3%'s fine. You can make money on a stock that goes 3%. But if you look at it on the daily chart, the stock barely moved today on the delivery numbers. That's all I'm getting at. It's a very much of you're still inside of Friday's range. You're still inside, Thursday's range. You're still inside of Wednesday's range. That's not very sexy for a trade. You can make money, but that's all I was getting at. I know it's up 3.5%, but that doesn't necessarily excite me. Oh, I love that look. IG.
Yeah, it's all red there.
It just gives you the red, especially on a red day. I kind of like it. But I wanted to mention there's a couple of movers out there. DJT. I know a lot of people have been talking about this. Down now 23% to the downside. It did end up breaking that 52. It's even still consolidating lower here underneath the 48 level. So this has been trend down. It's SSR now. Obviously, it's short sell restricted, more than 10%. But look what's happening at 48 and change. Call it 48.40, maybe even 48.50. If it can take out 48.5, it's $3.50 to VWAP. It wouldn't take much. The trend is your friend, however. I would tend to think it's worth a look for the short if you paid for locates. If you have locates on it, we do. They were pretty cheap, I think. But this DJT, 23% to the downside. What goes up definitely can come down, doesn't have to. But I'd still be thinking red until it's above 48.5 here on DJT.
All right, yeah, me too. We've been thinking short for that for a minute, so. Man, okay, what else do you guys want to do? Okay, so, whatever, we have a new position right now. We'll take the Rivian. We're here right now at 05. We're actually at 04 change. So let's wait to see what happens here. We punched a little bit of 04. We got 04 half. I think I'm waiting at 05 as well, but nothing's filling. We're also waiting at 7s. We're going to try to give this to 11s or 12s, which is up here, the pre-market high. We'll see if that's breaking because look what else is happening right now. We haven't hit this too much. Well, we should have hit it a lot today. But there it is again. This is what we're doing already. Today's already been a pretty banger of a day there. So this is the same trade. So I actually broke this down. I said that we came back into pre-market highs here on DraftKings. Once that happened, I like the short into that. We didn't really believe in this whole move here today. We've talked about that a couple times. So there it is. And all the way back to VWAP. Brisket be damned. We're cooking something in there. That doesn't look like, I don't even know what the hell that looks like we're cooking. But that's brisket worthy right there. So we'll take that. And now we're just sitting on the rest of it. But that was a good trade back to VWAP. We'll take that over and over again. Let me just look at Meta. I feel like Meta was a good out for us. It's still hanging around VWAP right now. Looking at a short into this name. We're still, the thing about being more confident in the shorts early, which we were, we had Meta up here, Tesla up here, SMH up here. It's still a $3 trade on SMH that we're still in. But the thing about it is we felt way more comfortable because the futures were at 18.6. And that was like a level. Right now, I still like 18.5. We sort of drew this line here at 18.4 just as like the top of where we've been to in the afternoon. Still obviously looking at 18.5, and then an 18.5 break would bring us to VWAP, which I think fails. So I kind of like a short starting in around here on the market, 18.4. Then I think you average into it. Even if you wait for VWAP and then just give it a little bit more. Everybody, like we say on this show all the time, you got to watch your P's and Q's and your risk and everything. But this, I don't know if we break back through here, man. This level of 18,550 right there. So there's a couple of levels that I'm looking at on the short side of this market. Okay, so now we'll go Rivian, whatever. We're going to hold on to this. It was 6 cents worth of risk. So we need to at least get 1-to-1 on this one. So maybe we'll take a piece out at 11, and then we'll wait to see if we can break that shelf back in and bring it to the 200 period. So that's Rivian. I'll throw it back to Neil, but we got to go first to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Get as much as 50 to 1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
I literally just asked Copilot, why do people say mind your P's and Q's? Because I actually don't even understand what.
I think it's because when you're writing, a P is one way underneath the line, and your Q
it's literally that.
is the other way. It's like
okay.
Dotting your I's and crossing your T's.
Well, it's giving a that's way
just because when you have the lines, right? A Q would be one way.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The answer is giving me.
That's probably not right.
Long. No, but I'm not even reading it. Like too long won't read. Not reading is my response to Copilot there. That's a short Microsoft or something.
Yeah, it's probably an old British saying.
Wow, so Tesla just gave the half.
Yeah, it's so old though.
Like it just went off to 73, popped under VWAP. I'm like, okay, let's get to 72 halves, get some out. Like the second we get filled, it's right back up and going to retest to 173. So I'm going to reload it if we can right up at this top. But yeah, it was a nice little gentle move down off our resistance level. And it just bounces high. So we're getting some higher lows in here. So got to be tight to this high and just sort of respect that it's starting to look a little bit stronger over here in Tesla. Got Nvidia is holding 900. Even IBIT is starting some signs of breaking out. I know I liked Palantir. I was looking for Palantir longs, but yeah, that's not giving you a 23 break. It gets still hugging VWAP when the market bounced there. That's a bit disappointing. So it's up over VWAP. I kind of liked it for that reason. Just not seeing a lot of strength when the market bounces there. So it took some out on Tesla. I think you got to ring the register when you can. I'm looking over at the Apple short. It's holding VWAP. Now look at this range on Apple. So before, it was giving you moves off this level. Now you're going 15 cents on Apple. It's getting really tight range in here. And I feel as if every time I look up, someone is talking about Nikola. And I get it, it's April Fool's Day. You got me to call that chart up twice this morning. So credit to everybody out there. It's not really doing too much. We'll let you know. It's that Oust stock, Ouster, that's actually, this is a mover if you're looking at a smaller cap type name. Look at this the last 3 days. This is going. If you're looking for something which can give you I don't really have a pun for Oust, some oomph, I suppose. This, if it can maybe pull back 950, a 10 break, the volume doesn't seem like it's there for a breakout. Look at the relative volume in the afternoon here, but this should be on our radar for something trending. That's not a bigger cap tech name, at least.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if it. People are saying pints and quarts. Look, either way, I was maybe a British sentence or
pints and quarts, but
for drinking, like you drink a pint or a quart. I guess I don't know. But anyways, okay, let's go back to trading. Just really quickly here. I wanted to look at Disney. Amazon's trying to make a move back as well, AMZN, right now, as we speak, trying to base out. I don't. The thing is I don't like taking positions unless I'm trying to feel out the direction of the market. And it's right now I still think short. So I feel like Amazon's a good enough candidate being basically flat on the day. But the thing is, it just broke. The thing is, you can still get up to VWAP as well. So maybe there's a little bit more runway in this name. I'd rather find something that looks a little down here. This is broken above VWAP. This actually looks strong to break long, Tesla, actually. This break here at 173.20. I mean, we got the heck out of dodge on this name at the bottom here. Because, again, I was sitting here with Randy, and I was like, you see how this is basing here? Tesla, it can go. We've seen it make these moves early and then bounce right back, take out highs. It tried to do it even here where we had this move. That's why we started to get out based on the close from Friday or Thursday. So that worked out really well for us. And then being able to hold some of the reload was fantastic. It's going to be my number one stock. But look at this. Hold the 200, hold the 50, hold the 50 again, and then break through VWAP and now testing the high. This actually looks like a candidate to break long. And I took Rivian short because it was at the day's high up here. So that chart looks a little bit different to me, but this looks like we could get going. Again, especially if that market decides it wants to go the other way here. And by the other way, I mean up right now, which again, we're still under 18.5. So my preference net is to go short the market until we get above 18.5. So DraftKings still working, SMH still working. Oh yeah, that was a name. I don't neither myself nor Neil, I don't think traded Google today, but it should have maybe been.
Obi did, I think.
Oh, did you?
Obi did.
Maybe.
No, I
Yeah,
didn't.
maybe. But yeah, good call if he did. I mean, this was a good long off those bottoms, but I'm just thinking now again, another name up 3%. If there's any fade in this market, potentially this would be a name that people would come in and try to sell some of their winners. That could happen, right? I mean, this is already at, is it 52-week highs for Google right now, or is that 155?
I don't think
it's
so.
It's 52-week highs, 153.78. So yeah, 52-week highs
Is it?
broken today.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
153.78. Yeah, look at the daily. Yeah, actually, we took it out right today. Yeah, so there it is.
Okay.
So nice move up for Google. So
I wouldn't short that.
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, now that I see like, maybe it's
I
not
would
the
short.
greatest short, but this is what I'm saying. And there is always a trade about sitting around and just kind of watching what you have here and minding your P's and Q's.
Which, okay, so it looks like I think your thing is right, and I did quickly scan through.
Oh, really?
They actually did. There's like a million answers that Copilot gave me, but one of them was, it is about writing P's and Q's. So I kind of...
That's kind of just a fluke. I
kind of like
literally
it.
made that up.
It works for me. But yeah, like Google probably looks like trying to find yourself a long. All that said, I don't disagree with Tesla 177. I have 173.30 as that level. You can call it the 20s, but like this peak here is 30. So I think the short back into that. I just reloaded it. If we get back down underneath 173, I'll take some out. But if this breaks through 173.30, I'm out of the short. I just reloaded Intel as well, waiting for it to get back to 44.5. It got to 44.48. And then put a little bit of a move back down in, so I just shorted some 40. My average price is 44.44, so we're going to give some Daryl Strawberry action to Intel here, as that's still green on the day. However, I know it's green, but there is a resistance level, which I actually already had marked off, and then there is your pullback underneath VWAP, lower highs. So I think the trend is still very much intact. I did get trailed out of Micron because that's starting to look a little bit strong. So we did short this one up. This was the powerhouse all morning for the long. I didn't go long till the bounce off VWAP, 125 into 26, and then shorted it when it failed underneath VWAP. We'll end up only taking a half buck there, but that was a pretty strong bounce off 123.5. So respect Micron being up 5% and a quick trigger to get out of a short trade there. But we're still in Apple, still in Intel. We've reloaded Intel, jumped back into the Tesla short as well. And if the market goes sideways or gives us that sideways action, then you want to find the key levels to trade off of. So that's what we're trying to do here. And if you got something else that's moving, guys, let us know. We were just looking at that OUST. Kind of we're talking about that. CGC apparently might be doing something, although I didn't see anything.
Yeah, well, it was down 8%. I just tried to. Well, earlier. That's when we remember I was like saying I want this.
Yeah.
Got it. But I just tried to short Nvidia, honestly. My order's in right now on Nvidia, 903.34, and then I have a 903.85 and a 904.85. That high was 904.85, which is why I put that there against VWAP. Just saw Nvidia kind of making a little bit of a move back, and we said we wanted to look for something. So what I did was, I knew Nvidia was weak, actually. We've talked about how weak it was earlier on, and made that high at 922, and then just dropped like pretty nicely down. So this is a name that, again, you put in your brain, and you feel like if there's going to be a weak move today into a name, I was looking back at Meta, which is now starting to go lower as well as the market comes back to the 50 period. But this was another name that I kind of liked up here, was Nvidia. Back up to that VWAP level. So if we could short, we might get short right now. So here we go. We're at 903.34. So that's going to be a trade. And then if we break 906, we're going to be gone on this one. This is not one where we need to use a whole bunch of shares. This is a game here where we'll try to catch a trade on a little bit of a futures, undecisiveness, and then just try to short a name that we know is a little weak in case the market does fall down. So that's going to be that one. GM is up. I mean,
so here's
Ford was going nuts too, man.
I know I wasn't here last week, but I'm still surprised when I look at this chart. GM's not a stock that I would pull up, but I just saw Ponzi in the chat saying GM cars are woke. I'm assuming that's some kind of pun for the fact that the stock is waking up, I suppose. But when you have you're here to learn, and as a trader, you should always try to get better. And when you're looking at a trend, look at how strong the trend is to the upside, yada, yada, yada. We can all see it's an upward trend. And then look what this gives you right at the open. Like, it is a dip into 45, which was Thursday's support, right? Like, strong move up, supports 45 in the 15-minute, then just goes up again. It dips into 45, breaks it. That wick is 44.98. Like, that is the easiest if you were looking for a dip into support trade that you're going to find, but you got to be working that trend. So that's what it's all about. Ponzi, hopefully that's what you were talking about, because I think it's worth watching. But we just reloaded Tesla. Tesla's working back down in. So still like it at off that 173, and it's still continuing to work back into the downside here on Tesla.
All right. Was talking with a couple of traders here during lunchtime, and they were saying fortune favors the bold. So we'll just take $1 right there and give you on Nvidia. Another one. So there it is, man. We just shorted it. You can see our price there, 903.85. I told you literally, as my kids say, where we were sitting. So that gave us an average price of 903.60. So we'll just take out half of it right there on that move down, and we could still get rolled over here. So we're playing the trade. That's the trade that we wanted, and right there we'll put Nvidia, right up the board here with that. But again, could still go, man. Taking $1 on this name. We're just trying to scalp out a little bit here. Now it comes down. Come on, bring the pain right now, and we'll see how far we can get. I mean, if we can break anywhere to 9 bills, which is right down here, and then put $4 in our pocket just randomly in the middle of the day, we should probably think about doing that. So that's something that we're going to be doing right here, right now. So let's be careful. But this is the trade that we have on board here right now is a Nvidia short. So I'm holding it and hoping for the best. So let's see what happens. Our stop is 906. If we can get something into here, I feel like that's a no-brainer. 898.50 again, but that's tough to get there. So we'll see if we can get that right now on Nvidia, something that we're looking at for a little bit of a push down. Our Rivian trade again. Could be another sleepy moment here for Nvidia trading, as we'll wait to see where this one goes. For Rivian trading, we just bounced off 1102. I'm not sure about that. And then you mentioned GM, which made me think about Ford. Wow, like over 13 now. Like, we talked about this last week, and when we had Randy even here for a minute, Randy hosted with me a couple times. So it was really fun last week. Oh, really? Yeah. And Brankos and I were like all time. That was hilarious. People were loving Brankos, so that was a good call there. But yeah, Ford all the way back up to these daily levels again.
I'm selling Ford.
That's what I'm saying. It came right back to July of last year.
If it breaks, what's you zoom that in? That's a 50 in the 200. Is that the 50 in the 200?
1220 though. That's a ways away.
Look, okay, fine. If it breaks, I still have some Ford in my personal account. If it breaks that 1220, that's a 50 and the 200 period. I'm just gonna get out of the stock. I've been looking for a reason to get out, and it won't go to the 15 to hit my target. So It's like, okay, well, if it gets back under there, I'm out of the stock. CXAI, 150% to the upside. This is moving. Obviously, it's done ridiculous. 200 million in volume for the stock. I know it's lighter this afternoon on vol, but let's be really. And look how it's holding up here. So this 580, you got a 30-40 cent range off $5.80. I think it's worth a shot. So everyone looking at that stock, it looks pretty solid to me. Before I get into that, though, Apple starting to work back in. You cannot seem to break VWAP, but you're also not moving more than 20 cents at a time here. So when it goes to 20 cents, it's going to take some out. But CXAI, this 580 looks good. And it's a big-time low-flow runner.
Neil, we're just...
What?
No, we're just playing right. You don't have your earpiece in, so I was like... No, he's got to throw it to Adara.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Another small cap name to keep an eye on is Tempest Therapeutics. This one up about 45% right now. Really strong volume for this name as well on no particular news, and not a particularly small float either, about 21 million shares. The reason this one's so noteworthy is, as you can see here on this daily candle with massive volume back on October 11th, this is the name that ran 3,000% in a day. So Tempest Therapeutics, TPSD, definitely has the power to run. Keep an eye on this one with strong volume heading into the afternoon, guys.
Right.
Tempest.
I don't know. Do we have an earnings board? I was trying to find to see if there's
no
any,
chance.
Yeah, I was trying to look to see if there's any earnings. I mean, you can stay late because me and Michael Noss. And I actually messaged him about uranium. Well, I talked about uranium earlier, and I was like, let's get that revved up. But uranium's up 3% today. All right, so this is April 1st here. Okay, we have it on the board. Oh, PVH maybe? That might be something. We can look at that.
Why have I heard of? For some reason.
All right, well, catch me on the Market Recap Show where we'll be discussing things other than earnings.
I feel like that NVST, I've seen that squeeze before. Oh, you know what?
Okay.
No. I now remember the stock. That NVST, this could be, and I'm not saying this is going to be the most ridiculous, like big time earnings play, but the dollar level on this stock. I knew that stock for a reason was interesting, and it's because of this. Like, look at $1, and from the beginning of the year, this broke $1 at the beginning of the year, and since then, that's a 105 top, that's a 103 top, that's a 101 top, and this is at 90 cents right now. So I think you understand, if it breaks out from $1, like there are crazier trades than, hey, if this thing breaks 105, you go long with a 95 stop. Obviously, the earnings would have to be good or just some kind of a reason for them to go up. I think that gives you an opportunity for a bit of like a smaller cap squeeze play. That's all. So the MVST for that reason in that buck, and it's certainly close enough to it that it could be a thing. CGC, by the way, is not down 7%. CGC is down 15%.
Right, yeah. Well, we looked at it earlier.
Yeah, why did I just type in Tesla? I meant to go CGC down 14% now, but yuck. And still holding the lows. Like if you're talking about the trend is your friend, reverse split, quadunk, does your squeeze game, rejects $10, and it is a short since this sucker broke 10. Flat bottom break at $7 is in play here. I think you could see it, but as mentioned, we're shorting other things. I took some profit on Apple, just took another leg out on Tesla at this 173 level, and Intel off the reload as well. Let's go to 3 minutes so you can see better. Off the reload in front of 44.5. That's starting to work back in. So you're not getting a huge range in here, so you're trading inside these ranges. So if Intel has a 30-cent range, when it goes the first third of that, takes them out. You know, like it's that simple. You might not have that big outsized move outside of the last hour or two, the range trade. So just make sure you trade inside of that range. If it breaks away from it, you can hold on to some of the short. If it breaks that low, if it breaks that top, just easy out. But the mover that I'm now interested in, we talked about that oust. I think that could be something, but it's more along that CXAI. This is the one for me. I'm not really in that one yet. Looking to pick some up at 6, maybe add to it in front of 580. If it breaks to 3/4, easy out. But it's a nice strong mover with good vol.
All right. Yeah, CXAI. Yeah. I think that was the thing that Fabian was mentioning in my ear. What was that? You were mentioning a pink sheet name to me before? Oh, Fisker.
It went up from 2 cents to 2.
I know. I saw it was up 30% today. Yeah. Yay, Fisker. FSRN. Yeah, I saw that.
I forgot all about that.
Yeah. It's 3 cents right here. So it was up today early. So that's all that you can really do is hope that maybe you can get something within the penny, most likely. This name's probably going to be gone very, very soon. But I don't think it's horrible to look at it. But we can't trade anything under $1 on the OTC market. So, you know, that's going to be a hard pass. But there it is, Fisker today, down in the dumps. All right, so Nvidia goes to 902. That was $2, so close, $1.85. It broke 902, but then stopped. I'm still going to try it against VWAP right here, but I was debating taking another piece out. I'll still wait. I mean, the future is I'm still feeling lower, at least until we break 18,490, right? And then right there is 18,5. So I'm not making a decision there. I'm not making a decision at VWAP. I would like to see, I don't know, that's too far up. Like that's almost 75 handles upside. So that's going to be hard. Like we'll already be stopped out of Nvidia, I would think, if that happens. So I'm going to just use that level there, see if it holds it. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Oh no, see, so, all right. So we talked about Alibaba not really moving in the afternoon. Let's just see if that's true again. I haven't called it up once here yet. So I still like the long. I would not short this name because I have other names, obviously, see my blotter, that would be like to short instead of Alibaba. But again, this name doesn't really look like doing anything right now. If it was down near the low of the day or even at the 200 period, maybe 73 flat could be a trade for Alibaba. But I wrote down 72 already, and that didn't get there today. So maybe we'll leave that alone. I'm still trying to find other names. So yeah, people. I mean, I know
Keeps
everyone
looking
wants.
at.
No, but it's the same people asking the
house.
same thing over and over again.
It's not really moving much. Like since I looked at it the first time, it's like a 10-cent range in here from 990. CXCI just filled sixes. 990 to the 10 even. So like if it breaks out from 10, fair, or if you get some kind of a long off 950, like maybe some kind of a pullback can get you into that. The reason I said CXAI over oust is I just feel like this is giving you the consolidation. 200 million volume is intense, and it's still doing pretty decent volume. But I think giving it to this 80 level, you risk 25, 30 cents, and it doesn't have to try to make a fresh high. Like you could just break from here and get to the high, and you've got yourself a good trade. I think when you're trading oust, unless you're already in it, if you're already in it, great. Obviously, we're not long this stock. But if you're already in it, that's fine. It's just looking for a long. Either you're finding buyers above $10 or you're trying to buy a dip. I'm not going to buy the $10 level. I want to see some actual buyers above it. So CXCI, fine. No issues with that. You just got to be patient. You got to be patient. Look for something that gives you a setup that you like. And for myself, if I'm going to be in a name that's consolidating, give me something that has a consolidation with room. That way, if it goes, I don't need it to make a fresh high of the day. It could break out from here, get like 30, 40 cents in the money when you're risking 15 to 30, and that gives you a good R&R. It's a little bit more difficult to make that trade on oust at the levels that it's currently trading at. So, is what it is. Everyone's going to trade their own style, and you got to do that. Yeah. But watch out for, like IBIT's making a move. I was going to pull up Mara in a second. So IBIT's breaking this bottom consolidation, as you can see. Bitcoin's breaking this consolidation. I look at Bitcoin now through IBIT because that's what I'm going to trade it on if I trade Bitcoin. So you're getting that consolidation break, and Mara, the squeeze name du jour, just crept above VWAP. So VWAP was resistance. Now it's looking like potential support. So if Bitcoin goes, this is an easy potential break. Like this local high, sorry about that dark pool wick. Mine are coming back. They were so good before I left. But if this can break 2180, if this could break 2180, that looks like a nice breakout long. Now that I pointed it out, that it could be a nice break through 2180, it's going to probably fail VWAP, and then we're not going to have a chance to go long it. But it has to show me strength above 2180 and continued movement over there on BTC holding that break. But for now, I'm going to have to go back to, hey, we'll reload Apple in front of VWAP because that's what we've been doing. That continues to work. And Intel, maybe we can get a reload there. CXAI, we just jumped into, as I mentioned. I'm going to get an offer out in front of the high of the day. And if it gets there, we'll then let the rest of it ride.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could ask Ramin this. Like, okay, I want to look at PVH here quickly because they do have earnings tonight. It's going to be the biggest one. Join me tonight. This is only a 3.4% short float. But like, you know what their brands are, Ramin? Hilfiger and Calvin Klein. I mean, I'm expecting a miss on this one. I probably own way too much of both of those brands, but okay, Boomer again, I guess.
No,
I just don't know if Hilfiger is one of those hot brands.
I can't make this up. You mentioned Roku, and I'm like, there's a Roku in every single room in the Airbnb I was at. They had like Tommy Hilfiger sheets.
You see what I'm saying?
On all the,
it's high
on
it's
most of the
good
beds.
Quality stuff. I just don't know if it's hot.
Stuff.
I don't know if it's hot fire.
Calvin, let's see if she has CK. My sunglasses are CK.
Okay.
There you
Perfect.
go.
That's the kind.
Oh, let's go long.
This is what I'm doing for people.
Okay, punch long.
This is called channel checks.
Go long.
So you know what I'm doing? I'm checking the channels. This is what I'm doing. Channel checking for everybody. This is what we do here, man.
Fabian's not rocking that though. What?
I'm wearing Calvin Klein socks. I know that much. I've got the socks on. That's for sure.
Really, Fabian?
Oh, he's got the underwear on? Oh, I have Tommy Hilfiger boxers. 100%. 100%. Now that you mention it, $100p. I got them for. I do have. So yeah. So I have Hanes and I have Fruit of the Loom. This is. Hey, what's up, Sean Katina? This is very personal here. And then I got for Christmas. Tommy Hilfiger boxer shorts. But you know why? Because I think Costco has loaded with stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, shout out to my wife. She'll probably, if she's watching, she will probably let everybody know. I don't think, oh yeah. Thanks a lot. I told this story earlier. My daughter goes to I'm going to watch Nike. By the way, Nvidia is $2 in the money. ho-hum. But we were, my kids went to their final hockey practice, and of course, one of her best friends had brand new Nike shoes that were like like certain hot color, blah, blah, blah. So that's where my daughter is right now, and I just saw a nice little sport check thing go through for $130. That makes sense to spend that much money on a 9-year-old shoes, but I hope...
You can't get good, you think you can get cheap, good shoes for less than that? You get quality, son. She's an athlete, bro. She's an athlete, bro.
Athlete? No, these are Jordans.
She's an athlete.
Yeah. She does.
Got a rep.
You know what, man? I mean, she can honestly... Well, I'm not going to say max out the credit card.
No, I'm taking on.
That'd be a little dangerous. You know
no, I know where it's at.
But anyways, yeah.
I'm on your side.
You do whatever she wants.
I'm on Gia's side.
There was actually a skit on Saturday Night Live, and it was immigrant parents, and it was like they were talking about, and I could do all the voice and everything like that, but you know. Anyways, it was that they let their daughters get away with everything, and the sons are like the worst thing in the world. So it's like, that's what it was. Like, my son's not working hard enough. My son doesn't have a job. And it's like, but my daughter, you know, bless her soul. If she needs to look beautiful, she can get the right makeup.
Now, I only have brothers. However, I'm not going to name names of the cousins that I have. There's not a lot of my cousins that are girls, but in West Indian,
yeah,
you get away with everything. And I already know it's true. Like, I only have a daughter, but it's just, I can't say no. My wife is like, you need to learn to say no sometimes. And
that's been told to me.
There's certain things that, like, obviously I'm going to be, you know, if you're breaking stuff or like you're breaking rules. But if she's earned something or she needs a new pair of shoes or whatnot, Daddy, I really want these ones over those ones. That's just a yes, like every single time. Like I have all kinds of buying you shoes anyways. We'll get the nicer pair. Like just for my daughter, you have to. But the market is moving to the downside. Let's go. We just got that. Like Intel's right back into the 420s, 42, 44 20s. So we're going to continue to rock there. Talked about the reload in Apple. We already got the Tesla fill, but just trade inside the range. Like it's giving you this over and over again.
Here we go.
It's about 0.5% that you're able to take on this trade every single time. Is what it is. And I know a lot of people can relate to that. It's not to say right or wrong. It's just keeping it real.
Yeah. Never has this been more true. Come on, Nvidia. Daddy needs to buy some new shoes. Like, Nvidia's coming down right here, and this purchase is going to seem a lot more irrelevant in a couple seconds. If we get anything near this 900, I feel like we should take this out. I might just put a 901 here now that I know that money may be a little sparse here in the Katina household. All right, 901 right now. If we can get this pullback, then buy another pair. Let's see if we get this right here, 901 and change. Looking to see if anything can happen right there. DraftKings trying to break lower as well, so it's all good right there. And the SMH having itself a little bit of a move to the downside. Come on, Nvidia. We are bidding 901 and change. So let's see if that can come through right now immediately to the downside. So that'll be a nice little fill there. And it's just honestly, man, we got on this one. Reloaded. I mean, we reloaded this, but it happened at the same time. We had one fill out, came back in within that same minute, got a little bit of a better price. Now let's see. I'm getting a little impatient now. Like, one more push, whatever. Let's just wait here and see if we get it. We're at 901 and change, so we are almost out for Give It To You live. Right here on the show with layered orders and talking about it. This is going to hopefully be a $2.50 winner if and when we break 901.20. But that may not happen, and I may just get some out right now and close the gap and get something out right here if we're able to do that. So here we go, and there it is. So we do close that gap and get out right there. So we'll send a $2.50 winner your way right now, and then wait to see if Nvidia has some more pain coming through to the downside. So there it is again. For everybody here live on the show. I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you've been able to put on some nice little trades there as, short Tesla, short Apple. I mean, look at the longs we have. Neil has like sort of one of those gimmicky trades long.
Well, that's exactly what it is.
Exactly. So we could see that the pressure hopefully here in the market is downside. And
I say this all the time in the afternoons on a weekday. I go, if you're looking for long, sometimes there'll be stocks that are trending up, maybe that are bucking. You might find a big cap tech name like a Google that's bucking the trend, but for the most part, if you're looking for longs on days where the market is bearish, sometimes you got to step over to something like a CXAI or some kind of a squeeze name. Before the record, this did get up to that lower high. We took some out just better than the 1-to-1. We got 602 long. My stop was under here. This local bottom is 580, so it's 22 cents worth of risk plus slippage, which is a couple of pennies in there. So when it goes over 30 cents in the money, that's better than 1-to-1. And then you let it. Now I'm just going to let it ride. So it gives me that 1-to-1. I'll tighten the stop up to give it to $6 off our entry. So the higher low consolidation is going to be my new out, and then you ring the register that way. And if it breaks the high, great. So, and again, I'm not like else. Maybe else did go. I have no idea. Let's just check this out. Okay, fine. Like if else could have broken $10 and gone to 11, and that would have been the right call. But I just don't like that setup because I don't know what the trade would have been for me up there on OUST. Whereas on CXAI, I can look at this stock. Say if I'm looking for the long, I know exactly what kind of a trade I'm going to do. So early morning resistance level, we had a bit of a pullback, turns into support. It shows you bounces off that support. I go long the higher low to that bottom, get the consolidation top. If it breaks the high now, I'll probably trail it to this 640 area. And I'm talking about like if it breaks this high. High of the day here up at 665. And you can trail it, let this bad boy run. If it goes to 7, then fantastic. However, we got that first leg out on Tesla a couple of times. I said if it broke 173.30, we get out of it. It gave you a couple of chances to scalp some short, and now you're in breakout phase. Don't hold through your resistance level. It breaks it out, fine. Like the short worked a couple of times, not averaging into it. The third time through, it's another higher low, not going to do it. So you just got to respect when you see strength in the market. And it's the same thing with Apple. Like Apple, I've been short underneath VWAP all afternoon since the early morning. Well, when it breaks, I'm out. That's it. You know, like you're going to lose on trades, but as long as you ring the register when you get an opportunity to, and it gives you a reason to, like there's reasons to be getting out when it goes to 169.80. You can sort of see that on the chart here. But when you have a reason to get out, just get out of the trade. Not every trade's a reversal. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, could I have easily just reversed on Apple when it broke VWAP and made a quick scalp trade? Sure, yeah, that would have worked, but that wasn't part of my plan. So I'm out of Apple short after being in it most of the day. Intel is a different beast. That last bounce up in the market did not bounce at all in Intel. So it's just holding down here. So I think I can hold this. We get that 44, I'm getting out. I should put an order. If we get 44 even, I've had that line drawn for, let me go to the 15 minutes so you can see. Basically looking at this closing range support on Thursday. So 44 was a good one. Oh, and the other thing is I'm kicking myself over this because I did say this before I left. If Intel gets to 41, I know I said it a couple times, I'm a buyer of the stock at 41. Well, Neil went to vacation without an order on his personal account, and so I did not buy. Like I know I said I was buying the stock if it got to 41 bucks. It would have been a fantastic entry. I didn't. I still own this on my long term, but I didn't actually get a fill because I didn't put an offer. And if you don't put a bid, then you don't get filled. Sometimes if you like a stock in the long term and it gets to your level, or you know where you want to be a buyer, just throw the stink bid out there. Like, what are we talking about? I could have just done that before I left and been laughing. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to, I don't, you know what, I mean.
No, I didn't. The thing is, it wasn't at the price, and I knew, well, if it gets there, I wanted to buy it off 41, maybe give it to 40. I just didn't do it. It doesn't mean you have to. I just don't like when I want to be buying a stock. It's like, oh, I just sold some above 50, and I wanted to get some back into it. It's like, right. Just throw the bid, man. You know you want to be back into the stock. Just throw the bid. You're not going to get anywhere by not at least putting the order out.
We are very happy with our Nvidia out because it came all the way back, and I'm not shorting that same price again. You guys could have just shorted it if you wanted to. I was waiting for a little bit more there. Looks like that would have been amazing to short at 904. I didn't do it though, so I was thinking about it. That fill rate there at 901.30 was pretty huge for me. So, I was kind of like resting on the laurels of that a little bit. We only have 20% left of that because we did get out of half there and then sort of half of what we had again. So now we'll wait, but and that would be the trade there. Nvidia, obviously a positive name as we've only taken 2 outs and both lower than where we are now. I just wanted to say the same thing about putting orders out. There it goes. So, all right, there it is. So we were just talking about that here on Rivian. So that's an L. So right there, you know, this would be basically our first loss. We had one loss on AMD, and here's the second trade idea. We've only traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names, and we're 5 and 2. So we'll wait to see here. Rivian right there. I guess that's what I get, honestly, for shorting a name that was up against the market. We've looked at that. That's a strategy that I think you can do early on in the day because you don't really know what the day is going to bring. But that Rivian's been pretty good, man. I mean, bounced off view up and held. So again, our average price there was 11.08. So we'll take a 4-cent hit, but it was on an averaged in position. So it's a little bit of a hit there. We lost half on this of what we lost on our AMD trade. So all is good there. DraftKings still underneath. So that's going to be a good trade for us. So we're pretty happy net. SMH gets to go. Let's find some more names. Disney was a good one that we were able to exit out a little bit of this trade on Thursday, but it was right actually at this level now. Disney trying to battle back. What a great story this has been the last couple of days, but the shareholder vote is on Wednesday, so it probably loses some steam into that. Maybe. And then I don't even know if the result of the vote really does matter to the stock, but still a nice little run up. I think Nelson Peltz is looking for 2 board seats. We'll see if that comes through there, and even if it does, like I don't really.
Well, I mean, do you care? Are you doing anything with your long-term position in Disney?
Well, I'm just selling
off of what
all the
happened.
way up. No, that's what I mean. I don't know what.
Do you care about Wednesday though? Are you selling anything? Based
I'm
on the
selling into that, but I don't. Like I said, I'm not sure what matters. I don't know if they get the 2 seats, is that up or down from there? I don't know. But Bob Iger doesn't really want them there, so he's the current CEO. So we'll see. Right now,
I can tell you this much.
Check out on Lucid, maybe.
There's something they need to do something about these Marvel movies, man.
Are they? When's the next one coming out?
Okay, all I know is
Aren't they bad?
Whatever that new one is. What was that called? It's like
Ant person?
No. The Marvel one. It's Captain. It's
Oh
Captain
yeah.
Marvel. Like,
wasn't Sydney Sweeney in one of them, or that wasn't the Marvel one?
No. Like, it's just like it could be good. Like they can be good. They're just not. And I don't want to get too much into it. But they have fantastic characters and opportunities to make great moves, and they know how to do it. It's just like the latest ones have been really, really disappointing when they've got such a strong base. If you've watched that Marvel's movie, the young character, the young girl, I don't want to spoil too much about it if you haven't seen it. Like the actual TV show with her, I thought that was great. And then they put her in the movie, and then it's just like, the movie stunk because everything about the movie is terrible. But there is, look, the second you say Sydney Sweeney, you're thinking about Madam Web, which apparently is horrible. But everyone's going to watch anyway.
I don't even know if that's Marvel.
But everyone's going to watch it anyways because Sydney Sweeney's in it. But
I don't think anybody watched it.
I've heard it's terrible.
If they're not watching it because of that, then
go watch the 3-Body Problem on Netflix.
Yeah.
Just you will thank me later.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do that.
Oh, Apple.
I watched Ricky Stenicki, which is pretty funny. That's John Cena, Ricky Stenicki.
Before I left, I was like, I should watch that. And Rob yells out that it stunk.
No, it's funny.
So I didn't watch it.
It's funny. Well, you got to like John Cena.
I love John Cena.
I think
he's hilarious.
It's funny. It's not.
No, I think he's hilarious.
It's not winning any awards. But anyways, he came out naked or whatever. He wasn't naked, but on the Oscars, that was pretty funny. I don't know. Okay, so Nvidia back down nicely again, bouncing now off the 50 period. I guess that reload maybe should have been had, but was not. So that was a missed opportunity potentially right there. We looked at Amazon earlier, maybe on a pullback like this market's doing now, so it's a nice. We could look at Google for a potential long. We've looked at that before. Okay, back into 150. Okay, here we go. All right, so maybe now Google's starting to break. This is really good for us. Nvidia, $2, SMH, $3, DraftKings now 75 cents. Man, did we hit this. Let's go check out AM to the D right now as well. All right, a little bit of a spike here. Not much happening, 185. We looked at 183 earlier. This is, again, one of those 2 trades that we had on. We just took Rivian as an L, which is probably back down now if I look at it. But right there, that was quickly done. I think we're going to leave it alone. I really like AMD to the long side. I don't want to make that same mistake again and short something that was strong on the day. Good. See, look, even with the market pullback there, I thought Rivian would be down. So that's 0 for 2 on my guesses for Rivian. So thankfully, the second one was just mined. I didn't actually put anything on. Is there anything like?
Just very quickly, I'm moving my stop. There was a high day break on CXAI, so that one continues to go. $7 is the big level on the daily. I thought I'd gone over this, but I guess I didn't. Maybe I didn't show the chart. $7, and then this up here is about $8. So $7 and $8. Those are the resistance spots I'm looking for. But now that you've taken out that high of the day with some buyers, I was giving it to 6 even, so first to 580, moved it to 6. Now that it took out and wicked that high a couple times, it's 7 or back underneath 650. So there, you get something which was strong, doing good volume. It makes a run at that high of the day. We'll hold it. Either we're going to get about 45 pennies on that trade, risking 20, or it's going to push into 70 or $7 and we'll be able to get like 80, 90 cents on that one. So let's see if it can't go higher. I'm out in front of 7 even. I'm to let you guys know that's my plan of action. By the way, Intel could come back into a reload, that 44.50 area. So if we get another crack at it, I am going to take my shot at this one. And a couple people in the chat telling me that the three-body problem had a billionaire producer who was murdered. I had no idea that story. That's wild. That's crazy. But it's a really, really good movie. I read the books like twice. I told a couple of traders about it. Anybody that likes science fiction, the three-body problem is, like it is, the story is fantastic. And then what they've done in terms of making a TV show feel like a movie, like I don't know how much, I think they spent, what was it, $20 million per episode on it. Let's just say it's impressive. That's all. Like it is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They spent expecting it to be a hit, and they're definitely getting one. So sometimes you take a risk like that, like the Lord of the Rings show.
Oh, yeah.
And it doesn't work out, but this one, they spent it, and it's paying off.
I'm definitely going to check that out for sure.
Dude, Baxter will probably love that movie.
Oh, yeah. He might have already seen it. Okay, so here comes the move down. We're going to wait to see here if the market gives it up again. I mean, a weak name is Nvidia. Carvana. Okay, let's look at that. That's a relatively new name. Thanks for that shout out there in the chat there, Thomas. Okay, so Carvana's right here right now. We've looked at this again. This is one of the higher short floats, but it has come back off in the recent days, I believe. Still, okay, so still 31. Okay, so that's still nice there. Beyond Meat, I think, is still pretty high. Carvana, pretty choppy today. I don't like when I see a lot of this mixing up here a little bit. Like it doesn't seem like it's super liquid. Spread maybe a little high. Carvana still down today, so that's nice. Doesn't really have any movements. This is not really Carvana trading for me. I feel like earlier on, like see what here when it's so choppy like this it's not even like printing in some minutes, you know, with volume like maybe even like 100 or 1,000 shares there. All right, good look on Carvana, but again, I feel like some of these topping candles, I'm pretty biased short on a lot of these names, and I'm looking to pick some Palantir up. You know, we're at the 50 period right now, so even in and around here maybe for Palantir, I don't know, let me load this up and see where the 200 period is. But some of these they're not meme stocks, but just high growth stocks, high PE names. I feel that with the market, I think it's at a 25 PE. Definitely will be pulling back in a little bit from here. And these names to me are at jeopardy a little bit for some revaluation moments. So yeah, maybe even into here, 21 or 20 for a name like Palantir. I mean, if you get to the 200, great. You can watch. It's probably been riding this the whole way. So we would definitely like a pushback into that. When is Carvana's? Is May 2nd. When is Palantir's reports? May 6th, so yeah, so they'll all give us the same answers. So we'll wait to see, but yeah, you're getting into earnings season again. Starting very, very, maybe even a name like a.
If it was on May 4th, I think I would just be a Palantir buyer.
Yeah, we'll have to find out which ones are on.
Somebody's going to report that day, and like maybe I'll just be like, I will not short a company that decides they're going to report on May 4th.
I have news for you. Nobody will be reporting on May 4th.
It's a holiday. It's a weekend. Okay.
It's a Saturday.
Well, I can tell you what I'm doing on Saturday, May 4th. Well, hopefully. Actually, I was going to say I'm going to do like some kind of a Star Wars marathon, but the truth is I'm going to do whatever my daughter says I'm doing. So hopefully she wants to do a Star Wars marathon. $7 did come in on CXAI. So that's it. I said if it got to 7, it got to $6.95. I took it out at 90s. When it did, there's your move. It's a $6 entry with a 580 stop. Goes to the first level. It goes to the second level. That's it. In and out. And the reason I prefer that setup to, what's that? Oust. It was Oust was the other one moving. Simply don't know how I would have traded it off the 10. Without it breaking 10, don't know what I would be doing with it. I think if you get a trade like this up here, like this pullback where it makes this move off 9, and then there's your higher low off the 9 level, like along here at 920 into 9 makes some sense as it stair steps up, and you can find those along the way. Don't like when you try to get that late. So CXCI I like much better. You get over a 10% move there. You got to be happy with that. Mara did make the break at 22.80, so I'm long 82s, got slipped 2 cents. If it holds on to VWAP, I think there's a chance for it to go. I'm still seeing Bitcoin move upside. You know what, let's go. If I'm looking at a 3-minute chart of Mara, I can look at a 3-minute chart of IBIT instead of a 15-minute, but you're still pretty decent trend up on Bitcoin this afternoon, just holding on to VWAP there. So I like Mara. If it can hold 2160, I'll give myself 20 to 25 cents worth of risk. I think you get the 22, that's one out, and then if you're able to break that, there's plenty of room in this potential. It's a squeeze-ish type name, but with Bitcoin getting off these lows, I do like the shot here. And again, it gives me a defined out. Like I know I can just get that long when it breaks the consolidation, and of course I hate when I do that. Put the stop at the wrong price, get back in, and you've just paid the spread. So I just paid a 1 cent spread plus fees. It happens, but I want 2160 as my out. So the local stop is going to be underneath this support level. I like to stair step up in the afternoon trade, especially when it's 3:20, 20 minutes until those imbalances, 30 minutes till the imbalances come out. We get the early look in about 10 minutes on individual names. When you're day trading, that means you've got a limit and not just how far stocks can go, but how long you can hold them, and that works both ways. So you want tighter stops to find risk in the afternoon. In the morning, on that oust, yeah, take shots on those when they set up because it can go from $8 to $10. I mean, I highly doubt you're getting it breaking 10 and going to $12, and you can have that happen in 20, 30 minutes, which is a time frame we have to work under. So make sure you can define the trade. So I know I'm risking just under 20 cents on Mara. Intel, I did not get the reload up at this 44, 45 level. Can't even get there. So I'm going to hold on to this. At this point, either we get that low or it hits my reload opportunity in front of 44.50. So pick your spots here. Plenty of opportunities. The market has not broken the range yet, but whether it's Nvidia or several other chip names, I'm assuming. Intel moved down. Micron was a good short opportunity as well. There's been some plays. Just have to be patient with it. And of course, when I trail out of Micron, that almost should have been a re-entry. That said, we got back into Intel, so it was all good.
Yeah, I'm trying to set up some orders right now. Where's my DraftKings stop? Oh yeah, that's right. That wasn't nothing stop at 45. All right, let's just change this. We're under VWAP right now. That's a 90. So let's go 44.91. We just set it and forget it. So we'll do that and we'll wait to see if something happens with that one. That is that. Okay, so I'm pretty happy there. We'll wait. All right, just want to see if we can do anything else. SMH is $3 in the money. Our stop on this one is 228, so we can hold out for that right there. Again, a pretty good short off the open. We're not going to have the bottom in anything. When you're sort of waiting for like disaster to strike, you want to have some shorts on, but we can always re-short. So we'll be getting out of that. And I didn't even realize it's almost 3:20 right now. So that's time is getting on.
It is, yeah.
For sure in the day. So this was the missed opportunity. Remember we talked about Tesla being strong, and I was like, I like, if there's anything, it's this break maybe. So there's 173.25. It broke it. Gave you about, a buck maximum. Not even too crazy, 50 cents or so. Okay, come down a little bit here. We're getting close, actually. Nvidia, for some reason, is back to flat. What is the market doing? Oh, the market's back up here. Okay.
Not much.
Yeah, so we don't have too much skin in this game, but I was still waiting for that 906 to break. If it comes back up, I still have an offer. We've talked about where my offers were. So I still have an offer at 904.85. So I feel pretty confident in, waiting for that level. So if that level comes in, that's what we'll do. So we'll trade Nvidia off of 905 if that comes in. DraftKings, that stop is right there at 80, or what did I say, 91. If that triggers, Disney keeps crossing. Another name that I want, which is not doing anything, it just keeps on hitting my scanner, but it's not doing anything. Uber's another name here that I wanted to buy on dips. That's made a nice move up to VWAP, so that's hitting on a VWAP scanner. So this is just a scanner from trade ideas, which is on the screen right there. It's just VWAP. So there it is. It hits VWAP. So we've talked about that. There's Uber hitting VWAP right there. So if you want that, go at. Oh, Michael Noss is going to join me actually tonight, and we will be tweeting that out in very, very shortly, where we'll get Michael Noss to come on. I want to talk to him about uranium, which, by the way, you know, like I wanted to buy some of this name, and now I can't do it. It was literally on my, no, because when we talked about it, it's up 4%. Like, I mean, I really
like
don't.
Trade it or swing it or
own it. It's too far up. These names don't
Where's
move
the daily? Where's the daily?
No, they don't move that fast. It's breaking out. We talked about this earlier.
I know, but like to me, but if you're taking something that, like when it gets back, leave it on the chart. When it gets back above the 50 and closes above it,
Just want to buy where it was this morning.
I know, like, well, the perfect entry is when it's at that 29. But you can be, like, I think you can still be in it because at 30, you've got $3 to that support at 27, and you've got $3 to the high. It's not like you're you're not out of the pocket. And it's also a local breakout off 29 and a half.
I know. There's reasons why I like this.
It's not that bad.
I don't like to buy things up 4%. I don't.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just.
What's interesting is I should have been looking at my trade ideas as well because I just saw this one I had pulled back in a prior resistance. If you're looking to fade things, and like Microsoft actually hit that. Like you look. So this is a resistance level. Like it holds VWAP and then it holds underneath at 423. 80 to 424, there's the resistance. It just cannot seem to break through, and then it falls from there. When it pulls back in, it kind of lights up on one of my scanners right in here that it's giving you that pullback off prior resistance. And when you see that happen, like you can either load into a short. I think it's a bit late for that now, but we love those scanners. I have this one. It's sort of what it looks like. Pullback off prior resistance on like 1 minute there. And Microsoft was the only thing that hit it after 3 o'clock. So if you're looking for trend shorts, then I think that's a decent indicator as well, and that's on my trade ideas layout. But the new position was a long. It is in Mara right now. No real breakout. It's actually just a couple of pennies in the money. So while you're getting a move here in IBIT, like Mara, okay, like it's going a few cents, but IBIT, like Bitcoin is actually moving. So if this doesn't start following soon, like I'll be like, what the heck is going on here? Because the reason I trade this over IBIT in any given situation is because of the short flows. When I see it above VWAP and potential breaking, I want it squeezing into 2220, 2230, and I'm not really getting that right now. So we're only in 2 trades, CXAI, I should say. It still can't seem to get away from that $7 level. So it's tagged 7, false break, and came down into 650. But to me, the trade was here into the high of the day and then into $7.
There it is.
So good luck if you're still in that one. It's still going upside.
All right, man. Now we're $5 in the money right now. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just see how far Nvidia wants to go now. And there it is right there. Like I went to go reload the water, and I was mentioning over there that I've put on Nvidia, against VWAP. Right there, boom, there it goes right back into the 200. So there's a $5 winner for that. I mean, just topping out the day right now. So that's been a good one. Let's just let it go. Let's let it go. I mean, let's do like Elsa. Is it Elsa that sings that, or is it the other one?
Yeah, Anna's.
Is it Anna or Elsa?
No, it's Elsa. Anna's like the little sister.
Elsa, yeah. Okay. I mean, I said Elsa. All right, so I'm going to let this
You did ask, though. I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah, of course I asked.
You probably
double check.
It's been a few years since you've heard the song because Gia's older.
A few years.
I'm still in the.
Yeah,
I'm still in the.
Elsa's not the red hair, the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, Ramin?
Adina Menzel.
I've literally, honestly, I had
Adele Dazeem. That's right.
Anna showed up to Gia's birthday. 1 year. That's how That's how into it we were. You know what I'm saying?
I actually love it. My wife and I, we love like Rent, the musicals.
Your daughter has an Elsa. Was it the Elsa and Anna one? We gave you the dress.
You gave the Anna dress. She has Elsa and Moana posters on her wall. Like she has a fictional. So she has like a fictional world that is called Elsa World. And if I tell her, oh, you got to go to bed, it's bedtime. In Elsa World, you don't have to sleep. You can just play all through the night. And she'd be like, well, I'm like, we're not in Elsa World, sweetheart. This is the real world, and you need to go to bed. But again, she just absolutely still loves it.
Yeah.
But I love the movies because Idina Menzel is ridiculously talented, and we love her from Rent. So I can listen to her sing all day long. You've seen Rent, 'cause
Yeah, we went.
I love it. I think it's fantastic. If you're into
Went
musicals,
to Rent.
if you're into it. If you're not, then some people actually can't stand it, because if you don't like musicals, you don't like them. But I want to get back over to one thing in the markets that we have not really talked too much about, which is, well, we have talked about the weed names. But tomorrow, look, sometimes we talk about setting up trades. So CGC's down 14%. You know there's some movement going on. And this $7 level on CGC, whichever way this all plays out, if it doesn't hold 7, it's not a typical flat bottom break, but it's a clean, even support level, and the next level down is like 575. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I'm looking for a $7 breakdown tomorrow. I'm not really looking for the long here. If you go long off 7, you can go either direction off levels like this. I respect it, but I'm looking for a $7 break. Thank you, Derek Thompson. Your daughter is cute. She has you wrapped around her finger. She absolutely does. But then, I don't know. All dollars wrapped around. Like, if you're a dad, like, yeah, it's probably everybody. That's nothing specific to me. She has me definitely.
On that note, so there was a Sport Check purchase, and then you know what else?
No, let us guess.
Okay.
Well, Ramin just said it. Starbucks. It was Starbucks.
Oh, no, that's probably on the way home.
Oh, that's what I assumed. I assumed it was on the way back from Sport Check. Because every single time this comes up, and there's a shopping thing, you always say, like, and after it went to Starbucks, and this is what she got. So that was obviously my guess.
Not Sephora, no, but they might order that. Well, they're probably going to.
Well, what was it?
Yeah, it's Aritzia, so it's gonna be a problem. I don't know if you guys know about Aritzia. Okay, Aritzia is getting the.
No, if you're here, you know about it.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty big. Aritzia is pretty popular there, anyways. Okay, here we go. All right, so Nvidia. Hey, man, we're just tweeting it out right now. Like Disney from Frozen, like Elsa from Frozen, we are letting it go. And I mean, honestly, all jokes aside, I mean, this Nvidia right here is making that move in right now. We took the 200 period. I mean, I was debating just getting out if this takes 901 again. That could be a trade that I consider worthy of an opportunity there. Taking that down back into the upside there for Nvidia, back through 901. But then we wouldn't really be like Elsa because we wouldn't be letting it go.
It's 330 though.
Yeah, it's 330, but I mean, I'm pretty negative. I'm pretty negative bias here. So let's see if it can work out for us here, and we'll see. Okay, so here we go. I'm not going to put anything out. I'm going to take this into the close. Honestly, whatever. Let's ride with this. It's already been a banger day. Obviously, we've talked about that. We're already short SMH, so maybe we'll take SMH out. Why don't we just do that then? Okay, yeah, let's do that. All right, so let's take out SMH. So if SMH goes back above 227.40, let's just take that out. All right, so here we go. That'll be fine. I'm fine with that. So 227. Let's go, what is that? That's 50s. All right, fine. 227.61. We'll give this a little bit of room to breathe. Right there, put that stop out. This one's $4 in the money as well. So we'll have both these. And then if Nvidia wants to rip back up to the upside, so be it. But at least we'll have gotten out of our SMH here. Because really, they're sort of just dancing here. So that's going to be a good one. Let's just continue to watch out for those trades. SMH, getting out of that. And then here's the tweet that we just put out. So again, the problem is you can't do like a GIF with a picture. So we just said, like Elsa from Disney Frozen's here, we're letting Nvidia go. So let's see to the downside there for Nvidia.
I actually have beef with that feature. It's
back
like
down to the downside.
When you're paying for you got to pay for the check mark now. It's like there's certain things that they should let you. It's like
you
enable
can do multiple pictures.
I know, but like enable, you can do multiple pictures, but like it's frustrating because especially when you have something jokes you want to put with the chart that you're throwing up there, and then you can't add the GIF that I want to go with the trade. You have to do one or the other. Well, if you're paying for the check mark, Elon, come on, man, like that. I think you can let us do that.
Here we go.
But 330, it just hits. So we don't get the overall number because I'm pretty sure that source, unless it came back while I was gone. I don't think we have it. But individual names, nothing really stands out. Gold, oddly enough, there's an early sell and bounce of 2.2 million. That's done 22 million on the day. Just not a heck of a lot going. HPQ has 1 million buy. PCG, again, that's not going to really move the needle. So none of the big names really have early look imbalances outside of, gold has one in here that's not bad. But we'll keep an eye on that. So nothing crazy yet. We'll keep you guys, if something pops in here, it's like, oh, all of a sudden there's a big imbalance on a stock that we're actually paying attention to, we'll let you guys know about it. Naresh saying, and Netflix is strong, you better believe it's strong. Love me some Netflix.
Love me some Netflix as well. All right, so we are out there. So there we go. We'll cash out of our SMHs. That's starting to go here. And I found one a little more appropriate here. So here we go. You can all sing it in your head. You know, we're going to hold on and see what happens now with that trade. But we did get out of SMH, so we'll see. I'm happy with getting out of that one.
Yeah. But that's essentially what she's saying.
Yeah.
The spirit of the song.
I can't believe her means like which one's Elsa. That's we're gonna have to deal with that after. Okay, so on that
no,
note,
but
let me just
she's
check.
not a kid. I mean, whatever. Like,
Let me just look at what Starbucks is saying right here.
some of us have had to watch that movie 35 times. And
35.
Oh, it's more than that. I'm throwing out a number. It's actually probably more than that.
Oh, I'm in triple digits. 100% in triple digits. I have two kids.
You have no idea, Marine. You don't know.
I have
Trust
two
me.
kids, man.
Trust
Telling
me.
you, at least.
And sometimes you're like,
I ain't got no life.
She just want to watch like a certain scene of it, so you'll watch like this 20 minutes of the movie is what she wants to watch, and you'll watch that part like multiple times. That we have to do a lot of. CMPS, Yatu.
What the? Did someone get a hold of my wife's account here? Look at Starbucks. Bang! Right
just
there.
happened?
Nice move. I just joke about that. We don't spend that much on Starbucks. That would be ridiculous to do that. But there it goes. Nicely done to the upside. I mean, I'm getting $1. This is why I get dollar coffee at 7-Eleven. You know, how balanced the situation out. Right, Fabian? Yes, sir. There it is. A nice move up to 91.60. I mean, crypto can't keep going up forever. How am I going to fund all these Starbucks purchases? Nice move up right there for Starbucks. So again, nice break. Up on the day as the market looking to do that damage right there.
But what's the reason for the spike just now?
I don't know.
That's got to be news.
I mean, I have Benzinga open here. I don't, I didn't see anything happen on here. Could be options. Oh, yeah, my bad. We have Adara right there. Just ask her. Yeah, so Adara, we'll be looking for that right now. I don't know if there is any.
That's a good move.
Yeah, it's a nice little move there.
I'm still beefed about. Well, anyways, I was telling you guys, there was like this pirate ship that goes out into the bay in, was that we're in St. Pete's or Clearwater? I don't know, it's probably, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's all the same thing. It's probably in St. Pete's. They have like a pirate ship for the kids. We went on the 10:30 because it's more family friendly. On the 10:30, it's still all you can drink, like beer and wine for the adults, which I was very surprised by that. But I was like, I hadn't had my second coffee, so I'm bringing my Starbucks on there because they didn't sell coffee on it.
What?
At 10:30, it's like a family. All it is a bunch of parents with their kids, and the kids are running around doing pirate stuff the whole time, and they got the music playing, and you're not selling me a coffee? Like, I need a coffee to get through that. So,
but they're selling booze, no problem.
No, but there was a Starbucks literally a 3-minute walk away. Oh, they weren't. The booze is included with it.
Right, but you can't get.
But the guys are in the pirate outfit walking around, and it was like, why was I not doing the afternoon one? So I would actually drink. But
yeah, man, you can always get afternoon coffee. I'm gonna let's depending on how this Nvidia trade works out here, maybe we can get a iced cold brew machine for the office here. But here we go. No, just playing around. I don't have this. This is not a $12,000 trade right here. Okay, I feel that. Here we go, man. But this is Nvidia. Oops. It's $7 again right now in the money. So there goes Nvidia straight to the downside. And like we said, man, I talked about this again a couple times. We went over there. This trade had $1.50 worth of risk. It's now 7 in the money. I put this on live in front of everybody. So there it goes. It's a nice downside move. And we do have another move with Adara at the desk.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Yeah.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And that's what it's all about. Like, you've got to find, it's all risk to reward at the end of the day. But it doesn't really make a difference, right? Oh, I got a bad, damn it. Okay, well, you saw Sean's chart that doesn't have the wick in Nvidia, so that'll probably suffice a little bit better. But again, there's your resistance at the 05. You'll work off of that. The local range is down here to like 894, so it gives you a percent to work with easily. I don't know if CXA, I have no idea what the strike is going to look like. Okay, it's still in the pocket, but again, find a defined trade. You don't have to you don't want to overtrade. But if you look for something which gives you a defined area, you prefer one direction over the other, You take the trade, you know where your route's going to be. In that case, I know Sean's was 05. In that case, it's 580. And even something like Amara, which at this point, it might not hold on. Went long here. We'll give it to this level. I'll probably tighten the stop because it's actually 340. At some point, it's like, well, I can either hold it till it breaks my stop or hold it to 4 o'clock. I'll usually tighten the stop up the closer we get to 350. Like if it isn't going by now, then you want to make sure you give it up. And for myself, the other short that we're in, I mean, Intel, it gave you one chance to get in, 44.5. It's still working toward lower end of the range. I'm tightening this stop up. If we get to 350, right now it'll be at 44.40, like this lower high. I'll probably tighten it up to 30 as we get closer to the imbalances when they do come in. And we'll see what happens. Will saying AMC hitting 52-week lows. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
AMC.
That does. And I feel like I haven't even looked at that stock in a while, and there's a good reason for it. And if you're not, and we say this all the time, but when stocks reverse split, there's a pattern that happens. And regardless of what you want to do with it, just note what happens most of the time when a stock reverse splits. And it tends to look like this. And I'm not celebrating on anybody or anything like that, but it actually had a flat bottom break today. This was a great short through $4. No, sorry, that was on Thursday. Check that. Great short at $4. Today would have been at $3.70. Wow, that's all I got to say. But reverse splits, you know what to do.
All right. We just got out there. I said, remember I was like, let it go, let it go, let it go. Well, that didn't last too long right there. So we will just props it up, honestly. Take $6 at the end of the day on this Nvidia trade and not worry about these imbalances. But the imbalances are still 10 minutes away. I don't know. I'm just trying to justify it. It just came back into this level. I really feel like an 895 bottom might have been the maximum there potentially. So we'll take it out at 898 and then just move on and go over to the big screen with Miss Adara.
Today, we're going to take a look at some of these S&P 500 names making bigger moves that maybe we weren't discussing or discussing as much earlier in the day, including Home Depot continuing to the downside following last week's announcement that they completed a $18.25 billion acquisition of SRS Distribution, seeing some price target increases from several analysts as a result of this deal, but continuing to trade to the downside. Day 2 of news for HD. We also have a move up here for Micron MU, getting a price target increase from 120 to 144 here from BofA Securities. So nice look for Micron. Last but not least, another price target related move. We have JP Morgan lowering the price target here for Charter Communications. So CHTR to the downside here with a $335 price target, guys.
All right.
I was just saying to Sean, there's still nothing on that Starbucks move, which it still feels odd to me. So I don't know what everyone else is thinking when I see something like this, but I'm not chasing the move now at 340, but I'm gonna just quickly pop on my iPad SBucks so that I know. Let's have a look at it tomorrow morning. Not to say I'd automatically go long, but hey, this is a stock which has been trying to bottom out. Maybe it has a shot to run at the 50 period at $93. Maybe something comes out overnight. I have no idea, but that seems like it went green for no reason on decent volume. When you see something like that, you just sort of make a mental note. If you had chased the move when you mention it, it actually would have worked. Like you could have just gone long and it would have worked out for you. But I'm assuming news, and when I don't see it, I don't want to chase it. Luis saying, oh no, that's something else. I thought maybe you were talking there about something to do with Starbucks. But it just went red to green in a market which is doing absolutely nothing. So I think you stand up and pay attention to it. John, sometimes you have reverse splits. I understand you will be able to find examples of reverse splits that give you squeezes. When I was pointing out about AMC and what usually happens on reverse splits, it's just a pattern. It doesn't mean 100% of the time you're going to go to the downside. So sometimes you will get spikes in this. And look, CEI, it had good spikes. Like here, like this move here is almost like 20-something, 50% that moved from the bottom here. It then made another bounce. What is that? Like 50% from the bottom. The general trend, however, speaks for itself. I don't want to harp too much on it because it's like you're beating a dead horse when you talk about that. It's 342 here. I think it's going to be a good one because Sean's going to talk about uranium aftermarket. I'm gonna say I still think that chart looks like you could still get into it, but hey, you have to have your own plan. You articulated your plan,
Right,
which
yeah.
I think is fine. I still think it looks pretty good. Now, another name that I'm kind of hoping it makes sense to go over a little bit more in depth is, and maybe you will, maybe you don't, but you just mentioned Google had that, or Alphabet had that 52-week high today.
Yeah.
And look at it hold the consolidation off that top. So there are things which are bucking what's happening in this sort of pullback in the market late in this afternoon where you're holding lows. 52-week high, barring some kind of crazy, ridiculous last 15 minutes, you're closing at that 52-week high in Alphabet. That means look for some longs off of this tomorrow. You know, you have back into 53, 52, you've got the 55 level. I think you don't want to fight the trend on this one. It's about time. I've been waiting for Alphabet to make this move. I'm not ring register. I haven't bought much outside of dollar cost averaging the Qs, some Alphabet, some PNW.
Yeah.
Obviously, I didn't buy the Intel like I mentioned, but this is one. Let it ride, baby.
Yeah, let it ride. Rivian not doing too much there for sure. Nvidia was a good out, that's for sure. It looks like it's back up to 900, but just bounced off 900 right there again. So that might, sorry, that's still Rivian. Like what? Sorry, my bad. Right there. So a little bit of a bounce there on Nvidia, up to 9 bills again and trying to stop there. So like that would be probably my out, honestly. I mean, if we waited for the 50 period, that would have been giving up a little bit too much. But there it goes, Nvidia. And again, Nvidia will actually be my number 3 stock today. And we just put this on. So number 1 is going to be Tesla. We talked about that. We really did well on this one, taking shares early and then boom. So that's going to be my number 1 stock there. My number 2 stock is Meta. I mean, Meta was an absolute monster again right off the jump there. So that turns out to be a pretty good trade for me there, Meta. And then the other trade that we liked there was Nvidia. So again, it's kind of like stay in your lane because all 3, Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, all monsters. But then I say that and we go over and kind of trade a little bit of a different name. And DraftKings, actually, I lied. DraftKings is spot 2. I still have a piece on. So if we were to get this out right now, DraftKings is number 2. So there it is, man. I mean, again, a good top right back there. And if you're going to notice, I didn't go long, unless I'm wrong. I didn't go long on anything. So I have no longs today whatsoever, and it's a banger day. So we'll continue that. The only idea, and again, it's about trading what you think is going to happen. We'll talk about this on the recap show with Sean's tweets, but the only long idea that we have on here on the sticky note today is Alibaba. And that's actually up, and I think near day's high, but we're just not in it. Meta short, Reddit short, AMD short, Tesla short. So we are already thinking short and pay dirt right there, despite the NASDAQ being, I mean, flat here in the afternoon. I was pretty happy to get
Very flat in the afternoon.
Get that, yeah. So that's why, like, for us to put Nvidia on the board there was pretty good.
Well, you have to go sometimes you got to go elsewhere.
Yeah, for sure. There's Levi's, good one, Joe Schmo there. They don't report until Wednesday, I believe.
Week, yeah.
But this was a name that I was like, I actually asked Adair for some help on this, but we didn't have to wind up getting to it too much. And we talked about this on Thursday.
They love Levi's in Europe.
Boom. Yeah, I'm wearing a pair today. And Ramin was wearing the Canadian tuxedo on Thursday, and that was all
nice.
Levi.
Nice.
So yeah, man, look at this. Boom. See, they saw Ramin wearing it. Boom, boom. All the way there, the upside. Levi, another 1%. Thanks, Joe Schmo.
20, like this is actually on the weekly chart, Levi's looks like it is about to go. Look at the weekly chart. So remember we talked about when things are basing out, you don't need to be in it. Like you don't have to try to guess at a bottom. Look what happens when it makes this triple bottom. There's your support at 13 bucks. Look at it do the dance off the 50 period moving average here on the weekly. Holding 15, that last move holding 15 bucks, and like bam, you're in that one. Like that's a great look. Obviously I'm not in it, but that's what you look for. You don't need to have a bottom on a trade. You can have this long, and you can be giving it to there. Like you have a 15 giving it to 12.5. That's already giving you a 2-to-1. And that's a swing. That's kind of a swing idea. And everyone trades however they want to trade. But I always prefer to have things like that. If it's not a gigantic support level on a stock that I want to own, or it's a stock that's been trending and it's a stock that's been trending down, then I wait for it to show me the long. Like now it's showing you the long. Here you're just kind of, yeah, you like it. Triple bottom, that's great, but it's showing you the reversal up at that 15 level. Good look. We'll see what happens with it on Wednesday. That CXAI, $7. See, couldn't get past that 7. Obviously not going to reload this one back at the $6 move, but if you're looking for longs this afternoon, I think you had to be looking at something like this because you weren't finding it elsewhere unless it was in Starbucks, which still, I have no idea why it made that move. Mara, okay. I'm long Mara at 77, Mara's at 77. So if it's not going to go, I'm going to get some out here at flat because this is ridiculous. Like, it's not really moving. It did not move enough when Bitcoin made this move. So we got into this and Bitcoin made that press up and it just kind of hung out here on that breakout trade. So it didn't run the stop, but everything is changing when you have 10 minutes left in the day. So we'll hang on. We like this one for tomorrow because if you do get any sustained bounce in BTC that challenges the 70 level and we get back above it, Mara is still at the 50 period and trying to hold above it. So like, it's at a good level for another move up if it can hold at 50 period, which is essentially on 50 period on the daily is where my stop was on this trade.
Mara. Yeah, I should have looked at that more last week. That was really a nice mover for sure. Yeah, I like that. Instead of Coinbase. Yeah.
Did you see MSTR?
Oh, someone was mentioning, but I've already talked about the depths of hell where that stock's going. If
I didn't. So
the Bitcoin.
When you take a vacation, like one of the things I'll do is like, get some time over the weekend. When I did, I'm looking at some charts, just kind of refresh myself on what happened. And that was one of the things that stood out. I was like, oh my goodness, 2,000 on MSTR. Now I don't know how tradable this is.
It was within like a penny or something.
That's nonsense. This 2,000 reverse, and then again on the Thursday, and the short was even bigger. Wow. I mean, I don't know. Again, I don't know what the spread looked like. Maybe you guys tell me, but I'm sure you could have just crushed options on this thing when it rejected it the second time through, like a $300 drop to the downside, clean on MSTR. That's why you trade these when Bitcoin goes sometimes. It's a good way to express the trade. But you probably got to do options here. I know for us, day trading, it's kind of nuts.
All right, shout out to Bears versus Bulls. You asked for it. You want to know what Canadian tuxedo looks like? Yo, shout out to my man Ye right here. I mean, look, everybody. Oh, Aaron Rodgers? Yo.
Get out of here. Can you
stand back?
When is he wearing that?
Yeah, he wore whatever, man. Look, here he is here again. Look at this guy. Oh, it's the same outfit. Just got a hat on here, different one there. Yo.
You got to have the hat.
Yo, here's my guy. Look, Justin Timberlake rocking right here with how old is this, man? Here's some Canadian tuxedos right here. See, not only are you hopefully learn to trade, but you learn to a little bit of fashion. This is our prime minister right here. This dude rocking it right here, right now. Come through. Anyways, we don't have to keep looking, but those are Canadian tuxedos. So.
And that wasn't. I know who. Yeah. No, the picture of Kanye. That wasn't Kim. That was the Adam Sandler movie. The girl from the Adam Sandler movie.
Yes.
I don't remember
her. That was a great movie.
What a great movie that was. I don't remember.
Nobody remembers her, but they did when she was with Kanye.
Yeah, of course. I just know I found out after the fact that
I should remember her.
He's dating the girl from the movie, which was
now it's Bianca.
Adam Sandler's got another good drama. It's like he's an astronaut.
What is the name of that gambling movie? That's a really good.
Uncut Gems. He has another one out. Like he's an astronaut stuck in space.
Kevin Garnett in that. Oh yeah.
He's legit.
I did see that.
He's legit.
Yeah,
he's come a long way from the Cosby Show.
Okay, but he's who are you talking about?
Didn't you know Adam Sandler?
Oh, was he? Did he appear?
He was one of Theo Huxtable's friends in high school in the Cosby Show.
I can feel that.
You can look it up. He has a couple of really minor scenes in there, but funny guy. The mocks came out and
yeah, that was.
I don't want to tell you it's a nothing burger, but TLT is the only thing that matters on this list. If you're interested in CNQ, oh wait a minute, Tesla just popped up. Tesla with $1 million to buy.
Ooh la la.
So there was nothing unless you're looking at gold, CNQ, BAC. Tesla popped up with $1 million to buy, but it's not really moving off that. So nothing happening. You got an imbalance here, but it's not doing anything off that $1 million to buy imbalance.
All right, there you go, Jay Lee. So Neil handled that for you. So thank you, Neil. You wanted the imbalances. I'm getting stopped out at 44.81 here. You break VWAP and see you later on some DraftKings. So all is well. What else did we get stopped out of recently? Nothing. Okay, so we have been stopped out of nothing here this afternoon. And whenever you're stopped out of nothing, that means your levels are hit. So, and there's nothing wrong with getting stopped out. It means your levels are hit just the other way. So right now, there it is. Nvidia did have that move to 900. We got out of it ahead of imbalances. Again, I'm pretty happy with that because holding something, we've seen this back and forth. Great level. We'll take that price right there. And then those of you that are with real trading, you'll know that there's an LFT. We don't have an LFT today, so our highest spot is where we're at right now. So pretty good so far here today. DraftKings does make that move up. We are now out of that. And pretty good. 953. I always say that. 353. We say a shout out to the Egyptian prince, of course, who is battling any and all animals that he can find on the safari. And that is Sharif. So we'll see if he comes back in one piece or not. How long is that guy gone for? 1 week. So he will be back hopefully next Monday or so.
I mean,
we'll get some good stories.
Safari,
We'll get some good pictures.
I just believe like when you take time off, make sure you just do something that gives you like that reset break. Like it doesn't matter, man. If you like to travel and go see sites, go do that. If you like to sit in a resort and be pampered, go do that. I like baseball, so we do spring training every single year. You did Rome. I'm thankfully getting to go. You're going to London this year with the family. If you want to,
but I do want to go to a beach.
But I will tell you this much. There's something about just chilling out on the beach and hearing the water, the ocean, whether you're into it or not. I find it the most relaxing. All I need is the book and the sand, and I am good to go. We collected, the beaches are okay down in Clearwater.
Yeah,
I think we got like
nice
200 and something shells. My daughter loves collecting shells. I was doing just a ton of that. That's all she
Those
lets
are
me
good
do.
memories.
But one thing, 355 is about to hit. I'm about to get out of that last of Intel. So there goes Intel. We tried to hold the last piece of that for like the 44 move down, but there it goes. You hold some for like the dream, as they call it, but it breaks a stop. You get out of the last of the trade. So I'm still in Mara for some reason. I'm probably just going to have to flat the rest of this. So this is the thing, it's holding the support level. Like it didn't stop me out. It held the support level, but it also didn't go.
Oh, yeah.
So when it bounces to flat, all I can do is offer out.
Things are starting to go ham right
next
there.
time, come to Destin. Okay, when I'm in Florida, we're very like.
Yeah, but you'll be going next year.
No, we're going next year, but we stick to like all the places we can watch the games. I don't know exactly where that is. We stick to wherever we can watch the game. So it's like the Clearwater, Tampa, St. Pete's area, Dunedin. So we can check out Philly. We haven't been to the Yankees yet, but they're pretty close as well. Boston's like 2 hours away. They're the only one that's like that's a hike.
Bad.
Yeah, but no, I'm not driving.
You see the different stadiums, though. That's what I like.
Philly Stadium.
Yeah, I know.
You get the cheesesteak. You guys know. Americans know how to do it at a park. We don't have that here.
You can't even.
Hopefully.
Oh, man.
We got a cup holders now.
I cannot wait to go. Yeah, I think that's going to be sick with the new setup in the Jays.
It only took us 20 years to get cup holders in the.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all right. It's all good. It's all good. All right, so there it is. We'll flip over to the other side, but I don't know. We absolutely nailed that Nvidia trade to end of the day, so that was a really good one there. Rivian continues to have been the loser. Oh yeah, no, actually, I said we weren't stopped out on anything. We were stopped out on Rivian. My bad. We were stopped out on Rivian.
Well, hold on a second. What did I say about Tesla?
DraftKings.
No, I said 76. I'm not eating the Vegemite.
No. 76 is rated. No, that was 76. Yeah, because I wrote down 76.
No, but I said if we got to 76, I would eat the Vegemite.
So we have a little bit more time left.
Not going to get there. It's 3 minutes to go.
In 1 minute, get that Vegemite ready.
It's not going to get there.
Okay, so DraftKings, what a good out that was at VWAP as well to wrap up the day. Okay, I have to go log in over there because the computer, I don't know if it's working. It's working.
No, but usually someone's at it in the afternoon. You probably have to wake it up.
So I'm going to go over there. But actually, no one was over there because, oh no, it was Brendan and Adara. Yeah. Okay. All right. See everybody very, very soon. Michael Noss. We'll do some Q&As and we'll have a lot of fun. So see you guys later.
There you go. And it could happen. Tesla could go green. 175.80. Thank goodness I said 176 because it is pretty darn close. What a move. I just pointed out that it was literally not moving off that buy imbalance. Like it didn't do a thing at that million, but at 355 when things usually pair off, it did not pair off. I think that's what caused the move to go higher. You expect that it's going to pair off at 355, and when they don't pair at that moment or nothing pairs off, it actually got a little bit bigger, then you get extension. So that's worth watching. Like if you have access to the imbalances, sometimes it's not about what it comes out as, it just doesn't move. But when everyone expects that that's going to start to pair down and it holds over 1 million, then you get the extension, because at 350, this did nothing when that 1 million came out. So a bit of a surprise, I would say. Sebastian, it's not Vegemite time. Come on. It's 358. It's not going $1 in the next 90 seconds. Let's just get that out of the way right there. And it's funny because I probably in the last 2 months made at least 4 or 5 I'll eat a spoonful of Vegemite ifs, and I still haven't been burned yet. So I'm just saying, I wouldn't say it if it, let's be real. It's not going to happen. You're not going to catch me. I'll make those bets until we actually have to do a spoonful, but it's healthy. I don't mind it. Tesla 176, I think is going to be the level again tomorrow. 170, 176. Why get away from it? If it's big today, it's a big level today, then why not have a look at that same one in there tomorrow? And it wasn't just like today was a big level. Thursday, Wednesday, 176 was a thing. I don't know why I wasn't thinking 170 long, but it is what it is. 173 still remains a key level, so every $3 off that is going to make some sense. Fat figure, that is a 3-year jar. I think we got it in 2020, so it's probably like 3.5 years old. I don't think it goes bad. You guys tell me. I don't think this stuff goes bad. I'm sure it's probably fine. There's probably not even a date on it. But if it does go bad, I reserve the right not to make myself sick. How about that? So with 30 seconds to go in here, my eyes are going to be on Tesla because that's what's moving the most. And if it goes to 76, you know what I'm going to have to do. It is healthy, Sebastian. Trust me, I'm not making that one up. It is true. This is the one worth watching. I think we got to pay attention to Starbucks tomorrow. It did that random move in the afternoon that Sean pointed out, and it is at some pretty key levels as well. But Tesla, 80 cents away. But the countdown's already on. So thank you very much for people not buying Tesla in the last 30 seconds here as we get in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. And said casino, that being the market, is now closed. Tesla 175.22. I am safe. Today is not going to be the day here at Real Trading that I'm going to have to eat some Vegemite in there. And it's a good thing, too, because, probably don't want to have a sour start to the end of the week when it did start good for trading. Shout out to everybody in the chat that had a good time. And if you were in some of those low float runners, congratulations. If you're trading crypto today, there were plenty of opportunities. If you're trading the chips, you had some great opportunities as well. I want to thank Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s, always making us look and sound good. Fabian was working hard when I was joking around about that. They're both always working hard. A great show today in the midday. Obi filling in for me, I want to thank him for that, but also filling in for Sharif this week on the midday with Adara as you learned about trading different time frames. And it's a super important topic because the morning is not the same as the midday, which is not the same as the afternoon. You guys see that when we're trading, and now you can learn about that all week long on the midday show. Shout out to Brennan and Mr. Michael Noss this morning. Fantastic interview. And Mr. Noss will be joining my man Sean in the after show. How about nowish? Go get him, market recap, Mr. Noss, talk about some Nvidia, talk a little bit about hopefully some Alphabet. I'm hoping you talk some Alphabet, and uranium, which you can still get into, Sean.
Oh yeah, uranium. Hi, what's up to everybody? Welcome to the closing show. I'm Sean Katina. And we've got a banger coming through today. So we got Michael Noss. We've already talked about that. What a good close to that market as we had some major moves happening in some of those semi. And then we had Tesla making that huge move back. And I mean, what happened to the Qs there at the end of the day? Man, we really got going there on the NASDAQ with a nice little move back up to the upside here to end the day. Boom. Wow. Okay. Even better of a move than I had really thought there coming in. I want to thank everybody that's with me right now. Come on, man. Zoom out. What's going on here? 3-minute chart just to see how high did we get back. Okay. So we took the 200. All right. So we didn't obviously get anywhere near. We've had some great shorts to put on there today, but ending the day up 0.22 is the NASDAQ, but barely. We were hanging on there for a while down at a flat day, but then we bounced right back up into the close. Probably Probably some late day covering explaining that. We did see those imbalances and whatnot. So yeah, man, we have PVH coming through. There it is. You can see it on the board. We'll have Michael Noss. There's uranium. We'll talk a little bit about the sticky note, and we'll talk about some tweets. I have some interesting things that I want to cover as well. And I just want to say a shout out to everybody that's with us right now. We will do the roll call after, but shout out to Andrew, who's here. Shout out to Michael Noss, who's coming out soon. What's up, Andrew, Henry, and everybody else, as we'll do a little bit of an early roll call. We are now live. Over 3,000 people watching us right now. A big shout out. We got to wrap this thing up. Not only tonight. Hey, look, kids around here, I don't know what it's like in your school district, but off on Monday. So we have tonight, my two sons, they're going to VR, some sort of a VR place, and then dinner. So that should be exciting. Maybe we'll join them there. And again, out shopping, and my daughter was hockey today. I hope you guys enjoyed your holiday if you're here in Canada or anywhere if you did have the day off. Yeah, this is my Jets hat. Shout out Sebastian right there as we coach the High Park Little League Jets. So shout out to my Jets over there. Yeah, okay, so the market today, UNG, I mean, we could talk about that a little bit. Shout out to everybody there. UNG up 5%. I don't know what to think about this name, honestly. Nice move up here in the pre-market, but we've already talked about this. The daily chart's pretty sick for this thing. I don't think this is a hold at all. I kind of want to throw up a little bit about uranium because, again, at the beginning of the day, I wrote it down on my note. I wanted to get into this. We'll ask Michael if it's still a good idea to do that or not. Uranium right now up 4.25. And then if you just go back to what the move that we had today, I mean, we were starting the day down here at 29, ending the day at 30, a solid move up. But again, if you're trying to average into something, maybe it doesn't necessarily matter, but I don't want to put as much in on a name that's up so much today. And I don't know if this is a reaction to some uncertainties or not, but I know as GPUs get pushed, man, power is going to be an issue. So we look to uranium, which I think Ontario, like 40% or something of our power generation is nuclear. So I'm happy with buying some uranium, and we'll find out about that. Alibaba with a nice day, sending FXI a little bit to the upside right here today. Again, this is the 100. China 100 stocks, FXI, nice move. But for me, I choose you, Alibaba. I think this is a nice bottom right there at 70. Nice move, break to 50 and get going back up to the upside, as they had some sort of an investigation come through them last week. So we'll see if they can, fight that off on some inappropriate things being sold over there. Again, Alibaba, I like it. Share buyback. I like the cloud. Alibaba, I like. All right, some negativity today, TLTs. Again, Treasury, okay, makes sense. NASDAQ kind of rallies today. We saw a strong dollar. Treasury is going to come to the downside. Again, looking to break right now through $92. So again, if you want to diversify a little bit and pick up some TLT, here's not horrible. I don't know. I'm not too into it. I've never really traded fixed income too much. But just looking at the charts, that's not a horrible spot there for TLT. A name that I think we could be buying on dips again. I like the XLV, the healthcare sector. Again, as the population gets older and older and older, median age in the United States, 37. I'm losing my voice. No surprise on that. Is Hydration Nation. Let's rock that quickly. Shout out. Yeah, look, hey, shout out to Jay Lee, man. Yeah, I'm not saying that China's not cooking the books, man. That's kind of why I like it, to be honest with you. I was actually talking about this with Mateo, and the thing about it is that if China's cooking their books, or just if people say, you know what, the U.S. is so hot fire right now, their markets are at 52-week highs, all-time highs. If we start to say, hey, maybe the United States is a little overheated, you got to look to some other markets that are potentially been beat up. We look at that with energy. We see what's happening there. XLE right now at 52-week highs is starting to go higher. I just wonder that if some of these U.S. names are just a little bit overheated. And again, we could talk to Michael about this. We have the Russell 2000 coming through. Michael's talked to us about K-Web. I like FXI. K-Web's another good one. Oh, not Michael Noss. Chris Brecher has talked to us about yin. I don't know if you guys knew about this one, but the yin and the yang is pretty cool. Michael, I never heard Michael talk about this either, but this yin, and I know Michael likes this, 3 times bull on yin, and then it's pretty creative, but not overly, because you can think about it easily. The yang is the other way, 3x the other way. So there's potentially something there, depending on which way you like these Chinese equities going. So something that's pretty important to look at right there if you're into it. We had a weird kind of day for the financials. They moved down today. That's a little strange there. Real estate stocks with the XLRE right there for real estate, they were down today as well. So maybe some more jitters coming through about rate cuts potentially. That PC number falls in a little bit under or over expected, leading, I think it was 0.3, leading to potentially a further rate cut or furthering the rate cut percentages to 66%. So that could maybe make something. I thought, rate cut would be good for real estate, but there's the push down. And then we did have JP Morgan. Man, I'm pretty parched today. I don't know what's up. Man, that's good though. JP Morgan taking a little bit of a break today, a little bit of a breather to the downside, down 0.68. But wow, this is maybe a trade we need to look at, man. JP Morgan at 2 bills. Oh man, shout out to Daryl Flinch and some of you others that were trading this name with me during COVID, man. We talked about a few names that we liked during COVID was Disney. And look, there's other names that are up huge, man, from those bottoms. But I really like Disney. I'm more of a value investor. You guys know that. I've lost so much money puff passing some of those chronic names that honestly, some of these bank names and Disney and just some of the blue chip names like Google's my #1 holding. I feel like you want to take shots in some of these crazier names. Not even crazy ones. You guys know I own Palantir and DraftKings. Some of them continue to work, some of them don't. But JP Morgan, I'm wondering about a flip over. How much do we believe Anthony Noto? Because honestly, this SoFi is also another name. Oh yeah, did we have PVH earnings? By the way, this show brought to you by, and I gave a good shout out a couple times today to Michael Noss. He's coming on. Just Michael, how about that? He sent me those great scanners and I showed them a couple times. Unfortunately, I don't have them here. They were VWAP scanners. So I did want to say we do have Trader TV 20 for trade ideas. Right now, this section is sponsored by Real Trading. Go find out about them. And also always sponsored Trade Ideas. I believe that's in the description, as is Benzinga. And I missed PVH. So did PVH come out? Let me just double check this right now. This was a name that we wanted to look for because again, Calvin Klein. Oh, there's the trade ideas. Oh, there it is right there. So there you go. Oh, here it is. No, so I don't have PVH yet. So we'll have to wait on that one. But again, a Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger, the two main brands there, a couple others. So PVH, we'll wait to see, again, officially until we get that. But I was talking about SoFi here because this is like, I don't know, man. It's under the 200 here. It's under the 50. If we can come to the chart, yeah. Like, Anthony Noto is talking about positions of strength and doing that share offering against that. So we'll see if we can hold. But if names like Robinhood are off to the races, we've seen a lot of these banks start to go a little bit higher. What if people rotate out of a Robinhood? Which remember, I gave this as an opportunity on Friday. I said potentially, see if Fabian, potentially dumping Robinhood and switching into SoFi. You've seen a little bit of a pullback there as Robinhood's up 100% in a month. That's a lot, or 2 months there from February bottoms. That's $10 from, that's June. Wait, well, no. Robinhood, hold on a second. What am I looking for? No, this is February. Yeah, okay, so February, down there to $10, up to 20. So again, a monster move there. I could see some rotation. And then if you go from some traditional banks like a JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley's not up here, but Goldman Sachs, something like that. Maybe a rotation back into weaker names I could see. Long story short, I like that play. PVH, let me just double check it for all y'all out there in case we are getting some movement. So potentially fat finger down there to 137. I don't have a report out yet for them. And again, another good thing about the Trade Ideas platform, make sure you do scan that, is you can turn off and on pre-market data if you're charting that. So again, something that I like this platform because you can grab those pre and post market data points. So right here on PVH, I'm not really seeing, again, this is what I feel like this is what you call a fat finger, where someone thinks they hear a headline and maybe they sell and then they buy it right back, and at the end of the day, it's not doing anything. So we'll wait to see what comes of PVH if we do get that. So, all right, so that's a little bit of a talk there. We went over some sectors. I mean, I like some of these sectors there coming through. The NASDAQ did have a nice little rally into the end of the day there. We had a big trade to come through on Nvidia, oopsies, NVDA right here at the end of the day, and I said, fortune favors the bold. I got that from a trainee, and that's what we did there at the end of the day. Look at this trade for Nvidia. Made the move back up. We liked some of these levels in and around the pre-market at 905. We've talked about that for a little while, 905, 907. That came into play again against that short, and then 1 out, 2 outs. I mean, that was a really good trade. Like we were nervous about that out, but Nvidia really topped it off there. And then how about our friend Tesla earlier on? This is the #1 stock of the day across the board, period, here today. Whether or not you're anybody trading behind me, anybody on the show, anything. This was a good one. It's because we had a bunch of reloads and Tesla all the way to the downside, man. We shorted that 176, baby, and we covered that right there. And look at this move up. And I spent a couple minutes with Randy talking about why I actually was debating the long there, and that looks like it paid off. But again, you could debate whatever you want until you hit the keys. It's nothing. I feel like maybe, let's have another drink. I feel like sometimes when you come off of like a 3-4 day weekend, this was just a 3-day, you know, you get that energy back into you right now. And then we've spoken so many words today as opposed to the weekend that, you know, feeling a little bit dry here. But all right, Michael, if we are ready, I'm going to call up the Trade Ideas platform. Did we just get a thumbs up there, Ramin? I think we did. Give me it again, Michael. There we go. Okay, Ramin, are you ready? We're ready too. It's Michael Noss time. First of all, Michael, do you have some good news for us?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe soon.
Okay.
Well, I'm here. I guess I've got a whole crew lined up for when I'm away. So you'll finally get to see some other faces at Trade Ideas, especially if you guys are bored with mine. Perfect.
Well, we are not. What a move for uranium. I mean, you've been nailing this for a while. We've talked about this on the show. I've really liked it from a macro standpoint. I know you're obviously not a macro guy. You've explained that a couple times, but it's been looking good on the charts. Can we go over it one more time? Because honestly, I'm a little upset that it's up 3 or 4% today. I don't like buying tops, but maybe it's not the top. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I've got the chart open here, and me and you were talking about uranium a lot last year because it was absolutely on fire on a little breakout that we had. But really, you know, I talk about it all the time that I was taught to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces, and on the monthly chart, so we're way out here right now. We're getting a base from 2016 all the way till 2022 before it broke out. That's a big rounded bottom. Another saying that I love, I'm just full of these, is the bigger the base, the higher in space. And that's kind of what we got. So during this period of time is when I was buying a lot on this initial breakout. And for the last 4 or 5 months, we've just been shopping sideways. But going into the daily chart, I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, actually, when I was on the show, talking about all the things that I was looking to rotate into once semiconductors chilled out. And I was pointing out this area right here. I think it's like $26 or $27 or so a share on the uranium ETF. I was buying in that area. I still like the look of it. You know, if we get through these highs, I think that's all the better. And we still have a lot of way to go till we even get to that high. So I still think the risk reward from $30 where we are now to maybe that $27 area, to me, it's still good. So I'm looking under the hood here for uranium for sure.
Yeah, okay, and then you had talked about digging lower and finding some names and whatnot, so that's obviously something that we can always do on your platform. And as I see you fooling around over there, UEC, maybe that's something that you're into, as we have sort of your screen up right now, Michael. But is that another name that maybe you would prefer against the ETF, or is that something where you would just buy both, or?
No, I owned a little UEC on that breakout through 4, and we got a nice trend up till around 6 or so. We're back at that $6-7 area, so I like it here as well. Underperforming a little bit on uranium right now, which is a little bit concerning to me. But I have circled up here, we have on the top of our chart all this fundamental data. We got a 10% short float in this name still. And I love short floats that have solid trends behind them. The AMCs of the world that are short, well, that's hit new all-time lows today. No one, the shorts are doing fine. They're not worried. This UEC is up 300% from the beginning of 2021. So if you're short this name, you're nervous. So if we get going on this UEC, I think this is going to be the move. It's a lower float company too. It's only $400 million in the float. So that's a double-edged sword. It means it can move amazingly for you, and also means it can move amazingly against you. But it means I don't have to put up as much capital in order to make a trade. So that's why I'm going to go with something like UEC.
Yeah, I like that reasoning for sure. All right, we have the best moderator in the business, and I feel like we have one of the best technicians in the business right in front of me here. So, Michael, I'm going to ask one more time because you always say yes. So no pressure. Maybe a couple questions. I'm going to get, if we put any in the chat, would that be okay if we can get a couple questions thrown at you in the next couple minutes?
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Okay, there we go. People, look, Joe Schmo in the chat right now saying Michael has been dead on with Affirm, Mara, and URA, GLD, and SWBI. Okay, Joe Schmo, look, this is my show. I don't want to give too much credit over here, but Michael has been a great friend, and you've nailed so many names for us. So again, Affirm was an absolute monster. So that's great, man. First of all, I want to thank you for coming on the show as often as you do. And then all this great work that you do behind the scenes with Trade Ideas, making sure that our viewers get the best deals and are up to date on everything. And not only that, but showing us the best features as you guys continue to upgrade the platform, not only on the standalone, but also on the web version. I feel like Trade Ideas has had a pretty good run over the last couple of years as far as adding features and whatnot.
Well, first of all, I just feel so awesome that I can get paid to talk about the stock market all day. It's what I would be doing if I wasn't getting paid. So it's fantastic. So I love that, I got that shout out from your viewers. I greatly appreciate it. And yeah, we're always building. One thing that I really love about Trade Ideas is that people like me who are traders are using the product and we're giving feedback, and then that feedback gets put in. So it's not just a bunch of developers, building in things that they would like. It's traders pushing it forward. So we've got big updates coming to the web. Soon you're going to be able to join our paper trading contests on the web. And yeah, it's onward and upward with a whole bunch of new stuff we're working on.
All right. Anything? Yeah, amazing. We can go on and on about trading. That is for sure. What about UNG? I don't know if you wanted to mention something. You did send me a little bit of a note about that. It just keeps on every day. It's like 4 or 5% one way or the other. Is there a play here that you're seeing?
Well, full disclosure, just like uranium, I am long UNG. And what I was looking at here, I'm not much of a bottom picker, but sometimes I think you have to do it. And I'm just drawing out, we have this RSI divergence. And for those who don't know, a divergence is essentially just meaning that the momentum indicator, in this case the RSI, is not pushing lower with price. And you would expect as price moves lower, so would momentum. When these things divert, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a top or a bottom coming in. It just means that the momentum's kind of fizzling out. That and this $15 area, you have to go way back, but this $15 area on UNG seems kind of important. So I've been nibbling a little bit in UNG. I think I've already made the joke before, but I call this a basement window trade. So one of my mentors, the idea is that if you're going to jump, you might as well jump out of the basement window. I'm long around $15. I think if you get a close, $14.50 or a little bit lower, you got to go. But I just think it's a good place to take a shot. Even if that shot has an incredibly low probability, we could get back to 20, or over time, we could get back to 30. So at that point, I'm risking $1, maybe if I get a bunch of slippage, $2 to make 20. And that's a trade that I kind of have to make all day long.
All right. We have Mr. Michael Noss 1 second because we just got this. It's breaking news, and I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's kind of long, but I do like it. PVH right now getting pumped. Well, I talked about this, man. I tried to do a channel check for everybody. I was like, I don't think PVH is super hot, but then I saw Ramin wearing a Calvin Klein sweater, and I was like, okay. But there it is, a nice move to the downside. Let's just look quickly at these numbers. PVH getting PV pumped right now to the downside. 215 versus 259. Ouch. Not a good EPS. EPS 215 versus 259. Not sure why that's green there, Benzing, but that seems like a little bit lower. And then right here, earnings per share, that's C's the guide, still lower. And then I don't actually have, here's their current quarter right there, 372 versus 353. Okay, so it's a current beat there. Sales also beat. So beat on the top and bottom. But Michael, we've seen this over and over again, where names guide lower, and it is, like you just mentioned, bottom, maybe we can't find it. PVH just continues to make moves. A simple man like me looks at the 50-period moving average, but now we are way below that. And actually, Michael, what do we see here as we pull right back into year where we were at the beginning of the year, and a possible gap fill right now on what's to looks like maybe December earnings, a gap fill right there. Maybe we fill that back to 113, but we're kind of there right now. Anything live from you, Michael, on this one? As PVH looking like maybe the bottom's fallen out a little bit on this name?
Well, just two things looking at the chart. So the first one, we talked about a bullish divergence in uranium, and you can see the exact opposite here on PVH. I don't know anything about this company, but as the price was making higher highs in through here, this RSI was making lower highs, showing us that maybe the buyers were running out of steam. So this is the kind of thing that I look at, and that's a big yellow light for me, not necessarily a red light, but a yellow light saying, I'm going to be a little bit concerned. Maybe I'm going to sell a bunch of my position if I'm long this name and I'm seeing that bearish divergence. Then also, I drew this anchored VWAP from this major swing low we had in October 2023, and that's sitting right about, where's that, about a 110 or so. So if we pull in, and if someone was really liking this company for whatever reason, I would look at that kind of 110 to 112 area where that anchored VWAP is. If you can see some support there, maybe it's to take a shot. And funny enough, Sean, it lines up exactly with what you were talking about with that potential gap fill.
Right, so there it is. So you should clip that and put that out, because we'll look back to see what's up with PVH. Okay, Mr. Noss, here we go. It is going to be time for Stock Blitz. See what I'm saying? This was happening. More graphics.
Fancy graphics.
Yeah, man, fancy graphics, you know? All right, so here we go. Let's get ready to rock and roll. The first question comes here from Nice Skin. He says, what does Michael think about the upcoming, I don't know if there's an upcoming bull run or not, so I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit in crypto, Michael. So he wants to know what your thoughts are, maybe not about MSTR as much. I know that you've given your thoughts there. I look at IBIT. Maybe we can look at an ETF, or if you want to do, I know the Trade Ideas platform doesn't have BTC, but you know, IBIT or any of these ETFs, if there's anyone that you prefer, I like this. But are you seeing anything right now about a potential run coming here? Or what does, let's just talk about, forget about what's potentially coming, but what is the chart telling you right now about Bitcoin Trust?
Well, yeah, so first of all, we don't have Bitcoin yet. I guess I'll tease a little bit. We're in the process now of starting to ingest and play with some data. So
like that.
You know, don't hold me to any time frames, but that is something that we're working on.
Wait a second, Michael, did you say less than 1 month? Did you just say?
I wish. But we'll see. But yes, it's being worked on. We've got our top men there. But when it comes to Bitcoin, full disclosure, I took an Ethereum short position today. So again, I always want to tell you guys when I'm in something that might be talking my book. But when it comes to Bitcoin, we are fighting and we are struggling at the, you know, call it $71,000, $72,000 level. If you zoom way out, that was the all-time highs. And then we're seeing this kind of basing action on the shorter term chart as well. This to me is perfectly normal. And actually the parallel that I gave when I did my little Substack there on the weekend is if you take a look at the S&P 500 and you take a look when we broke these all-time highs right here. So these are the all-time highs in the S&P 500. We broke and then we chopped around for a couple months. And I wouldn't be shocked to see the same thing within Bitcoin, that we hit this all-time highs. There's going to be a lot of bag holders that got burnt there. A lot of people looking to sell at that area, a lot of people looking to short, to front run it.
Right.
And those levels can create a lot of games. So I don't know if we're going to turn around and just tank. The short I have is a very short-term one in nature, but the idea that we could chop around here for weeks, I think, is totally plausible. And then actually, I think that's healthy, because what you want is this buildup of pressure, chopping around in all-time highs like this, so that when it eventually gives way, it, in my opinion, will make for a cleaner breakout. You'd never want a breakout in which the instrument has tripled, nonstop to get to that price, and no sort of rest or recuperation. So again, I think we could be in a little bit of a chop fest for Bitcoin.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I mean, it seems like it's been doing that for a couple minutes there. All right, a few questions have been around the US dollar. So I know what we like to look at here is going to be UUP. And again, this is a US bullish index fund. So there it is. We'll put the question there in the chat from Mr. Westermeyer. And there's been a few others as well. And I want to thank our moderator for getting these to me. But Michael, do you have any thoughts on the DXY? But I know we don't chart that here. So here we go. UUP, to me, coming up to the 200 period, looking like it may want to do something right into here, back into 28.50. So what do we look at here with UUP? It looks pretty strong to me.
The UUP does look strong, and it looks like it's breaking out. On the future, it's around the 104 area and breaking out of these highs right here as well. So I wouldn't, for me, it's like I have to bet on the trend, and the trend right now is higher. But what's shocking to me is that we're getting a break of a lot of the correlations that have existed the last few years. Strong dollar generally you think is bad for gold, and generally is bad for stocks. At least over the last few years, you had this inverse correlation between the dollar and gold and the dollar and stocks. That seems completely gone, because we have the UUP marching higher at the same time we have the SPY marching higher.
Right.
And we actually have the UUP up 0.39% today, and we have GLD up over 1% today. So I'm more interested in the fact that the dollar doesn't seem to affect things the way it used to be. So even though it's going to push higher, I'm not going to put that in kind of the bearish camp for stocks like I would of maybe even last year.
That's funny. I know that I'm on the right track when you and I have similar thoughts, because I actually called up a chart of the NASDAQ live on the show when someone asked me this question, and I was showing that same relationship. It's not supposed to be like this. As the dollar goes up, the NASDAQ shouldn't be trying to break highs, but that is what's happening right now. So another good one there. All right, with only a couple minutes to go, one more question. It's about Palantir, so I'll give you a second to load that up. I'm going to put the question right here in the chat so everybody can see it. Thank you to Amy M right now. Palantir, head and shoulders, it appears like that on a daily. I have to call that up. What do we think about Palantir right here? So I'm just going to call it up, give you a second to load it up yourself as well. So unfortunately for me, who's been Palantir bull, this is potentially, looking like we could have topped out here in and around 25. We got a great earnings report. We didn't stick up there for too long, up to 27 and change back in March. But here's the fall back in for Palantir. I like bouncing off the 50 period. I think a buy, maybe looking at this kind of a gap fill down here to 20 and change. Am I way off on Palantir, or what are your thoughts here?
No, I'm just going to full with my chest agree with you on that one, because you're right. It does look like a head and shoulders up here. I just drew that out. It's broken the anchored view app from before the gap. That to me just shows that people that are buying after the gap and buying this base that have taken place are now underwater. That's not ideal either. And we've closed below that now twice in a row. The main thing that points out to me on this one is that we have the S&P making new all-time highs. We have all these stocks making new all-time highs, and then Palantir sells off. And that's just not what I want to see.
Right.
I want to see stocks that are outperforming the market, not, completely avoid or diverse of the market. So for me, this is a no-go until maybe it reclaims $25, give or take. Yep. That would invalidate this head and shoulders pattern.
All right. Again, thank you so much, Michael Noss, for coming through. Everybody here at Trader TV Live and all the viewers wish you the best of luck with what's about to happen to your family. So we'll miss you, but we know it's for good reason. So thank you again for covering everything, and best of luck.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Ciao. That's Traders Talk. And honestly, guys, I just want to say, thank you to Michael. But this is why we do it. If you come over to the screen, shout out to John Van Sowers. I don't know if he's gone. We have 2,500 watching. We're also on TikTok, Instagram, everything live, whatever, basically pretty soon to be Rumble, I think. But there it is. Sean, Michael, great show, great guest, good trades. Stay late. See it tomorrow. I mean, traders stay late, and that means a heck of a lot to me that you guys continue to do that and support the show. I mean, this is what we're doing. Very excited about the guests that we're able to roll through to everybody today. Quick little recap here. We don't care. We're letting it go, baby. We did let our Nvidia go at the end of the day. So shout out to Elsa. There's Nvidia. Boom. We get filled at 898, basically the low there on Nvidia. So that was a pretty big one. And again, I'm proud of this because when you're talking about trading, there's pretty happy with that trade too with Nvidia, with the Tesla. But there it is, man. We let it go. We were talking about letting it go at 900. There it goes. It comes in. We're able to cover that at 898 for quite the nice trade at the end of the day. I didn't have any longs today. No longs. Not one time long today. That might be a record for me. Like only One Direction. Like shout out to One Direction. I don't know any members of One Direction. Harry Styles? Is Harry Styles a One Direction guy? Huh? Yeah. Boom. I don't know if I should be proud of that or not. Okay, so there you go. Nice move down. Nearly 40% of all trading days in Q1 were record closing highs. What? Can you believe that stat right up in here? Zoom in, my guy. There it is right here. 40% right there. 39.3% of all days were record highs. Seems wild, but it's not like it hasn't happened before. It has. There it is right there. So I want to thank everybody for paying attention to me today. Go over. I'm not going to do the sticky note review, but we had some bangers on there. All shorts except for Alibaba. All right. It was a fantastic day. I got to thank Michael Noss again and again and again. Thank you so much for coming through. I want to thank Brendan, Obi, Adara, Ramin, Fabian, Neil's back. That's great. Everybody that works with us here at Trader. Oh, Randy for coming through again today. Man, hopefully, you know what? Even if my voice is gone, I'm still coming in. It doesn't matter. I will see everybody tomorrow at 8:30. Until then, have a great evening. Give your loved ones a hug. And I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow on Trader TV. Sean, ciao.